Sodales illustres, domine, viri, sinite me vos accipere, ac per salutare la Societate Geografica Italica, a collegis meis, in tabula directorium et ab omnibus eius membris. Honorati sumus et gaudemus omnes vos recipere, ad opera tam preclari et gravis concessus, et spem habemus totam vestram Rome mansionem serenam et per gratam fore. Argumenta, quae perunc triduum Rome disceptatura sunt, maximi momenti sunt. Quod quidem omnino geografi sciunt, ad ut omni tempore dixerim de hoc ogeunt. Dimis sepe, feliciter, toponime momentum ignoratur, vel saltem, tenuissime estimatur. Non solum publica opinione, sed etiam a magistratis ipsis, quidenique potestatem habent pro autoritate, locorum nomina assignandi et immutandi. Rectus et conscius tractatus locorum nominum in eorum variis formis atque spatiis, principium identitatis, mutuo observantia, et coexistentia inter homines et populus est. Ex hoc conventu, sicut ex tota vestra laudabili opera, utiles conclusiones et incitamenta speramus fore, ut deis questionibus omnium diligentiam augendam sit. Gratias vobis ad intentis, bonum opus et valete. Je prie M. Jaillard de vouloir prendre le son. Abonnement. Chiedo scusa profondamente, ho saltato una riga. Era il comandante dell'Istituto Geografico Militare, generale Luigi Postiglione, ad avere la parola ora. La prego di scusare.
Potevo parlare anche dopo, non c'era nessun problema. Buon pomeriggio a tutti. Mr. President of the Italian Geographical Society, Mr. Chair of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, eminent professors and scholars, distinguished member of Italian Geographical Society, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and thank you for participation in this meeting. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm General Luigi Postiglione. I'm in charge of the Italian Geographical Military Institute, which is the Italian National Geospatial Agency producing geospatial information for national purposes, maps and geographic database, and is therefore also responsible for collecting the Italian official toponymy as stated by national law approved by Italian Parliament in 1968. I believe the presence of the GMI in this meeting is very important to collect a useful proposal and suggestion in order to improve the implementation of our institutional tasks for the benefit of the entire community. Even for this reason, today it's a great pleasure for me to open this fourth international scientific symposium on the theme Toponym as a means of expressing identification, location, possession, belongings, division, and respect for people's cultures. Organized by the Romano-Hellenic division of the United Nations group of experts on geographical names, in close cooperation with the Italian Geographical Society. I'm very grateful to the President of the Italian Geographical Society, Professor Claudio Cerreti, and to his assistants, who hardly worked together to provide the perfect organization of this event. I'm also very grateful to the chair of the United Nations Group of Experts of Geographical Names, Mr. Pierre Guillard, and to the honorary chair of the same group of experts, Mrs. Hélène Kerfoot, for their participation in this event. Their presence in person and remotely once again demonstrates their great attention and benevolence towards the last 3 scientific meetings organized in Italy and for which we are all very grateful. I would like to give my thanks also to all the Italian scientific associations who, with their active participation, have given prestige and importance to this symposium, and the Professor Carla Masetti, who represents today all Italian Geographical Association on behalf of National Coordinator Professor Giuseppe Scanu. The Palazzetto Mattei in Villa Celimontana, headquarters of the Italian Geographical Society, is a site which represents for us the house of geography, and therefore it is the ideal place for studies, presentation, discussions, and for setting up an interesting exhibition in line with the theme of the symposium, masterfully curated by Professors Gianluca Casagrande from the European University of Rome, Annalisa D'Ascenso from the University of Roma 3, and Alessandro Friggeri from the Italian Institute of Astrophysics. The meeting consists in 35 presentations, which concern various case studies, all of significant importance for the toponymic standardization and for the knowledge of the territory through history, among which let me highlight the presentation of the first version of a new Italian national toponymic database, which IGMI is working on to guarantee a new, free, and enlarged platform containing multi-scale place names of Italy in their official form. In the program of this 4th International Symposium, I particularly appreciated the presence of other Italian public institutions, and I'm very grateful to the Italian Revenue Agency, the National Institute of Statistics, and the Association of the Italian Municipalities, as well as to the representatives of the territorial bodies. Their participation in the meeting is an important demonstration of interest and willingness to exchange experiences and cooperation, necessary conditions for a good functioning of every public body. Finally, I would like to thank all the participants in the symposium following the meeting in person and who is attending in virtual mode, linked from other parts of Italy, from elsewhere in Europe, Middle and Far East, and as well as North and South America. And last but certainly not least, I would like to thank Professor Andrea Cantile for the scientific organization of this event and all those who in various ways have hardly worked towards the successful outcome of this symposium. I conclude my speech by wishing you all good work and a fruitful exchange of ideas for the progress of scientific knowledge in the field of toponymy. Grazie e buon simposio a tutti.
And now, Monsieur Juillard, je vous en prie.
Thank you. Thank you, dear President, distinguished colleagues and friends. allow me to begin by warmly thanking Andrea Cantile, also, on behalf of all of us, I think, for organizing this new symposium of the Romano-Hellenic division of NGGN. I'm very honored that he has invited me to take part in its opening. And I would also like to thank him more personally. I'm even more honored that he has also scheduled me to speak just after this opening session. This is perhaps a way of ensuring that I don't go on too long now. But I would still like to say a couple of words about this symposium. Firstly, this symposium showed the vitality of the Romano-Hellenic division under the chairmanship of Andrea Cantile. Now, the linguistic and geographical division are essential organs of NGGN for the relations that can be forged more easily between experts from culturally close countries than directly with the distant UN. This is why NGGN is increasingly concerned with their functioning and has been meeting them online twice a year since 2021. Their activities are diverse, and academic conferences are not the most frequent activity. But NGGN also needs academic expertise, and these symposia are an opportunity to advance it. The second thing to say about this symposium is its theme, toponyms as a means of expressing identification, location, possession, belonging, division, and respect of people's cultures. This list brings together the very denotative of denotation of place names expressing the identification and location, and some of their possible connotations, both positive and negative. This theme should therefore encourage us to establish a hierarchy between the essential and the accessory. And we all know that it is this hierarchy that forms the basis of all negotiations and compromises. In my speech, I will myself propose a reflection on the denotation and one of the connotations of proper names beyond just place names. I want finally to thank all the institutions involved in the organization of this symposium, and allow me to express my pleasure at returning to Rome and to salute Andrea Cantile's talent for regularly gathering best specialists in toponomastics and for helping us discover or rediscover the best places in a country that has so many and that French people love so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Mrs. Ellen Kerfoot. Please, madam.
Thank you. Buongiorno. Good afternoon. General Commander Luigi Postiglione of IGMI, Pierre Girard, Chair of NGGN, our President of the Italian Geographical Society, our hosts, and the representatives of the Italian Geographical Associations, as well as, of course, Andrea Cantile, Chair of the Romano-Hellenic Division, and to all friends and colleagues gathered in Rome and perhaps some listening online. I'm talking to you from Ottawa in Eastern Canada, and we are just enjoying our last days of summer. I'm sure in Rome you still have many to follow. I would also first like to express appreciation to IGMI, the Geographical Society, IGA and also Andrea Cantilli for organizing this symposium and making such an interesting event come to reality. Just building a little on what Pierre Jaillard has just said about the divisions of Angeggen. Angeggen's been active for more than 60 years, and an important part of bringing the work on geographical name standardization to a more regional and local level has been the creation of subunits, these divisions, and they are based either on common languages or on the geographic location of the countries involved. The Romano-Hellenic division was one of the first 15 that started up in 1972, and originally it was called the Division of Romance Languages other than Latin America. But within a few years, it had changed to Romano-Hellenic in order to include Cyprus and Greece in the division. And by 1979, there were 13 countries that were listed as part of the Romano-Hellenic division. Now, in recent years, as you know, Professor Andrea Cantilli has become the chair of this division and has been very active in making the division work, very responsible and very reactive to geographical names and their standardization. He's held division meetings, and already there have been 3 international scientific symposia, and they've addressed research issues in cartography, historical geography, cultural aspects of geographical names, and many other aspects of work on geographical names in Italy, particularly. And the first 3 were held in Florence in 2015, Venice in 2018, and Naples in 2021. And I'm sure some of you who are there have in fact participated in some or maybe all of these meetings. And you're also aware that there have been publications from each of them. I think perhaps if I hold these up, you can see them. This was from the first meeting, very nice publication with some more than 20 papers in it. And from the second one, this was in Venice. Again, some 24 papers were published. And the third one, you can see here from Naples, again, some 24 papers published in these. And I do get frequent emails from the academia.edu website in California. And I see that these papers are very well referenced, and I hope therefore cited in other people's papers that they're doing. So very worthwhile, I think, having these papers published. And I do congratulate Andrea Cantilli and IGMI for undertaking this. Today it's wonderful, of course, that we've got a 4th symposium, and I only wish I were there with you in Rome, sharing this in person rather than watching you from a distance and taking part online, but that's the way life is. And we do look forward to a publication after this symposium also. So I do wish everyone a very interesting symposium and a wonderful few days filled with an array of toponymic material. So thank you very much, and all good wishes to you.
Thank you. And now, Carla Masetti.
Authorities, dear colleagues and friends, it's a true pleasure to extend my personal greetings as well as those of SOGE, which I represent here, to the president of the Italian Geographical Society, Claudio Cerretti, the commander of the Italian Geographic and Military Institute, General Luigi Postiglione, all members of the United Nations group of experts on geographical names represented here by the chair, Pierre Jaillard, the colleague Andrea Cantilli, chair of the Roman-Hellenic division, and Alan Kerfoot, connected from Canada. All the speakers of the International Scientific Symposium. As most of you almost already know, but perhaps it's worth emphasizing for our foreign guests, the SOGEI committee brings together the 6 Italian Geographical Association. The AGEI, the Italian Association of Geographers, Italian Cartographic Association, Italian Association of Geography Teachers, Italian Center for Historical Geographical Studies, Italian Geographical Society, Society for Geographical Studies. It seems a tongue twister, no? All the national geographic institution just mentioned have since the 2018, the year the committee was founded, always supported with their auspices the organization of the past year of the symposium, now at its 4th edition. The main task of SOGEI is to revitalize and to enhance the role of geography within the scientific community, the education training sector, and the general public, strengthening the function of each association in defending and supporting the community of national and international geographers. And in this regard, I express my highest appreciation for the initiatives that the Romano-Hellenic division of the United Nations group of experts on geographical names is carrying forward. The interdisciplinary international nature of the presentation in this program, with more than 50 experts on geographical names, including geographers, historians, linguists, coming from Italy, from France, from the United Kingdom, from Canada, from Austria, Slovenia, Algeria, Indonesia, Iran, and the density and variety of the topics they address, as well as you can see today, the large public attendance in this beautiful setting of Villa Celimontana, are all confirmation of the importance and the high level of the symposia, always rich in content and stimulating for reflection and proposal, especially in this 2024, during which the topic of the toponymy has been and will continue to be the focus of other initiatives by geographers. Suffice to mention the 2 sessions of toponymy hosted within the 35th International Geographic Congress of Dublin in the last year, August. These 3 Roman days, and in December, the CISDE conference that will be hosted in Salerno. It's now widely recognized the significant role that the designation of place names and its origin and evolution plays in understanding the performative process of territorialization, and how the toponymic reading applied to geographical search, especially to the historical and cartographic ones, is an indispensable tool to reconstruct the century-old process of construction and transformation of both physical and anthropic space, and to understand its identity value. To inventory, catalog, analyze, and understand all these underlying indicators at the various scale those that Gabriel Grosso defined the geological deposits of history, those proves to be an extremely important operation, not only for research, teaching, and the correct and sustainable management and planning of the territory, but also for their protection and their safeguarding as part of tangible or intangible cultural heritage. So as SOGEI, we believe that it's absolutely necessary continuing to encourage such investigations and those committed to addressing them with research perspective that are interdisciplinary as possible and methodologically comparative. I hope that the sure success of this edition of the symposium can once again contribute to the construction of new and stimulating projects and to foster the creation of useful synergies to which SOGEI already offers its support. With the awareness, I wish you all fruitful work and pleasant Roman days in a learning and sharing environment that promises to be truly unique. Thank you all of you for the attention.
Noi dovremmo a questo punto invitare la professoressa Daipra, ma prima, se mi permettete, volevo... Comandante.
Grazie. Una foto.
No, 800.
Io mi cambio con il crest. Sì. Grazie. Io ricambio con il crest dell'Istituto Geografico. Grazie. Volevo lasciare anche il tuo presente che conosce una carta dell'Istituto Geografico. Mi piacere.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Andrea Cantile.
Oh, thank you very much. Sì, per favore, sì, grazie. Cantile. Dopo il... I ask only 2 or 3 hours of your attention to introduce the symposium. Is enough. 2 or 3 hours is enough. Mr. President, Mr. General, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. Before introducing of our symposium, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to those who cooperated to the achievement of this meeting. First of all, I thank obviously the Italian Geographical Society and its president, Professor Claudio Cerreti, and the Italian Geographical Military Institute and its Commander Major General Luigi Postiglioni for the notable support in organizing this event. I greet and thank the chair of Angegen, Mr. Pierre Jaillard, and the honorary chairperson of the Angegen, Mrs. Ellen Kerfoot, both of whom have always given their endorsement to the initiative of the Romano-Hellenic division of Angegen. Thank you, Ellen, for your support and for sharing with me the editing of the proceedings of this 4th symposium this year too. Monsieur le Président, cher Pierre, permettez-moi de vous exprimer ma gratitude pour avoir accepté de participer activement au colloque d'aujourd'hui de partager avec nous vos expressions sur le thème des échanges des noms géographiques entre empreintes lexicaux, mais aussi de partager avec nous ce moment de discussion avec divers aspects des noms géographiques. Merci. Merci, Pierre. I would like to thank all the Italian Geographical Association for their auspices, and in particular Professor Carla Masetti and all members of the scientific committee for their support and active participation in this meeting. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professors Gianluca Casagrande and Annalisa Da Scienza for the interesting cartographic exhibition organized on this occasion in close cooperation with Dr. Alessandro Friggeri from the Italian National Institute for Astrophysics in Rome. And last but not least, I greet and thank all of you and the participants who are still traveling to join us in the coming days in August numbers than in a previous meeting of the Romano-Hellenic as a sign of growing interest in this field of study. Now, I introduce our symposium. This year, this year's symposium has a long title, chosen among many other for its communicative potential. Scholars well know that beyond the practical use of toponyms aimed at identification, identifying and locating material and immaterial things, place names are also potential vehicle of values and disvalues. For this reason, they require a plurality of vision that can contribute to more conscious use and to a more correct form of standardization. We know that identification and localization respond mainly to the daily needs of social life to eliminate any form of ambiguity in the indication of a specific part of the earth, but not all the earth, of course, and in expressing its position with respect to a broader spatial context. But geographical onomatology in general is not a practical and neutral act. In particular, we know that over time, people we live permanently in a given territory learn to know the prominent characteristics of the place that hosts them and establish a connection based on dichotomous relation between known and unknown places that generate in them feeling of security, protection, and consolatory effect. Today, we have a vast literature about the relationship, but among about this relationship, but among many others, we have investigated the fascinating research, this fascinating research topic. I think the most synthetic and effective formulation of a feeling of belonging concept is due to Latin poet Horace, who in the Odes wrote, "That corner of earth smiles at me more than any other." Horace had entrusted the metaphor of the angulus with the meaning of known and safe place, starting from which every person develop his feeling of belonging to the territory, constructs an emotional relationship with it, and built what I I speak very well Napolitan. Also, I speak currently Italian, but the speak English is very difficult task for me. Pardon. Emotional relationship with it and build what we indicate with the term identity. With regard to this last word, despite its sometimes overused today, we must first recognize the undoubted existence of a relationship between person and place. In the creation of his self-awareness of one's own history, one's distinctive traits belonging to social group, and to the place itself. However, some pitfalls are hidden. It fly. Some pitfalls are hidden behind the term identity. When it expresses belonging and possession, this pitfall can be identified in the extreme nostalgic feeling of natives, which sometimes lead to the irrational exaltation of the past, and in the spread of a cliché with gratuitously attribute identity characteristics to entire social groups only on the basis of banal stereotypes. The first one, that is a strategic feeling, are typical of a person who holds up the past as a golden age when he was a child, as the aforementioned Latin poet Horace wrote in Ars Poetica, or they can be derived from a recollection of a distant and often unknown past, but sweetened by some narrative that stimulate regrets, irrational nostalgia in English, nostalgia mood for a place and a time never directly experienced. Subliminal agent and the causes of these irrational phenomena are, in this case, the rhetorical narratives as novels, poems, songs, but also, unfortunately, the sly workings of history, the embellishment with invented detail in the narration on a background that is all in all truthful, as the French historian Marc Bloch acutely reminds us. However, if a direct relationship between place and identity is undeniable, it should also be highlighted the risk of the birth and diffusion of a new intransigent orthodoxies in the construction of ethnic or national identity profiles, especially if we take into account the ease of generating proselytes in large parts of today's society. Oh, pardon. Yes, okay. Marc Bloch. Sorry. I forgot the slide. Another aspect, apparently harmless, but not to be overlooked, as well as its subtle burden of negative values, concern the use of place names in adjectival locutions, rarely used to express respect and admiration, and very often instead used in ironic terms, if not with the real contempt, spreading crude, offensive, and erroneous attributes easily manipulated with divisive messages. Okay. It's, in fact, hardly necessary to recall the banality linked to certain stereotypes that label social group with the extreme form of generalization that negatively qualify entire population. For example, this image shows us some stereotypes that the world has for Italian, and the northern Italians have for the southern one. These other instead remind us that cliché obviously don't spare Europe either, even if the author is keen to point out, just remember not take them too seriously. And the third one shows all the countries of the world with gravely offensive attributes that perpetuate preconceptions which certainly don't help to the construction of harmony between peoples. Ultimately, it must always be remembered that stereotypes are wrong and dangerous, and the past is not a repository of facts, characters, or things to be bent at will to construct a narrative, tamed by certain preconceived ideas. If, for example, someone want to use today the toponymic testimonies offered by the Forma Urbis Rome or similar archaeological finds, and from this he wants to derive traces of identity that links the Italian of our time to the ancient Romans, it would only produce a ridiculous act, just as it will be equally absurd to exploit toponymy to revive the glories of the Austro-Hungarian Empire or the Ottoman one or the Mongol and so on. In reflecting on the potential identity expressed by a place name, it's necessary to highlight how excessive distinction between us and them, the exaltation of certain common characteristics, and the denigratory use of adjectivals locution based on toponyms can constitute an explosive mixture. As constantly remind us the nefarious fruit of the culture of presumed superiority introduced by the crazy theory of German Association for Research on Ancestral Heritage founded by Heinrich Himmler. On the other hand, the contribution that toponyms and their cultural significance can offer for peaceful solution to territorial disputes is another matter. The episode narrated by the Greek historian Agadartic di Cnido is a certain emblematic and a conflict resolved thanks to an onomastic trial. In this regard, Agadartic wrote during a dispute between the Athenians and the Boeotians concerning a territory which the Athenians called Sidas, Epaminondas, defending the right of Boeotians, suddenly took a pomegranate which he had kept hidden in his left hand, and showing it, asked the Athenians what they called it. And when then they answered Roan, he said, but we call it Sidon. The place has many of these plants from which the name is derived, and so Epaminondas won the case. Yes, is it? Unfortunately, we know that the conflict don't always end peacefully. On the earth, there are still many disputes directly or indirectly linked to the use of place name. And our honorary chair's contributions will shortly offer us today a review of the main contrasts still linked to the use of place name around the world. Instead, I would like to shortly draw your attention to the historical dimension of this phenomenon. Use echoes can still be found in some cases as, for example, evidenced in Italy by the name of two medieval towers called Beccati questo, take this, and Beccati quest'altro, take this other one, located between the territories of Chiusi and Perugia, which preserve the memory of skirmishes at the border of the Val di Chiana. The divisive potential that toponyms can express as drivers of discord is also revealed through the use of names linked to the colonialism, slavery, racism, and furthermore, when they express derogatory or scurrilous adjectives that negatively accentuate the distinction between us and them. The image you are seeing right now show us how broad the phenomenon is, both in its proper and translated meaning. The second one is many interesting. This is the case of Italian toponym. Yes, I see your smile. Okay. This point summarizes the reason why the main topic of this fourth symposium are linked to the means to prevent conflict between communities due to the use of derogatory place name. For this reason, I believe it's appropriate to increasingly broaden serious thoughts regarding the semantic value of toponyms, involving the scientific community and institutions to work so that the contrasts generated by toponyms can be eliminated, and respect for people's cultures can be affirmed to produce a toponymy ethics with example of good onomatopoeical practice. On this road, the United Nations group of experts on geographical names since 1967 has been constantly trying to highlight the strong potential for enrichment resulting from different culture, to spread the need for inclusion, and to erase any form of contrast due to language, culture, age, gender, belief, confession, orientation, protecting toponymy both as a part of cultural heritage and as a means for building a peaceful and sustainable world. The delineation of an ethical code for toponymy can play a fundamental role in this direction, especially if it's accompanied by a list of good practices which consciously consider that toponyms are a means of expresses identification, location, possession, belonging, division, and respect for people's culture. The purpose of such a code must therefore be to formulate a series of recommendations and indicate a procedure that can help institutions with onomatopoeical functions to conform their decision regarding regarding the adoption of new toponyms or the modification of the existing ones to the preservation of the cultural heritage and to enrich its enrichment in a coherent and plural way, avoiding ambiguity, conflicts, and inappropriate changes of pre-existing names on the basis of fundamental principle approved by the United Nations and already translated into code practices by some countries, such as Canada, France, Sweden, and so on. An ethical code of toponymy should also aim to define roles and function in the production of acts of geographical naming, to involve the scientific community, cultural association, and citizens in decision-making process inherent to the naming of place, to accept the onomatopoeical act not as a provision of an authority to be passively enjoyed, but as an outcome of a participatory process, thanks to which the very feeling of belonging to place grows and strengthens. In other words, I believe that academia, school, and the cultural associations can play a leading role in making the new generation understand the importance of pace and sustainability through shared and respectful toponymy, accepting diversity and dispelling any attempt of homologation, mutually respecting different culture and traditions, rejecting any attempt at cultural abuse, recognizing difference as a source of cultural enrichment, recovering the sense of place from ancient names. Now, I would like to conclude my speech with the verses of the Finnish scholar of names and the poet, Lars Hulden. This is my list, and this is the poet of Lars Hulden, translated in English by our colleague Botol Helland. The name is a key to memories and experiences. To be familiar with the name, the same name, is to know a little about each other. Name as a social sign of solidarity. The more name one shared with others, the stronger the solidarity with them is. Now, I declare open the 4th International Scientific Symposium of Romano-Hellenic Division of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names, and I thank you, everyone, for your kind attention, wishing you all a fruitful symposium and a pleasant stay in Rome. Thanks. Now I invite Professor Elena Depra to come to the presidency place.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's begin the works of the symposium with the first session. And considering the highest level of the speakers, today I am honored and happy, of course. I will have the pleasure to coordinate this panel, also as a chair of IGU Steering Committee on Toponymy, joint with ICA. During this phase, we will listen 5 speakers who will deal with 5 research topics, very interesting and closely connected to each other. The translation of toponyms from one language to another is a topic of scientific and political interest. The speaker, Pierre Jaillard, will present the difficult standardization process carried out by United Nations group of experts on geographical names and the attempts of toponymic arrangements that were not easy to achieve. Then Ellen Kerfoot will present a paper that explores conflicts over geographical names, a central item in the work in Angen, which aims to achieve agreement and collaboration between national authorities. The focus will be on recent conflicts, both nationally and internationally, and on the impact of social movements. Our speaker will guide us through these complex issues and discuss whether they can be solved constructively. Simonetta Conti and Domenico Proietti explore toponymy as a research tool between geography and linguistics, highlighting its crucial role in the cultural construction of the landscape. Through the historical analysis of place names, their value as an intangible heritage to be preserved will be recognized, retracing research by scholars from various disciplines. Cosimo Palaciano, we expound on the renewed interest in toponymy in Italy. We will discuss how, despite initial challenges, an international commission of toponymy was born under the IGU, with significant events and symposia that have stimulated global studies and collaborations. This paper highlights recent developments and the growing attention of Italian scholars and institutions towards the toponymy. Finally, Giuseppe Muti analyzes the role of toponymy in conflict and peace-building processes. The names of places imposed or chosen can reinforce or suppress collective memories, creating geographies of justice or injustice. Through recent cases, we explore toponymic politics in multilingual and contextual spaces, highlighting their importance in peacemaking processes. So we now come to the contribution. I invite the colleagues to take the floor on the stage one per time. we have one speaker connected in video conference. About 15 minutes is the strength time per each speaker. So you are kindly requested to remain in this range of time. Thank you. And so the first communication is exchanges of geographical names among lexical borrowings. Je vous salue. The speaker is Pierre Jallard. Messieurs les présidents, s'il vous plaît, asseyez-vous sur scène. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, place names belong to the languages that use them to the point of being subject to the inflections. And Gegen recognized this in its resolution 1/4, recommending that the nominative form be preferred as the standard form in declensional languages. But within languages, place names are more specifically proper names. There seems to be no doubt about it, even though the definition of proper names is far from universally accepted by the relatively few linguists that take an interest in them. There are, however, a number of good summaries on the subject. I regularly use two of them, which date back some 20 years. In English, Theory and Typology of Proper Names by Willy van Langendonck, and in French, Les noms propres, une analyse lexicologique et historique by Jean-Louis Vaxelaire. Two main types of definition of proper names emerge, neither of which appears to be flawless. Some are grammatical in nature and therefore vary according to language, leading English speakers to contrast proper nouns with common nouns. And the other are semantic in nature and therefore more or less independent of language, leading English speaker to contrast proper names with appellatives. But I am not aware of any work on proper names that deals specifically with behavior in exchanges between languages or that attempts to use them to resolve the question of the definition of this category of names. Conversely, I'm not aware of any reviews of lexical borrowing that deals specifically with proper names. In French, the best summary is still the Louis de Roy's thesis published in 1956. Yes. Should we conclude from this that proper names do not present any particularities with regard to borrowing between the languages? Such an induction would be very useful for Ngegen in resolving the question of exonyms in a sound scientific basis. But a more detailed examination shows that while many linguistic observations on transfers between languages can indeed be applied without difficulty to proper names, the semantic peculiarities mean that we must also recognize some particular tendencies in the way they pass from one language to another. Despite the exceptions and the special cases that divide linguists, the semantic peculiarity of proper names obviously lies in the ability to designate a single referent and not a general category of reference. This particularity is fully expressed in the transition from one language to another, or even from one period to another. Different categories vary in space and time. When it came to colors, for example, Latin superimposed on our opposition between black and white, an opposition between matte and glossy. It had atter for matter black and niger for glossy black, albus for matte white, and candidus for glossy white. Another example, again, purely cultural, relates to colors. The distinction between warm and cold existed in Europe in the Middle Ages, but was applied differently to today. Blue was then described as warm, like red, but yellow was cold, like green, which is not the case today. On the other hand, since we are not dependent on this kind of linguistic categories of cultural origin, what a proper name designates is even resistant to translation. Another point is that according to an ancient tradition, a name is the very reality of what it designates. Of course, Plato was already criticizing a variant of this doctrine applied to appellatives attributed to Cratylus, and modern linguists reject it in favor of an arbitrary conception of the sign with reference to Saussure. Yet Saussure himself took an interest in anagrams and poetry, which are hardly compatible with this conception. It would undoubtedly be hard to some people to acknowledge this in the light of this doxa, but the traditional vision retains a real political, psychological value. Most people are very attached to the correct spelling and pronunciation of their own name. And in France, the use of diacritical marks foreign in French, particularly in the first names, was the subject of litigation, then a law to authorize it, and finally a decision by the Constitutional Court to annul the law on the grounds that, according to Constitution, the language of the Republic is French. Such a legal tenacity cannot be explained if we consider the name only in terms of its designative function, even if this dominates, of course, the other motivations. Finally, it would be added that foreign proper names are, par excellence, specific to the linguistic areas of origin. As a result, the local language can, in some cases, provide useful information in itself to make the name more specific. For example, the British Lowlands are not the Dutch Netherlands, or simply to situate it, Villarreal is in Portugal, Newcastle is in England. So, any speaker may need to designate in his own language a being of or thing designated by a proper name in another language. To do this, the proper first uses the resources of his own language. This is all the more logical given that the main obstacle to translation, the mismatch in categories of meaning between languages, does not apply to proper names. It simply does so according to trends that may differ slightly between appellatives and proper names, and according to criteria such as linguistic and cultural proximity, types of names, or the sensibility of different eras. I will go through the detail of those consequences, but I must tell that after trying to use exonyms, then translation are the calques. The last resource for to speak about a place of another language is borrowing. In the absence of an obvious translation, exonym or calque, the psychological identification of the name and the thing tends to mean that the designation of a single reference in a language is understood as the use of its own name. The speaker therefore tends to look for this name in the language that is itself specific to the referent, even though he may also tend, when responding to an interpellation in another language, to use the name of that language itself for obvious reasons of spontaneity. I would have many details to give, and that I won't give, about the simultaneous borrowing of written and spoken forms, about the morphological or phonetical adaptation after the initial borrowing, and I come to my conclusion. The translation of proper names from one language to another in the form of exonyms or calques appears to be as relevant as the translation of words from the common language to at the cognitive level, because we think spontaneously in our own languagic reference frame, and even more relevant at the semantic level in the absence of any risk of discrepancies between the referents of the corresponding names in different languages. On the other hand, in the absence of an obvious translation, the psychological tendency to identify the name with the thing tends to lead us to conceive borrowing as a scrupulous respect for the local written form, right down to the diacritical marks, as far as is technical possible, of course. Unfortunately, the current Engegan resolutions do not fully conform to this ideal scheme. They certainly converge perfectly with it on the way to borrow foreign names. It's our resolution 1/10. They appear to allow at least partial calques, or can and must be interpreted in this way, according to resolution 3/19. On the other hand, they continue to express opposition in principle to exonyms, although it is understandable that this opposition is now restricting to international use, as told in resolution 2/31, and to exonyms giving rise to international problems, as written in resolution 4/20. It seems that this approach stems from confusion between exonyms and colonial names. The latter are names that have been made officially made official by the ruling power and are therefore endonyms, but this power is of a colonial nature. They can therefore be perceived as expressing possession or independence, whether or not this was the original intention, and as showing contempt for the indigenous culture. Exonyms have a completely different origin and meaning, and it is their rejection that would show contempt for the culture of their users. We must, of course, understand and respect national and international sensitivities, but we must also give sensitivities their rightful place and, where appropriate, put the issues at stake in terms of safeguarding cultural and linguistic diversity into perspective. Thank you for your attention.
Monsieur le Président, thank you for your very interesting presentation. Ellen Kerfoot is the second speaker, and the title of her own communication is Some Thoughts on Geographical Names as a Source of Conflict. Ellen is connected in video conference. Good afternoon, Ellen. Afternoon. Do you hear us? Do you hear us? Do you see us? Yes.
Thank you. I'm not sure.
Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Please.
Can you hear me? I'm
Yes,
not
yes.
sure. Yes. Are you showing my slides or am I to share my screen?
Ok. Ce l'abbiamo? Sì, sì, yes. One moment. One moment,
Okay.
Ellen.
Thank you.
Okay. Please, Ellen.
Okay. Can you go on full screen? Yep.
Okay.
Right. And I have somebody change slides for me.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Right. Geographical names as a source of conflict. Can we go to the next slide, please?
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you. Angegan and national names authorities work towards harmony over geographical names, yet some names are a source of conflict. And today I will look very briefly at national conflict, looking at Black Lives Matter, truth and reconciliation, derogatory and stigma associated names, colonialism, and language issues. And if time allows, international challenges of water areas and land areas. This is not a complete study, but just one that I hope will inspire some of you for further research. So the next slide, please. I'll start with Black Lives Matter. And following the murder of Trayvon Martin in the United States in 2012, light has shone on racism, colonialism, and oppression of Black people, including the conflicting nature of various toponyms commemorating individuals. Wikipedia lists name changes that have resulted from public outcry over these controversial names in the United States, but also in UK and Canada. And they include institutions, buildings, streets, and topographic features. So on the next slide, you'll see a few examples, just a few here, all recalling individuals, often famous, but connected in some way with slavery and its perpetuation. We've got a California school for Francis Drake, a university building for the British Prime Minister, William Gladstone. The next two down are for parks in the United States, and they have changed their names. The first one, Henry Clay Park, to a local writer's name, and the second one in Albany, New York, to Black Lives Matter Park. And the last example there is a Toronto street name where Dundas has been changed particularly so that it's now a Ghanaian name, Sankofa Square. Thank you. And you'll see that absent from these is probably towns and villages. Mostly it's features or buildings that have been changed so far. All right, then on this slide, in Canada, names representing oppression of Indigenous peoples have been brought to public attention. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission has established, following the report on the terrible legacy of Indian residential schools, erasing language and identity and subjecting students to abuse. And following the TRC calls to action, toponyms commemorating various individuals and terminology used in earlier years, but now considered offensive, have become points of conflict and the subject of concern for names authorities. On the next slide. These are 4 examples of individuals who gave much of their lives to benefit Canada. They and others have now been associated with the horrific legacy of the Indian residential schools. Statues have been vandalized, and public pressure has brought change to some toponyms. The first one, Governor Cornwallis, who was the founder of the city of Halifax, is now seen as symbolic of injustice to local First Nations, and the park name for him has changed to Peace and Friendship Park. Egerton Ryerson, a famous educator, minister, and founder of the Ontario public school system, was also a designer of the residential schools. So now Ryerson University in Toronto has changed its name to Toronto Metropolitan University, TMU. Then we come to Bishop Grandin in Winnipeg. The oblates are now linked with cultural erasure of the Indigenous people, and Bishop Grandin Boulevard has changed its name to an Ojibwe name. And the last example, most difficult in public discussion, and whether these changes are rewriting history, is Sir John A. Macdonald, Canada's first Prime Minister. Many statues were removed, and the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway by the Ottawa River changed to the Algonquin name Kichisibi-Mikan, meaning Great River Road. Now, some terminology acceptable in the past is today no longer in keeping with society values. And in looking at the Canadian Geographical Names Database, the CGNDB, we find, for reference to Black people, the N-word names are now all previously official. Names with Negro, 18 out of 25, have been rescinded. And for reference to Indigenous people, the word squaw is today considered derogatory and racist as a term referring to a North American Indigenous woman. And in the Canadian database, 31 are listed as previously official, while 15 have yet to be changed. And showing the sensitivity of this, the province of Ontario, which has some 40 such names previously official, but will not allow them to be shown on the public database. Also, federal maps will no longer show any of the squaw names. In the United States, an order of the Secretary of the Interior led to the US Board on Geographic Names, listing some 650 names that had been removed from general use. Okay, and the next slide. Conflict over a name with stigma attached. And this is the example of asbestos in Canada, Quebec. The mineral referred to asbestos in Italian amianto. And in 1944, this was the largest asbestos mine in the world. But subsequent health issues with asbestos led to calls for a name change. However, the French-speaking community was divided, as the French amiante did not associate with the word asbestos. However, eventually a public poll was held for a name change, but there was disagreement again with names, conflict over the 4 names that were proposed for the change. Eventually, later in 2020, a new poll put forward 6 names, and Val des Sources was selected by a very small majority. And still there was conflict over why asbestos had been changed in the first place. And the next slide. Again, stigma from colonialism is very important, obviously, in South Africa. After the 1991 post-apartheid reconciliation, 12 rather than 2 languages became official, and numerous name changes were made, mostly from Afrikaans to Bantu languages. And you see some examples there on the slide. However, conflict over some name changes was apparent. For example, the town of Louis Tricard, in an area of Venda speakers, wished for the change to Machado for a Venda chief. This was approved by the Geographical Names Council in 2003. However, vandalism, appeals, and hearings brought a reversal, a change again, and then a final reversal back to Louis Tricart in 2014. So no change was accomplished. And Pretoria, the administrative capital of the country, was also proposed for change to Tswana, but its world status has so far left the name as Pretoria within the city of the Tswana municipality. And the next slide. Another example of conflict over colonial naming is found in Nunavut, the territory of northern Canada. From Martin Frobisher in 1576, explorers sailed into the Arctic islands in search of a route to China. Then in the mid-1800s, expeditions searched for the missing ships of John Franklin, and further expeditions sought to reach the North Pole. As a result, British, American, and Scandinavian explorers mapped and put names on a part of Canada home to Inuit. Land and water features were named for royalty, statesmen of other countries, expedition sponsors, and family members, mainly in English, not in Inuktitut, the language of the Inuit. Of course, there is discord that maps did not show traditional Inuit names. But today, many community names have been changed, fieldwork undertaken, and an official names board established in Nunavut. Although some names are now recognized in Inuktitut, both syllabics and Roman orthography, many hundreds across this vast area remain of a colonial nature and in English. Change is not always easy, and public complaints about totally changing the map of Canada are voiced. And on the next slide, language conflicts over toponyms can be very visual, as seen on this slide, where bilingual signage has been vandalized in protest. The three on the left-hand side are just fine, either in two languages or two writing systems. You've got one in Scotland, one in British Columbia, Canada, and one in India. But the other 6 signs, the language have been struck out in showing the conflict over the double language shown on the signage. The top left, the German has been marked out on a bilingual sign in Fribourg, Switzerland. You've got English marked out on an Irish sign on the top right in Ireland. Mid-left, you've had the Lula Sami deleted in Norway, and Arabic marked out in Israel. Then at the bottom, Hungarian deleted in Romania, and English crossed out in Wales. So a very visual sign of possible conflict over names. And next slide. Just briefly, I refer to names conflicts of a more international nature. First, international waters, and 2 examples here that will be very familiar to those of you who participate in Angegan sessions. On the left, the conflict over the body of water between Japan and the Korean Peninsula. And on the right, similarly controversial use of names for the water between Iran on the north and the Arab states on the south. Countries involved support their cases, but international usage is still divided, with no harmonious resolution in sight. And on the next slide, looking at land areas from an international perspective, I've just noted 3 here. First, Cyprus. As Andreas Hadjirastas has explained, Cyprus toponyms provide a mosaic of centuries of history and culture. But in 1974, the Turkish military invaded and occupied the north of the island. And in their efforts to erase culture and language, original standardized toponyms were replaced with unilingual Turkish names. And the second example I have is Northern Macedonia. After the breakup of Yugoslavia, this country looked to use the name Macedonia. But at the United Nations, we saw the conflict with Greece over the use of this name, with Fyrom, former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, being used until 2018. At that time, the current name, Northern Macedonia, received agreement and is now used internationally. And third example I've put up is the Falkland Islands, long a British overseas territory in conflict between the United Kingdom and Argentina. Maps produced by the two countries have different sets of names, perhaps the most controversial being using Puerto Argentino for the capital of Stanley. Back in 1965, the UN took a decision to help quell the conflict by using the double name Falkland Islands with Malvinas in brackets, the Spanish form in brackets. So from here, I hope others will look into research on geographical names as a source of conflict. There are certainly other topics and areas to include in both exonyms and endonyms. Current day or historical can be researched and elaborated. In considering names causing conflict nationally, changes may be needed, but as toponyms are an expression of culture, language, and identity, and names representing colonialism and oppression are highly emotional, changes need sensitivity, discussion, and understanding. Usually views will be expressed for and against, and whether history is being rewritten will no doubt be questioned. For names causing conflict internationally, for the names of seas, we have seen that both Angeggen and the International Hydrographic Organization have seen extensive discussion, but neither body has authority to actually make names official. In such cases, research and diplomacy must continue, but agreement may be some time away. And on the next slide, I just finish. Thank you very much for your patience. I know this is an interesting area of study, but again, we do aim for harmony, and I hope this is more what will happen rather than the conflict over names. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Ellen, for your very interesting examples around the war, a very tour around the war. Thank you.
Okay.
The third speakers are Simonetta Conti and Domenico Proietti with a communication which title is With Feet on the Ground, Toponymy as an Object and Research Tool Between Geography and Linguistics. Please.
Allora, then, first of all, a preliminary delimitation of the field and the object of research is necessary. Our contribute by Simonetta and me is devoted to toponymy in the territory, culture, and Italian language, only Italian. And is devoted to relation and interaction between linguists and geographers. Now the title. The sentence of Osvaldo Baldacci. La geografia si fa con I piedi per terra. Geography is done with feet on the ground. This sentence returns very times in the writings of the geographers. We show only two examples. Mastrelli to walk our feet on the ground, and Aversano, perhaps will be the case then to get more down with our feet on the ground. The geographer feel deeply this necessity. Our exam deal with this chronological span. 1972-2023, and the exam points in geographical studies are these two research by Giovanni Calafiore and this recent book, Place Naming, Identities and Geography, Critical Perspective in a Globalizing, Standardizing World, by Jerry Oriel as editor. The only two title means the evolution of the attention by geography. For the linguistic studies, this panorama from one of the master of linguistics, Gerard Roos, Toponomastica Italiana, 1972, and now Gianmario Raimondi, Onomastica. It's significant that the article in this work of Encyclopedia Italiana is titled Onomastica. Toponomastic is a part of this field of research. Method and pathway. The aim is not bibliographic completeness, is it possible, but the indication and description of exemplary milestones and or paths into two sides of geographical and linguistic studies. Not impossible the completeness. Geographical studies. What characterizes the geographical approach on these 15 years? Increase and ramification of the methodological choices and perspective. Various paths from multidisciplinarity, a note on the term multidisciplinarity. I don't like the term interdisciplinarity. Doesn't exist. Or pluridisciplinarity is the correct perspective. From multidisciplinary cooperation and hybridization with other disciplines, even unrelated one. The field of geographer is very deeply enlarged. Not so the linguist field. Geographical studies. It is impossible to not come from this prestigious collection of studies ideated and promoted by Osvaldo Baltacci. Glossari di termini geografici dialettali, 5 volumes, dal 78 all'84. The last one is by Simonetta Conti. The title of the series is Glossary of termini geografici dialettali. Our linguists call this locution microtoponyms. Is free from this term, is free from the collusion with the dialectal dimension. At the time of Baldacci, this definition was the only disponible. Then two reflections on this theme, one of Baldacci, the other by Simonetta Conti. National and international toponymy rules. Other part of geographic work on the toponymy. The national and international rules. Andrea Cantile, dell'IGM, l'Istituto Geografico Militare, e la ristampa anastatica dell'Atlante dei tipi geografici e la nuova edizione, the new edition of Atlante dei tipi geografici. The other studies on this tema, on this field of research, Afeltra, newly Cantile, and from the rules to the geographical indicators, the works of Laura Cassi and Paolo Marcaccini, and this collective book, Toponomastica, beni culturali e ambientali, gli indicatori geografici, Roma, Società Geografica, 1998. Toponymy as intangible cultural heritage, environmental identifying trait, and territorial identity factor. The theme of the speak by Andrea Cantile and Helen Kerfoot. There are many contributes of geographer on this field, from Anna Rosa Deli, Laura Cassi, di nuovo, eccetera, eccetera. More recent contributors and contribution, and in particular, the acts of the Symposium by Vincenzo Aversano in Salerno, Toponimi, Antroponimi, Beni Documento. The title is significant. Beni Documento, spie di identità per la lettura, la didattica e il governo del territorio. From cultural goods to the government of territory. Not only the study of the heritage, but also the future. The conclusion of relation of the contribute of Helen Kerfoot. Toponymy, di nuovo, also other contributor to this. Permanence, transformation, substitution, and oblivion of geographical names. The act of Symposium, Ungegn, Naples, 3 years ago. Laura Cassi, la banalità apparente dei toponimi turistici, a reflection on this new making of toponyms in function of touristic necessities or planning. A reflection by a linguist on the term intangible or immaterial, immaterial in French. The UNESCO means cultural, intangible culture heritage. Intangible means a reality that is possible to touch. Intangibile, nolime tangere, Latin. Immaterial, as linguist, I don't know what it means. For me, immaterial is only our good. Then, in Italian, after the UNESCO Convention signed in Paris, October 203, the language, the official language of that convention was the French. The acts of this convention were in French. The French colleagues preferred immaterial. The Italian documents resetted immaterial. The anthropologist and the folklorist, as Alberto Mario Cirese, proposed from 19th patrimonio culturale volatile o intangibile. That means precisely what we say. Patrimonio culturale inoggettuale. Well, immaterial for me is incomprehensible. Toponymy and didactics, I run time slides, and these are the most important contributor. I remember only the work of Enzo Caffarelli, Toponymy and GIS, from toponymy to place naming and land telling. We touch the new path of research in geography. Place naming, land telling. Land telling is a new word that doesn't exist in English. It's a creation of Italian scholars, my colleague also. Critical toponymy and gender geography, other pathways, other methodological approach. We see that the principle of this critical toponymy, the most recent contribution is this relation, this speaking in atti del 23° Congresso Geografico Italiano. And the is more simple, the situation of linguistic studies. We are many synthesis studies and referral tools. These contributions are from 15 to 900. I signal the work of Gerald Rawls and surtout Giovan Battista Pellegrini, toponomastica italiana. These are milestones. And il dizionario di toponomastica di Gasca Queirazza and il dizionario degli etnici e dei toponimi italiani di Tagliavini e Cappello. The fundamental research and consulting tools. This also all other contribute. Between onomastics and toponymy. The linguists are in continuity with her master, Ascoli, Rose, but the only innovative sector of the linguistic research is this resolution of the linguistic research of toponyms on the onomastics. And the onomastics is in great part nowadays a study of literary gens. L'onomastica letteraria dal 2006 al 2015, onomastica letteraria moderna, and also the two more important journals, Rion di Enzo Caffarelli e Il nome del testo, Rivista internazionale di onomastica letteraria. Almost a conclusion. Geographical studies. In the geographical studies is a multiplication of initiative, methodological approach, a multidisciplinary dimension with consequent pathways objectives. Many research paths, often crossed and or hybridized with proliferation transdisciplinarity, terms and issues. Linguistic studies. Fundamental continuity with the 19th and 17th centuries, research, method and areas, repertories, research tool, and synthesis studies up to the 18th and 19th. The most recent manuale di linguistica italiana, Lex, a chapter on toponymy. There is a chapter on Geografia Linguistica, linguistic geography, is a chapter on toponomasty. This is the situation. The linguistic studies are still acquired. Inclusion, incorporation of toponymic studies in the field of onomastic research, with the prevalence of studies on historical literature. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Domenico, for your critical and very useful point of view. Thanks. Thank you. Now I invite the Professor Cosimo Palagiano to take the floor, please. The professor will speak about the renewed attention to toponymy by Italian scholars. Please.
With the renewed attention to toponymy by Italian scholars dated back to the mid-20s, when it was organized at the Italian Geographical Society, a meeting with some eminent geographers and linguistics to verify the opportunity to establish a group of Italian scholars dealing the toponymy from the geographic point of view. And on the same occasion, the birth of the Italian Association of Toponymy was proposed, but such attempt did not yield the desired outcome. Parallelly, at the Italian Geographical Military Institute, a renewed impetus was given to the activities of the Permanent Commission for the revision of the toponymy in the map of Italy and the Romano-Hellenic division of Guggen, which resumed its periodic meetings and participation in the national session and conferences for the standardization of geographical names. In 2007, I addressed the problem of the opportunity to set up a group of scholars to deal with toponymy from a geographic point of view on the occasion of the Angegre session in Vienna. On that occasion, a valuable support came from both Helen Kerfoot, chair of Angegre, and Georg Gartner, current chair of the International Cartographic Association. The first step toward the establishment of an International Toponymy Commission led by IGU was begun at Rome when during the IGSU conference of 4-8 October 2010, Ron Abler, president of IGU, Michael Meadows of the IGU steering committee, Giuliano Bellezza, president of the Home of Geography, and myself had an informal meeting to establishing the programmatic lines of a future IGU Toponymy Commission, jointly with ICA, which is the current name of the commission. During the Regional Geographic Conference of Santiago de Chile in late November 2011, a provisional program was proposed for establishing a commission on toponymy between IGU and ICA. The official institution of IGU Commission jointly with ICA on toponymy with steering committee and the members and the program was officially approved during the International Geographic Congress of Cologne in 2012. Furthermore, the Commission has research centers all over the world, such as in Brazil and South Africa, which in turn organize very important conference and meeting with a particular specificity. The effective actors of the Commission are Peter Jordan, Paolo de Menezes, and myself, the three musketeers, as Paolo de Menezes labeled us. New ideas, perfect organization and conferences, and the seminars, the print of proceedings are a common contribution of the three of us. But I owe to Peter Jordan, thank you, the most successful initiative of more than 10 years' work. During last years, relationships with Angegn and the Romano-Hellenic division are very intense and fruitful. The joint commitment carried out in recent years has led on the result of a series of events which have drawn the attention of scholars the urgent need to revitalize studies in the field of toponymy. It is right to remember the workshop on precedence changes held in 2014 at the Accademia Nazionale dei Lincei in Rome. The first international scientific symposium held in Florence in 2015 placed the name as intangible cultural heritage. The second international scientific symposium held in Venice in 2018 on toponymy and cartography between history and geography. The third international scientific symposium held in Naples in 2021 on the permanence, transformation, substitution, and oblivion of geographical names and other events like the Geographic Names Day, organized in Florence in 2017, with a very large participation of scholars and the Italian Scientific Geography Association. The itinerants, historical cartographic exhibitions, and the conference and the lecture organized in some Italian universities. And last but not least, the courses for municipal and regional technicians involved in toponymy. In recent time, the trend of Italian studies in toponymy have reached such a level of attention that they have determined during the last few months the organization of a new conference at the Accademia Nazionale dei Lincei on the literary, polar, and extraterrestrial place names. The fourth International Scientific Symposium on Romano-Hellenic division, the birth of a research group within the Association of Italian Geographers, which is the body that brings together all Italian academic geographers. The organization of fourth International Conference on Toponymy by the Italian Center of Historical Geographical Studies and University of Salerno, scheduled for next December. Università of Trento, Elena Daipra, il patrimonio toponomastico come bene culturale da tutelare, toponymic heritage as a cultural asset to be protected. Università di Salerno, International Conference on Toponyms, Perceptions and Territorial Representation, Critical Readings, Methodologies, and New Perspectives between Research and Teaching, Salerno. Giornate di studi di toponomastica, il mutamento microdiacronico, lingua, cultura, società, the microdiachronic change, language, culture, society, Losanna. All these activities and events demonstrate the increased attention of Italian institutions and scholars towards the topic and toponymy and give rise to hope for new progress in this field. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for your very commendable work of as a chair of the steering committee IGU. So, last but not least, to present his own research work is Giuseppe Muti regarding In the Name of Peace, Toponymy, Conflict, Peacemaking and Peace-Building Processes. Giuseppe had an unexpected complication and could not be with us today, but he sent his report, which we are going to read. Arturo Gallia will read on Giuseppe's behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Andrea, for the occasion. And I speak in place of Giuseppe Muti. This contribution is conceived within the dual framework of this symposium and the annual conference of the Association of Italian Geographers. The Geography Conference is dedicated to the theme of peace, and during the proceedings of new AGEI research group on toponymy will be officially presented, which will discuss the topic with the other research groups. On the other hand, the pursuit and maintenance of peace are statutory objectives of the United Nations and find their place in the 21-29 strategic plan of UNGEGEN, whose work aims to promote peaceful and inclusive societies in the direction of sustainability. The idea was thus to propose a reflection on the relationships between peace in its various forms, toponymy, and the space naming processes. The work is divided into 3 points. It identifies the ways in which place names and the process of renaming space can influence the construction and the maintenance of peace. Secondly, the international bibliography is interrogated in the light of the different declination of the concept of peace and the different geographical scales. Finally, some consideration on the topic formulated. Toponyms and processes of naming and renaming spaces, as we know, are produce, place, structure, territory, not only symbolically, favoring both circulation and control, and contribute significantly to the definition of the identities of collective actors who nurture interests of different nature, social, political, economic, with regard to those places and territories. Whether formal, where they are established by an authority that often ratifies them through models of representation and demarcation of space, or informal, where they are generated spontaneously through the everyday practice of the inhabitants, place names and processes of naming space are social facts, because space does not have predetermined names, and they are political facts, because they imply relations of power, cooperative or conflictual, and take place at and between different scales of political action. It is precisely their social and political nature, together with their relevant role played in the processes of topogenesis, territorialization, and the construction of collective identities, that enshrines the importance of place names and the power to attribute, maintain, or change them in peace building and peacekeeping processes, and the search of shared solution to socio-spatial conflicts at different scales, from urban to regional to international. In contested spaces, in places marked by opposing or contested identities in territories characterized by conflicting and unbalanced relations, toponymy and naming policies act both at level of form, which in the political perspective of state institution is also substance, and at the level of content. With regard to form, the language or languages is which the toponym is legally formulated and publicly shared proves to be fundamental. In a plurality of border spaces with multiple identities and a more or less recent past in conflict, or multilingual toponymy can be a strategy of reconciliation or progressive settlement of disputes. Similarly, the redenomination of toponyms imposed in alien languages, such as colonial ones, with local denomination in indigenous languages, is a strategy of rebalancing symbolic power over the territory and public spaces. For example, renaming city in India. In terms of content, however, the ability of place names and of odonyms in particular to influence pacification processes or conversely to exacerbate conflicts may be less obvious than the linguistic factor, but more radical. As Azariau explains, when used in a commemorative capacity, odonyms inscribe an official version of history in urban space, inserting it into all social communication involving everyday practices, decoupled in appearance from the symbolism of power. Like banknotes and postage stamps, odonymy belongs to low-voltage communication networks, capable of introducing political messages into ordinary context of human experience. On the one hand, the version of history introduced in social communication tends to be experienced as ordinary because street names are geographical elements taken for granted and their meaning is often overlooked. On the other hand, naming is integrated into special narratives of the city that include stations, buildings, business, to the point of sometimes becoming a metaphor for the social environments and cultural phenomena that characterize those places. In terms of both form and content, therefore, naming places and streets is an expression of power, implying not only symbolic control of the territory expressed through the imposition of a certain language and memory. Thus, place names can be closely connected with peace building and peacekeeping processes and with the search for shared solution to socio-spatial conflict. No. It's necessary to deepen the relationship between peace and toponymy in the light, first of all, of the different declinations of the concept of peace as identified in Galtung's classic reading key. Second, of the scholar perspective that geography is able to highlight better than any other form of knowledge. The famous sociolinguist of peace identifies a negative peace that implies relations based on absence of violence and a positive peace based on relations of empathy, equality, and cooperation. He also recognized belogenic factors that foster asymmetrical and conflictual relationship, such as unreconciled traumas and unresolved disputes. Paxogenic factors that bring about empathic and cooperative relationship, such as the ability to resolve disputes and smooth out contradiction. Finally, it distinguishes direct violence, for example, violence acted out through the use of force or threat, and structural violence, which structure social relations on the basis of the archetypes of inequalities, and cultural violence, defined as the social legitimization of direct and structural violence. Conflicts have a physiological character in human society, but Galton explains, if channeled and managed, they can become the driving force for social relations because they stimulate the search for creative, effective, and shared solution. In the conclusion, we will argue that inclusive toponymy can be a form of creative solution to certain socio-spatial conflicts. The scalar perspective of geography, on the other hand, is indispensable to break out the territorial gap of the nation-state as the sole reference in the analysis of power and to reason in multiscalar and transcalar terms. This makes it possible to recognize socio-political conflict at local scale, regional scale, and global scale. In this sense, a recent collection by O'Reilly is interesting, in which the relationship between peace, toponymy, and naming processes is proposed as a cross-cutting topic between traditional toponymic analysis and more recent critical approaches. In the conclusion, we will argue that this topic could be a fruitful subject for intergenerational and interdisciplinary dialogue and discussion. Combining the two perspectives, almost done, it is possible to reread the catalog of several scientific articles published in recent decades that study the place names and the politics of renaming in context of conflict and violence, as well as in context of negative peace. Let us give a few examples by limiting ourselves to some publication from the last 2 or 3 years. In the context of what could be interpreted as a negative peace mitigated by various paxogenic factors, the study by Jordan and other authors addresses the politics of identity and landscape in 2 multilingual areas, the Chesny region in the Czech Republic and South Carinthia in Austria, which have experienced a series of conflicts over toponymy and bilingualism in recent decades. The concept of direct structural and cultural violence are useful in rereading Bigon and Benarrou's research on place names and street names in Africa. The work emphasizes the importance of spontaneous naming processes and the reception as paxogenic factor or erasure as phylogenic factor of informal place names that are widespread in everyday practices. The special issue of the Semester of Studies and Research in Geography, edited by myself, Giuseppe Muti and Valeria Pecorelli, offers a variety of useful case studies to illustrate the different declination of the concept of peace and violence, direct, structural, and cultural, at different geographical scales. In the less usual scalar perspective of local association and movements for political and civil rights, instead, the following are analyzed: the spontaneous naming of favela in Rio de Janeiro, with the respect to the dynamics of urban violence, the naming of Antimafia Memory Street in Italy as a practice of civic resistance, and so on. The aforementioned work by O'Reilly also moves in this direction, which takes into consideration the spatial designation of minority languages, cases of controversial naming between different regions or countries, and above all, place names that commemorate tragic or human events and contribute to spatial consolidation of certain memories. Just some conclusion and 1 minute to finish my speeching. Aspect of a social and political nature fundamental in the processes of territorialization and identity construction. Place names and the naming processes play an important role in peace building and peacekeeping processes. shared toponyms and inclusive naming processes which take into account power imbalances and different social demands and spatial emotion can establish themselves as a creative strategy for settling disputes between different actors at different geographical scale. The inclusive toponymy as a democratic practice and a factor in the compensation of power imbalances can certainly prove to be a pathogenic factor. Fundamental scientific reflection are needed in this regard. For the same reason, however, toponymy can constitute a form of structural violence and cultural violence which concretely risks sustaining conflicts through the unshared and uncompensated imposition of certain languages or certain violent, traumatic, or anti-democratic memories. From the specific perspective of geographical studies, deterministic approaches to space, place, and territory risk shoring up predetermined positions with respect to the recognition of social and political identities. In this way, not only potential conflict increase, but also the depoliticization of disputes and the empowerment with respect to social and political imbalances, materializing forms of structural and cultural violence. The relationships between toponymy and peace, the relationships between place names, conflicts and peace building and peacekeeping processes, as well as the topic of inclusive toponymy are urgent topics that have the intergenerational and interdisciplinary characteristic to fuel new toponymic studies and debates. Thank you.
Thank you, Arturo. At this time, I thank all the speakers for the so interesting presentation that they have shared with us. And now, following the program, we started the discussion. We continue with the discussion. We have about 20 useful minutes for the discussion. I open the debate. Please, is there any question by the audience here with present? Please, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you for the last speaker, because I think it's important to tell, as he suggested, that toponyms are more hostages or pretext for conflicts than they create conflicts. And it's important to tell that if there is not a previous conflict, there is no problem at all with the toponyms. So I think it's important in all the examples we have seen to tell that they don't create conflicts.
Sorry. Thank you for your consideration. And please, Peter, your turn, please. Come here.
Thank you, Elena. Yes, I would like to underline what Bea just said. Not the toponyms are the reasons for conflicts, but there's always an underlying deeper conflict. The toponymic conflict is always just the symbolic surface of a deeper societal conflict, so to say. And referring to the earlier presentations, especially by Cosimo Palaciano and by Domenico Borroetti on Italy, as an Austrian, as somebody from a country, of a neighboring country, who is of course observing very closely what happens in Italy, I'm really amazed by the huge activity in toponymastics, which is carried out in Italy, and especially which is done by geographers. I would like to draw your attention also to microtoponymic studies, so field name studies, for instance. So there are at least 3 field name studies going on right now or just concluded in Italy. It's one on the Alto Adige, South Tyrol, one in the Gran Sasso area, and one in the Comelico. And these are very interesting studies. And field names are very much telling about the environment. They are very indicative of environment. And they are also telling very much about the name-giving societies, the name givers. So how they perceived their environment. So these are very important studies too. I just would have liked to mention them. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Is there any question? While we are waiting for other questions from the audience, I have a question, maybe more a curiosity for Domenico. Domenico, I am a historical geographer who is used to yes, I used the field and documentary evidence. I use to working with sources, and I ask you synchrony and diachrony in toponymic research, namely how these 2 methodological approaches coexist. Please, microphone.
2 references on this question. One is Ferdinand de Saussure that systematized the distinction with diachrony and synchrony. But he made an example, the chess play. If you look at one moment on a chess play, you see the single pieces in the play in one position. It is the synchrony. But what do you see when you look at this moment of display? How the players went in this position, what the developments of the synchrony is a particular case of the diachrony. And let me remember a sentence of a promising Tuscan artist, a certain Leonardo da Vinci. L'acqua che tocchi dei fiumi è l'ultima di quella che andò e la prima di quella che venne. Punto. Così il tempo presente. The water you touch of the river is the last that went and the first one that goes. So does the present time. Synchrony and diachrony are indissoluble friend. And this occasion to speak make me possible to refer to Professor Peter Jordan. I have studied the Placiti Campani, the first documents of Italian language. They are the question on judge the property of grounds. I have the curiosity to understand the process. What are the substantial territory that were disputed? Simonetta that me a gross end, and I am not a geographer. I'm a linguist. It was not difficult to me to reconstruct the extension of the territories in the 11th century that are living in the table of the AGM, the tavolette del. And this, and I stop, make me to add another reflection. La longue durée is a conquest of geography, historical, and linguist, Marc Bloch, Henri Lefebvre. The longue durée is a dimension that colleague the two dimensions of synchrony and diachrony.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you. Thank you. Other questions? No. I have a question also for the Professor Cosimo Palagiano. Please. Thank you. I ask you, what is the relationship between the Commission's work carried out up to now and toponymy studies in Italy, based on your experience, of course? Please.
Yes, thank you. Italian studies on toponymy were a little scattered, but without a common line of research. After the establishment of the Commission, Italian geographers had dedicated much time to the toponymy, and the Italian geographers who write on toponymy are very numerous now.
Thank you. Thank you. How? By way of conclusion, I should like to express my thanks for the inspiring discussion, debate, and allow me some final thoughts. I tried to extrapolate some of the numerous keywords that emerged from the contents of the reports: standardization, landscape, intangible heritage, conflict, peacemaking processes, synchrony and diachrony, relationship between toponymy and peace, and so. In short, many ideas, I think for reflection emerge from these keywords. As you have seen, the panel proposed a series of research orientations aimed at highlighting the intrinsic value of toponymy and its epistemological potential as a science of territory. It thus aims to bring out the multiple meanings and aspects of place names, such as cultural, historical, symbolic, ideological, manifestation, and valorize the notative and connotative aspects of toponyms, such as geographical indicators of the integral sense of places, containers of shared knowledge, documents of territorial synthesis, and witnesses of the identity meanings of landscapes, today recognized by the European Landscape Convention and by the systemic and ethical logic of the 2030 Agenda. On this regard, I'd like to recall the introduction of Professor Cantile, who dwelt at length on the ethical value of place names. I believe that this topic could lead to future fruitful heuristic development for many of us. Place names already considered real, resilient deposit of history are the first manifestation of the anthropic appropriation of space and constitutive elements of the territorialization process. They represent cultural heritage to be preserved, but also shared resources, configuration of the collective imagination, emotions, and lived experiences. From the perspective, the performative nature of linguistic communication, they become intermediaries for humanistic and socio-territorial values, as well as tools for the application of the concepts of sustainability and active citizenship. For this reason, the ethical implications are fundamental, and it's necessary to develop a toponymic ethical code that imply respect for people's cultures, as Andrea Cantile has just reminded us. And the work being done by the United Nations group of experts is extremely commendable. Thank you all for listening. I would like to ask you for one more second so that I can thank the organizer, Italian Geographical Society and IGMI, of the captivating symposium, and especially Andrea Cantile, who is, I think, the real deus ex machina of this scientific event. Now, I think the souvenir photo awaits us. Please. Please.
That's all. Please.
I stay. Goodbye, Ellen. No. Ellen, stay here with us.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Andreas, come here, please.
Davanti a me.
Facciamo una fila di sedie davanti, quindi siamo seduti.
Yes. It's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Come here. Andrea.
It's gone. Sì, si vede. Vabbè, diciamo forza, forza.
Pallone.
Vai. Vai. Perché non vieni?
Come here.
Come here.
Come here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Of course. Grazie. Come here, please.
Sì, un attimo. Un momento.
Dai, quel caso.
Aspetta, ti metto una sedia e tu.
Vai.
Helen, goodbye.
Thank you to everybody.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Thank you so much.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, Ellen.
Bye.
See you later. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, but not early.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. If you could take your seats now, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. While you're settling in, I'll just introduce myself briefly. I am Catherine Cheetham from the United Kingdom. I work for the Permanent Committee on Geographical Names for British official use. It's a very long title. And I've worked with the Ungagan community for a long time now. So it's great to be here to share the time with you all, experts in Italian toponymy, and of course, my friends and colleagues from the Ungagan group of experts. So I would like to start by thanking very much, particularly to Andrea Cantile. It seems a long time ago now that we were in New York together, and he mentioned that he would be preparing this session. And I thought at the time, that sounds very nice. I wonder if I could come along, and here we are. So I'm glad to see you all today. I think I'm probably one of the only participants that doesn't actually come from a country of the Romano-Hellenic division. So I feel a bit of an imposter, let's say. And I'm also very conscious that I'm, if not the only, then certainly there are very few native speakers of English. So I'm very sorry to impose my language on all of you, but I'm very grateful to you all for using English for this session. So thank you, Andrea, for inviting me to chair this session. We have 10 papers to look at this morning. That's a lot of papers. And I am going to be, I mentioned to Pierre this morning, I think I will be like a primary school teacher. I will try to be very disciplined in the time available because we really are going to need to keep moving through the papers. So I will, please don't be offended if you're speaking and I give you a little nudge and say, we really need to wrap this up now. So 10 papers. The plan, I think, if you are agreeable to it, is that we listen to each of the papers, and then I would very much like to invite one or perhaps two questions after each paper. The reason that I have suggested formulating the session like that is that the papers you will see are extremely diverse. There's no obvious thematic crutch that brings them all together. So I think it will make a lot of sense to address each one individually. And then hopefully, if we have a little bit of time at the end of the morning session before our lunch break, we can have an open discussion. But with so much to listen to, with 10 intense papers covering a lot of ground, I think it will probably be too much to leave all the questions for the end of that session. So that's my proposal, to invite each of the speakers to share with us their presentation and have one or two questions afterwards. So I, in the spirit of being disciplined, I will get moving. May I first of all invite the speakers on the new Italian National Toponymic Database, and I think it's Gabriele Ciacci who will be speaking on this subject, to join me up here and present his paper on the first version of the new Italian National Toponymic Database. Thank you.
Better. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Gabriele Ciacci, and I have the honor of briefly illustrating the work that Italian Geographical Military Institute is carrying out in the integration and conformity of the National Toponymy Database. At the first, I would like to thank the President of Commission for Italian Official Toponymic, Professor Andrea Cantile, and the officials, Drs. Claudio Rocchini next to me, and Lino Di Rienzo, that is our beautiful photo reporter today. The paper will illustrate the characteristics and the contents of the new Italian National Toponymic Database, called INTDB 1.0, in its first provisional version. Italian Geographical Military Institute published data and web services of this database on Inspire as high-value data. Next. The primary source for the achievement of the INTDB was the IGMI's DB Topo 25K, which was created by digitizing, geolocalizing, and classifying toponyms from IGM Series 25 official map of Italy. Next. The second step of the DB Topo 25K was the standardization of toponyms collected through spelling corrections, replacing abbreviations, acronyms, and initials with their full names, inserting diacritical marks, logical congruence checks, reporting anomalies, and at the end, elimination of spurious text. The DB Topo 25K had an increase in numbers, with the first project started in 2017 in cooperation with the region of Veneto. This project included direct interaction within local and national authorities, regional authorities, in this case Veneto, as proxy, and a two-way interaction with the necessary technological infrastructure. Next. The subsequent realization of the INTDB, to be considered an update of the DB Topo 25K, took place through a collection of open data from public bodies databases, selection to data integration, and metadata retrieval. In addition to IGMI, some main data sources are mentioned, such as regions, DBTR, Institute for Protection and Environmental Research, ISPRA, National Institute for Statistics, ISTAT, Geographics, HER, public bodies, PA, and so on. INTDB was normalized by data cleaning operation using SQL and Python scripting to obtain remove duplicate data, geocoding, removal of unnecessary values, standardize data entry and formatting, validate and correct values against a known list of entities. Furthermore, INTDB is based on the concept of the unique toponymic representation. Indeed, the toponymy relating to the same spatial object is represented only once in the geodatabase with its own unique identifier. One of the data cleaning operation is geocoding. Geocoding consists of extracting geographical coordinates from non-spatial information, such as a table of addresses, as you can see in this slide, of a certain item. For example, a list of schools used by Ministry of Education, for example. Next. The integration of toponymies that took place resulted in enrichment of the IGMI toponymy database from about 718,000 in DB Topo 25K to about 906,000 in INTDB. The structure of the INTDB follows the ISPARE schema, provides a two-dimensional polygonal geometry representation, and a geodetic reference system LDN 2008 Italy zone. Regarding the type of data use license, the INTDB is released under a Creative Commons CC 4.0 license of the type BY, in which credit must be given to the creator. INTDB can be considered a database with multi-scale content from approximately 1 to 10,000 to 1 to 1 million. The European Directive 2019, 1024, the so-called Open Data Directive, introduced the known as high-value type of data. In implementation of Regulation 2023 and the guidelines containing technical rules for the openness of data and the reuse of public sector information, the Italian Agency for Digitalization, AGID, published the operational guide on high-value datasets. In connection with the operational guide, the Italian Geographical Military Institute, has been identified as responsible for geospatial dataset concerning geographical names. Since geographical names fall within the scope of the SPY directive, they must follow the provision of the relevant implementing regulation on the quality and characteristics of the service through which the data are to be published. In order to comply with the regulation, Italian Geographical Military Institute has therefore created the following web services. One, a web map tile service, WMTS, for displaying geographical names by means of georeferenced tile maps. A web feature service, WFS, for consulting and downloading data on the geographical name of Italy. Third, at the end, a GeoPackage file format to download the data. This abacus shows a sum of the geographical names for the theme in Inspire is called attribute type, and the primary source in Inspire attribute source. As can be seen, IGMI is the main source of place names for building, hydrography, and populate place. The latter are also derived in large quantity from Italian Institute for Statistics, ISTAT, which is the only source, for example, for administrative units. Regional datasets, DBTR, enrich the database mainly for the transport network, landform, and other categories not included in Inspire classification. This slide shows the application schema of geographical names to which the INTDB refers. In order to make the data truly usable, as also proposed by other entities, it has been simplified into a plain structure, but one that contains exactly all the information provided in the original Inspire schema, except for those that are not applicable. Next steps include the implementation of the database with minority place names and the pronunciation of toponyms. Trying to comply with the important time versioning information provided in Inspire, INTDB has enhanced the attributes expressing the beginning of the life cycle of the toponym. In the future, we hope to be able to implement each single record of the database with historical data in order to report the toponymic transformation recorded over time, of which there is documentary certainty. A note for these two attributes. The begin lifespan version attribute specify the date a place name was inserted or modified in a spatial dataset. In this case, in this example, the begin attribute specified the year of the IGMI map at scale 1/25,000 was produced. Then the lifespan version attribute specified the date a place name was amended, replaced, or deleted. In this case, the end attribute specified the year of the first version of the source regional database, from which the place names derives. So in the example, in this slide, among the toponyms highlighted, only Piazza d'Armi will have the attribute and lifespan version filled with the value of the year it was first deleted in the regional geodatabase. Next. The geodatabase of toponyms can be easily queried, either from the GeoPackage delivery format or from the published web service, the web feature service WMFS. The slides show examples of the nationwide web feature service that, after performing a text search, position itself on the toponym searched for. Queries can be semantic based on the value of the name attribute, as shown in this example. On this and the next slide, where toponyms and their extension were identified for Villa Celimontana in this the previous slide, and the Tevere River in the second slide. As you can see, the Tevere River is represented only once with its own unique identifier. Very useful are the spatial queries based on the mutual relationship of the toponymy geometries with which place names are represented. In this example, a search for the place name Monte San Pietro returns 15, as you can see from the little square, 15 objects within the INTDB. To refine the search and find the right toponym, a spatial query was used that selected Monte San Pietro close, within 50 kilometers, to the toponym Lago di Bolsena. In conclusion, INTDB is the first version of the IGMI toponym database based on the SPY directive, and it is subject to continuous additions, normalizations, and change to the structure for continuous updating by incorporating suggestions and needs of local authorities. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I apologize for my English pronunciation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gabriele. Your English pronunciation is very nice. Thank you. This is a really fabulous detailed account of the structure and the content of this new database. And I think it's very positive, bringing together multiple data sets. And I'd like to invite one or two questions from the floor, if I may. Yes, please. Well, there's a microphone coming your way, I think.
I would like to know if there are roads in this database which you put into this database, and also which is the criteria that you define the district, the area, the ambito. For example, you make Lago di Bolsena, but you speak also of a valley, of mountains, to define the relation between places.
Okay, I would like to answer this question, Claudio Rocchini, that is prepared the database.
Anyway, there are some different methods to produce the position. Some method is very strange. For example, little mountains derive from the position of the toponym in the old maps, which this method is not so correct. Another method is real feature position in the space, like river, lake, etc. Another problem is the area, general area, so Chianti. Where is the Chianti? The position derived from the mean or the definition.
But I think it's the right way to do it, because of course the country is made of, but mostly I think it's important the valley, because it's the first perception, vision that people have of an area, and sometimes it's the okay.
Indeed, we choose to use a polygonal geometry to representation toponyms because it's easier to have a better representation of these large areas instead of point geometry.
Thank you. And there was another question from Peter Jordan. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's an impressive database, really. Does it include also minority names? And does it include Italian exonyms, perhaps, or exonyms in other languages for Italian places?
As you told before, we are work in progress. So at the moment, we are harmonizing our data to inspire structure, and we try to fill it the most attributes that inspire required. Esonymy and endonymy probably is the next step to finish this database. Anyway, the structure.
For example, a singular object, which is the namespace, may contains multiple geographical names. In the multiple geographical names, they are the attribute we specify endonymy.
So the structure is already ready to be filled.
It will be filled.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify that was the question that I was really hoping to ask as well, was about the minority names. Are there minority names also included in the database?
Yes, we are including also minority names, and just a big quantity of minority names, place name is inside the INTDB.
Fantastic. Thank you. I can see that Brahim has a question. I hope it's a very, very quick one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for communication, and excuse me for my English. English is not very good. I want to know, in your example for writing Arabic names, Kirkit, I think. I want to know what the romanization system you use to write Arabic names. Thank you.
Also, in this case, I would like to answer Claudio, because this is a picture that is an example that would like to explain to you what we are doing about the lifespan and versioning of the cycle of the toponym. So in this case, we would like to give an example how some names change during the history, and some name overlap also with the same pronunciation or geographical name in more periods of the history.
Obviously, the actual technology, for example, the code for the character, which is UTF-8, may implement all the character in the world, Greeks and the Greeks, Arab,
UTF-8,
Russian.
codific of characters, yes.
Thank you very much. In that specific example, it's nice to see that the Ungagan romanization system for Arabic is unambiguous in that particular romanization of that name. So I'm sure there are many other questions, but I'm going to invite the second speaker to come up and join us while we again thank our presenters for their first paper. Thank you. So now we move along to another data set on house numbers and street names national registry. And I believe the speaker, there will be two speakers. There are three authors of this paper, Paolo Benetton and Giampiero Zaffi Borghetti. Over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Paolo Benetton of Revenue Agency, and this presentation is made together with Francesco Di Pede of ISTAT and Giampiero Zaffi Borghetti of IFEL ANCI. Now we speak about the National Register of Urban Street House Number, ANCSU. On the 21st of June 2010, the Revenue Agency and ISTAT signed an agreement for the establishment of a national register of house number and street names, ANSC, with the aim of meeting the need strongly felt by public administration and corporation to have a single national register that contains certified information on street name and house number to be used as a reference in all processes where the address element is involved. Within the framework of the cooperation, ISTAT provides the legislative regulatory authority, while the agency ensures the availability of an information technology platform already used by Italian municipalities to access cadastral data. The initial establishment of the ANSC was carried out using the toponyms contained in the address of housing unit in the cadastral database, integrated with external sources available on the market. The activities were carried out in compliance with the Civil Registry Regulation DPR 223/1989, which provides that the municipality, following ISTAT instruction, assign a name to each street and the house number to each door and the other access point from the circulation area within building of any kind. In particular, in preparation for general population census, the municipalities must update street name and house number in order to reflect the actual situation. The municipalities have a central role, as they are the only entities that can integrate, correct, and certify the street name and a house number contained in the archive, and keep this information updated. The reference figure in municipalities are the toponymy manager, who is responsible for administrative oversight of all data entered into ANXU, ensuring its accuracy and completeness. The municipality freely decides, based on its internal organization, who to assign this role to. The toponymy officer, who is the person who actually enters the data into the system, following the extraction of the toponymy manager. The revenue agency, through the technological partner SOGEI, manages the ANXU information technology infrastructure, develops the ANXU website, and the service providing the technical specification. It constantly monitors all phases related to the establishment and updating of the ANXU, urging non-compliant municipalities and providing the necessary informational and training support with particular reference to the application to be used. This slide summarizes the role of the three entities involved in the establishment of the ANXU. We have already seen the role of the municipalities and the revenue agency. ISTAT defined the rule for standardizing addresses, verify the compliance of the data entered in the ANXU by municipalities with the technical instruction, notify any discrepancies to the municipalities, and is responsible for the preparation and updating of the generic urban designation, DUG, and official designation, DUF, dictionaries. 1 year after the start of the activities, the certification of almost all of the road, 19.6%, was acquired on ANSC. The municipalities involved in the activity of the certification, even those that are less technologically advanced, now have their own computerized and certified register of street name. Once the census was complete, ISTAT carried out the analysis and the intersection of toponymic data, house number and street name, contained in the following archives provided by municipalities or used during the 15th census in order to detect any misalignment and ask the municipalities to integrate and validate the data provided on the portale per i comuni, updating them with the factual situation at the validation date. First, ANSC, National Register of House Number and Street Name. 2. RNC, On-Site Verification and Survey of House Number, only for 509 largest municipalities. 3. SGR, Addresses of Individual and Families of the Census. 4. EDI, Addresses of Building of the Census. The figure shows this process of analysis and linkage of the data contained in the 4 archives just we have discussed. All the addresses contained in RNC, SGR, and EDI were compared with those in ANSC, and the discrepancies found were submitted to the municipalities for further processing. With the Decree Law of October 18, 2012, number 129, the legislator recognized the significant work carried out by ISTAT, the Revenue Agency, and the municipalities by providing for the formal establishment of this archive. During the enactment of the law, the name of ANSC was changed to ANXU. The same law provided for the establishment of another central database called ANPR, managed by Ministry of Interior and updated by municipalities, which contains the residential addresses of all Italian citizens, whether residing in Italy or abroad. As we have already seen, the purpose of ANXU is to create a central reference database for municipal street name and house numbers, written in standardized format to ensure the unequivocal identification of addresses to be made available to public administration and the entire country. It can also be considered as a dictionary of addresses, because as just like a dictionary, it contains all existing elements, indicate the correct way to represent them, and is continuously updated over time. Since its activation, the ANXU has served as national reference for street name and house numbers, and the municipality uses exclusively the data contained in the ANXU within its area of responsibility. Therefore, the addresses contained in the ANPR must necessarily refer exclusively to addresses in the ANXU. The DPCM delegates the definition of a technical specification and the access modalities to interdepartmental provision by ISTAT and the Revenue Agency, in consultation with ANSI and Data Protection Authority. The ANXU service must comply with technical specification, and any change necessarily require a new version of specification. The implementing regulation EU 2023-138 recently introduced the concept of high-value dataset, so defined because their reuse is associated with significant benefits for society, the environment and economy. The change in regulator framework is made necessary to update the technical specification.
The data structure of ANXU consists of 3 archives and is fully compliant with the provisions of the Civil Registry Regulation. The Street Names Registry is the first archive, is the archive containing the complete list of street names, odonyms. Pursuant to Civil Registry Regulation, each traffic area must have its own distinct name, indicated plaques made of durable material. The main data of the street directory are as follows: generic urban designation. In Italian, the acronym is DUG. For example, via, viale, vicolo, corso, and so on. Official designation in Italian is DUF, the acronym, assigned by the municipality to the traffic area, for example, Giuseppe Garibaldi. The second archive is the house number registry. It contains the numbers that the municipality assigned to the doors and other access points that lead from the traffic area into buildings of any kind. The elements that identify a house number are the civic number, exponent, and specificity. As an alternative to traditional house numbering, the municipality may use the metric system. In this case, the house number represents the distance in meters from the access point to the origin point of the traffic area. The third archive is the internal access archive. It contains information related to internal access points, meaning those that lead from private spaces or stairways directly to simple topographic units, such as home, businesses, offices, and similar. Once construction is completed, and in any case before the building can be occupied, the owner must submit a specific application to the municipality to obtain both the assignment of the house number and the occupancy permit for residential buildings, or the certificate of occupancy for buildings intended for other uses. When defining street names, house numbers, and the internal numbers, the municipality must comply with the technical and standardization rules established by ISTAT. Each element of the street directory, street name, address directory, house number, and internal archive, internal number, is identified by a national progressive code, which is a non-speaker numerical code automatically and progressively assigned by the system to each element the first time it is introduced into ANXU. The National Progressive Code follows the element throughout its life cycle, including when it is deleted, in which case it will be used for the historical search of the element. Under the guidance of ISTAT, to assist municipality in complying with standardization rules and technical regulation, support services have been implemented within the ANXU infrastructure. So the platform offers services. The DUC can be selected from the official national list, which includes all DUCs that can be used. If the municipality does not find the DUC it intends to use in the list, it can request ISTAT to evaluate its inclusion in the dictionaries. In the DUF dictionary, we have the following semantic categories: individual characters, Viale Giuseppe Garibaldi, for example; collective characters, Piazzale degli Etruschi; fauna, flora, landscape, example, Via dei Gelsi, Viale dei Parchi; human constructions, for example, Vicolo della Chiesa; place names, dates, events, roads, and other entities, and so on. DUFs that cannot be assigned a category due to ambiguity are categorized as undefined or not found. If we analyze the number of DUFs present in the various semantic categories, we can see that a little more than a third, so more than 30%, are included in the single characters category, and almost as many in the place name categories. Meanwhile, all the other categories combined do not exceed 28%. So probably it's good to stop here. I want to thank you everyone who is present here. I work in ANCI, which is the National Association of Italian Municipalities, and a special thank to Professor Cantile who permitted us to be here. So thank you.
Thank you very much to you both for giving us a very detailed account of this impressive archive. I can only imagine the update that such a body of data requires. I'm just going to invite one question, if Andreas, if you would like to share that with us.
Congratulations. This is very impressive. I mean, this database is amazing, and I know it's a very complicated task to complete. I have experienced this in the past. My question is based on your first slides, a couple of slides, mentioning that you base your first information coming from cadastral databases and external sources. So which are these external sources? And of course, cadastral database contains names or addresses from different dates, which may be not valid today. So what kind of problems do you face when you see such differences? And who is responsible finally? And I understand from what I understood is the municipalities who finally decide what's the actual name. But mentioning that you have more than 7,000 municipalities in Italy, and each one has a different size and experience in geography, it's not an easy task to maintain. So I would like to hear your comments. Thank you.
Okay. So the ANCSU is made by Agenzia delle Entrate and Istat. We have Francesco Di Pede, who represents Istat, is over there. But specifically, the cadastral data are managed by Agenzia delle Entrate. So the answer for that question will be given by Paolo Benetton.
Allora, the address of cadastral database were processed before utilized in INSC and in ANCSU with a particular service that verify any names with external archive of poste of year that is a society specialized in creation of map for navigation, and only if the street name were revenue in our database was considered as good and was proposed to municipality for validation. This was the start of the activity. While on the house number, we have not give to municipality a list of a number, and the municipality have to say which number are existing for each street. The
ANCSU is a very complex platform because it involves the data of more than almost 8,000 municipalities that are very different one another. So the real problem of ANCSU has been the consultation between Istat, Agenzia delle Entrate, Revenue Agency, and ANCI to make understand municipalities that they have to certify data, to put data into ANCSU, and to maintain data. But this is what is happening. So all municipalities are really involved in this project, and the project is now reality because it's online and everyone can consult it. Many things have to be done. We have to improve it. The quality of the data is probably not perfect now, but we are trying to improve it as we can do. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks again to Gianpiero and Paolo. And please join me in thanking them again while our third speaker comes up to the platform. Thank you. So our third paper has the very intriguing title, The Politics of Naming Between Aesthetics of Power and Identity Construction, the case study of the Quartiere Africano of Rome. And there are two authors here, and I understand that Camilla Giantommaso is going to be presenting for us. Over to you, Camilla. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks to Professor Cantile and to the entire scientific committee that included us on this panel today. My colleague Bruno Di Stefano and I are here to present a case study we began analyzing a few months ago during a decolonial historical work. The district in question is Rome's Quartiere Africano, part of the city's second municipality, established in the early 20th century. This district still shows strong colonial and fascist influences, particularly in its street names. Our contribution today aims to examine these controversial, difficult, and negative legacies, asking the question, what should we do with them? Erase them, renew them, or change them? We pose this question to local residents as a part of an ongoing ethnographic study, and their curious responses provide some initial insights into how these legacies are perceived. Before analyzing the district's toponymy, it is important to consider the significance Mussolini placed on street naming during the fascist era. Street names are not random, but part of a deliberate construction of memory, often imposed by the ruling faction and passively accepted by the public. Place names, especially commemorative ones, embed an official version of history into urban space, acting as agent of history or places of memory, as defined by historians Nicola Gallerano and Pierre Nora. They serve to shape collective memory and reinforce a narrative of national greatness. Additionally, as Claude Raffestein and Angelo Turco pointed out, place names play a key role in the symbolic control of territory. Naming places is an intellectual appropriation of space, functioning as a cultural archive that reflects a society's history, character, and ambitions. In Italy, street naming gained momentum after national unification in 1861, with streets and squares dedicated to events, places, and heroes of the Risorgimento. However, the fascist regime particularly exploited toponymy for nationalistic purposes, celebrating martyrs and glorifying Mussolini's rise to power and the empire's establishment. As historian Emilio Gentile noted, fascism was seen as a civil religion, used monumental art, architecture, and toponymy for propaganda and education, helping individuals identify as a national community. Examples include monuments to the unknown soldier and the construction of squares, schools, train stations, cart houses, streets, cities even, and Casa del Fascio, all sacred spaces meant to instill fascist ideology in the population. The fascist regime, like other totalitarian regimes, was obsessed with time, with the idea of permanence, reflected in its mythical approach to construction. Urban and architecture designs followed an aesthetic of power, aimed at eternalizing the fascist symbol and creating a new lifestyle to impose order or modernity's chaos, offering the masses a great spectacle of fascism greatness. The construction of fascist public space can be summarized by three key principles. First, the celebration of the regime, both in meaning and form. Urban planning and monuments showcase a triumphant style, drawing on mythological narratives of ancient Rome, ongoing imperialist conquest, and a vibrant depiction of public buildings. Second, removal of working class from city centers. This was a genuine displacement, entire streets were demolished, and residents relocated to suburban areas, creating a form of gentrification before the term even existed. Third, the creation of celebrity toponymy and fascist memorials. The regime's goal to influence public consciousness from below used street naming and monuments as tools to educate the public through narratives of accessible heroisms. As part of Mussolini's increasingly centralized cultural and linguistic policy, he also sought to regulate street naming. A key measure was the 1927 decree, allowing streets to be named after those who died for the fascist cause, now claimed as a national cause, a decision now no longer limited to members of the royal family. As shown in the table, except for the Great War, the fascist cause dominated street names, ranging from those celebrating the regime's rise and fascist symbols. Examples: Piazza 23 Marzo, Largo 28 Ottobre, Piazza del Littorio, to streets honoring fascist leaders, Via Arnaldo Mussolini, Via Italo Balbo, Via Michele Bianchi, and references to the empire's conquests, Via dell'Impero, Piazza Addis Abeba, Via Fezzan, Via Dankalia. Moreover, starting in 1938, with the racial law, non-Aryan names and references to enemy countries were removed. While many fascist street names disappeared after the 1943 armistice, those connected to Italy's colonial history with ideological links not exclusively fascist largely remained unchanged, such as the case of the Quartiere Africano, as we will see now with my colleague Di Stefano.
Thank you, Camilla, and Professor Cantile, and the entire scientific committee. Also already mentioned by my colleague, the research we have undertaken concerns the Quartiere Africano in Rome. As is well now, the Quartiere Africano is located within the Quartiere Trieste, second district in the northeast quadrant of the capital. The district borders start from Via Morense and Rome-Florence railway line and extends between Via Nomentana and Piazza Nibaliano. Before its formation, it was a large agriculture holding stretching from Villa Ada to Villa Chigi, and on the sides of the river Sant'Agnese we are formed settlements, the ruins of a Roman brick, tomb Elio Callisto, and later renamed Sedia del Diavolo. The Quartiere Africano was born around the 1920s and built in the fascist context with architecture and the urban planning elements typical of the Mussolini era. As my colleague Camilla has already pointed out, there were super blocks and the condominium building with numerous housing units mainly for railway workers. The toponyms of the streets in the district take the form of a scaled reproduction of the empire, the names of the colonies and the governorship, for example, Via Eritrea, Via Libya, Via Somalia, or of the regions that made up the Italian possession, Cirenaica, Fezzan, Dankalia, Tripolitania, or the capitals and the major urban center, Addis Abeba, Asmara, Mogadishu, Tripoli. And finally, of places of great importance where battles were fought with triumphalistically remembered outcome Adwa, Makale, Senafè. Obviously, missing in the last group are places of military defeat, such as Adwa and Dogali. Many toponyms were assigned by municipal resolution number 1980 of 8 April 1933. And resolution number 5778 of 1937, however, many also they back to the post-fascist Republican era. Especially in connection with the loss of the colonies. The objective of the research is to understand how the toponymy of the Quartiere Africano influences the identity elements of the local people. We divided the research group into two categories, tracing the origins of a neighborhood, the formation of the streets, structural changes over time that contributed to the birth of the neighborhood. And the second, measuring awareness of the origin of the streets and the history of Italian colonialism. We have using a qualitative approach and structured and semi-structured interview. We divided into subject in the second group, in the two groups. In the first group, 35 and 90, regarding the origins and the changes in the area, and the subject, second group, aged 18-34, regarding awareness of place names in the Quartiere Africano. We merely reveal three distinct results. First, difficulty in reconstructing the origins of the neighborhood because of the change of generation. Second, younger people compared to older people have a greater awareness of the origin of the streets because of more education and more instantaneous access to information and a greater knowledge of Italian colonial history. Third, all the interviewees are against changing the name of the streets, both because of affective connection and because it's seen vain attempt at the fascistization and cancel culture that erases the memory and the history of the neighborhood.
The interviews and field research revealed a weak or even irrelevant personal connection in the Rome's Quartiere Africano. Often the contentious nature of these legacies is either unrecognized or, if acknowledged, viewed as a remnant of a dark past that must still be remembered. Few residents are actually aware of the history behind the streets, which are passively experienced rather than actively noticed. This reflects what sociologists called banal commemoration, a routine process that becomes invisible and unnoticed. Despite being intentionally inscribed by memory entrepreneurs, street names remain a subtle form of commemoration, easily taken for granted. This type of commemoration carries significant social and cultural implications. Banal does not mean powerless. What may seem ordinary to some, like long-established Italian citizens, can spark anger and controversy in others. Even as a subtle, non-invasive commemoration can evoke memories that generate resentment and power. The colonial memory of Rome's Quartiere Africano reflects both of these dynamics, as it is now being questioned by groups advocating for a decolonial revaluation. The goal is to offer counter-narratives that highlight the experiences of those marginalized by history. This approach challenges not just the street names, but also the accepted knowledge, aiming to deepen understanding rather than erase history and make it more accessible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Marvelous. Thank you to you both. That was a fascinating case study account of the politics of place naming and the cultural implications. May I invite one or two questions? Otherwise, I have one myself, if that's all right. You mentioned that there is considerable understanding amongst the people you interviewed of the connection to the fascist naming, in spite of being ostensibly just a place name, you know, adopting the name of somewhere in, for instance, the Horn of Africa. Is there any evidence of alternative naming? Because the people don't like the local names, do they adopt vernacular local names in their place?
I think it's premature, this question, because more of the inhabitants, they actually said to us that for them, these streets are okay. But what is interesting is that all these people that we questioned this question, I mean, we posed this question, they were Italians and from generations, you know, and the accusation that would like to change the place names are the youngest generation of Italian people that they are most sensitive about this problem, we can say. And there is an important association that is the Zeta Association, and is full of people that very mixed, and there are also migrants of second and third generations. And so, as I said, they are more sensitive to change and to actualize this district. And but it's an ongoing research and it's an ongoing problem. I mean,
it will be very interesting to see how that develops and place names might change in the decades to come. So thank you again, Bruno and Camilla, very much. Please thank them again while the fourth speaker comes up to join me here. Thank you. So we're moving a little bit further south into the area we've just been hearing a little bit about, but into that area in a bit more detail. Our next presentation is entitled For a Toponymy of Somaliland, Cartographic Premises, and we're going to hear from Luca Fois.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. I'm Luca Fois, and I bring the greetings of Anna Rosa and Emanuele, too, that are not present today. And I want to thank the organizers to give us the opportunity to be in this symposium. I apologize in advance for my Anglo-Brianzolo. It's a mix between Brianzolo as a Northern dialect and English, and I hope to be clear. Well, the Horn of Africa is one of the most recognizable and historically known regions of Africa. Despite that, the process that led to its complex knowledge, both geographical and cartographic, has been long and uneven, and eventually not achieved so far. Quoted in the Bible and called by the Romans Regio Cinnamomifera ora Romataria, it raised interest during the Middle Ages due to the legendary realm of Prince John. Medieval traders and voyagers, then Arab and Portuguese exploration and mapping, contributed to drawing it from the myth to reality. When colonial interest focused on the area in the mid-19th century, the knowledge was still limited to the shoreline, especially the north coast, and to the ranges of cliffs and its immediate surroundings, with a few cities actually visited by the Westerners. The interior of the country was challenging and mysterious. The first reports of European explorers, with little drama, but some of them give their life, so the drama was real, speak about worry, cunning and secretive natives, as well as fierce and aggressive people who don't like strangers in the country. The language was another big issue. Either the Arabic on the coast and in the main trading ports, or the various Somali dialects in the interior. Knowing the correct position of a village, a river, a well, or even the actual name was sometimes an endeavor, not to mention positioning them on a map. Second-hand narratives and a totally different mindset by the Somalis, who didn't recognize things like territories, boundaries, or permanent settlements, often misled explorers and cartographers. Sorry, Anglo-Brianzolo or its faces. Significant steps were taken at a turn between 19th and 20th century, when the European colonies became more effective and the Ethiopian Empire emerged as a state, leading to a first general frameworks of boundaries established by treaties. Cartographic surveys were undertaken by the Italians, who were seeking for a better knowledge of the newly acquired colony, and by the British, who had to deal with the Dervish movement and the so-called Mad Mullah insurrection. Despite this, only the French produced a detailed topographic map. of the Bay of Djibouti, otherwise la Côte Française de Sommet. In the following decades, other efforts were taken by different institutions, IGM, GSGS, Servizio Cartografico of the Ministero dell'Africa Italiana, with various degrees of success in terms of area covered and detail. After the World War II, I speed up because it's very long. After the World War II, roughly around 1949, most of the British and French Somaliland was covered by reconnaissance maps, while the Italian Somaliland was lightly mapped or unmapped. At the beginning of the 1960s, when Somalia became independent, its cartographic legacy was inhomogeneous, with the sole areas directly interested by the European colonization completely mapped. The reason for this were the scarce economic value of some areas and the actual hardship encountered, especially by the Italians, in mapping large portions of the country. In the decades after the independence of the British and the Italian Somaliland, not of the French Somaliland, and the birth of the Federal Republic of Somalia, the newborn state established the National Cartographic Directorate. I don't pronounce it in Somal because it's impossible. It's like Oganka, Cartografiada, Varzarvada, I don't know, it's too much for me, which produced with Russian head a new mapping of the country at different scales. The 1 to 200,000 scale maps were completed for the whole country, and for the first time, Somali toponyms were used instead of anglicized or Italianized place names. That is because the written Somali was codified in 1972. Throughout the century-old process of mapping the Horn, and in particular in mapping the Somali country, broadly intended, toponyms were always gender-staged, and, as we will see with some example, were constant source of problems. Real places and real names versus ancient or fantasy and exotic denomination. Arab names on the coast
Excuse me, I can't hear your voice, please.
I'm sorry, but you are muted, and I couldn't find the chat. I'm really sorry about the interruption, but you are muted and we couldn't hear a thing. I'm so sorry for the interruption. You are muted. I couldn't hear a thing. And since there are no chat box, okay,
Do you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry for the interruption.
No worries. Okay. One of the first routes of penetration was towards the city of Arar, who was close to strangers and infidels and represented a prized bounty for adventurers like James Barton. His name was known. Okay. including, okay, in various forms, arar, hurar, harar, but its position unclear until the Barton grade. The difficulty in drawing a correct picture of the geographical and toponymic situation could be perceived from the struggling in opening the inner country, which lasted about 4 decades and challenged several explorers from various countries, including Italy, of course. If we read numerous accounts or take a look at the maps produced in the second half of the 19th century, it's often difficult to find 2 times the same name or localizing it on a current map, current map. Sorry. This because the explorers relied on their native guides or on accounts heard from the elders of the villages or from the merchants that visited the coast, who usually had a vernacular knowledge of places and identified them with a feature or an episode or the ruler or the locality and so on and so on. Brief. Further steps were taken in the colonial period when the necessity of know the country lead to a more systematically more systematic surveys, cartographical surveys, and more systematic knowledge of place name. First of all, for various reasons, and the first of this reason was possession of the country. Toponyms change follow it. For example, Athal on the eastern coast of Somalia was suddenly and easily changed by the Italians in a resounding and more patriotic Italy, and so on. After the decolonization, new problems come out. First of all, as I said, is the changing in cartography introduced by the written Somali was codified in 1962. So it is the affirmation of the project of the Greek Somali. In conclusion, as we have seen in this brief presentation, and I hope to be larger in the written version, toponyms could be means of reality, knowledge, appropriation, territorial and linguistic, description, division, self-affirmation, and heritage preservation. And different skills, abilities, and knowledge are necessary to fully understand their evolution in time. Sorry for this long presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Luca. Welcome also to our virtual participants. I don't think we realised you were there, so we're glad that you can now hear us. Thank you again, Luca. This was a very interesting account. It's the unpicking of toponymy, given linguistic complexities and different powers over a long period of time. Can I invite one question? I have lots of questions. I'm particularly interested in this area. What shall I ask? I wondered, you mentioned modern Somali, and actually specifically to Somaliland, the authorities there are quite organised, certainly compared to their wider country of Somalia. They have quite a lot of organised structure. And I wondered if you'd been able to get information from the Somaliland authorities on the currently used Somali names in that area.
No. No, this is one of the problems of the decolonization and the civil war between Somaliland and what is now Somaliland and the Republic of Somalia. Somaliland doesn't have an authority.
I think they're very organised. Actually, I've met the foreign minister,
Yes,
foreign minister of Somaliland. And
okay.
Yeah. So let's talk more. Anyway,
No.
Very interesting. So, Brahim has one very, very quick question. And after that, while Brahim is coming up, I'm going to recommend that we take a coffee break at this point.
Just a moment. But one of the examples was the place of Las Gael. They cannot inscribe it in the list of World Heritage because Somalia have to present the application, but Somalia cannot. So they have a potentially cultural heritage place, but it's very hard to recognize it.
Yes, indeed, Brahim.
Thank you very much. I would like to know if the toponym of Somaliland is an official existence, or it's a toponym used only by political. And knowing that it is a toponym resulting from colonization, and would not be wise to talk about northern of Somalia.
Sorry? The last one?
And would not be wise to talk about northern of Somalia and not Somaliland.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, hard question. Hard political question. Yeah. Well, I think that the state name, so-called state name of Somaliland derives from British Somaliland. So they use Somaliland just to underline the difference between them and Somalia that was Italian Somaliland. And one of the point they use to affirm their existence as a state is that after the decolonization in 1960, two states were born: the ex-British Somaliland and former British Somaliland and former Italian Somaliland. And after 2 or 3 weeks, I don't remember correctly, they merged in the Federal Republic of Somalia. So they used Somaliland just to affirm they were a state before the Federal Republic of Somalia was born. This is the first point to underline. The second one was sorry. Could you repeat the second question? Huh? Okay. I don't know. In all the official sites and documents of so-called Somaliland, they use Somaliland, so I use it currently. But Somaliland could refers to all the Somali country, I think, because it's an English name of Somalia.
I think the use of Somaliland as a name is unambiguous for those who understand the region. As far as English speakers go, Somalia is unambiguously the country name, and as far as the United Nations context goes, yes, certainly right. The sovereign nation is the Federal Republic of Somalia. Thank you. This has been a really fascinating session. I'm sorry that we have run a little bit late, and that probably will mean that your coffee break. It's
completely my
It's so I will try to encourage you to have a very swift cup of coffee, and then we can resume in 15 minutes. With the fifth presentation. So hopefully I will bring everybody to order in 14 and a half minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you starting tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone brought it. Okay. That's great. Please.
Break away.
Yes.
And then equally, this,
yeah.
I'm picking that. I think it's really interesting.
I'm writing a book on cartographic representation of it.
It's also been mentioned.
Yes, I've seen them, but yeah. They are more organized than some. We have tried to vaccine nobody's I want to visit the country. The sister of my wife works for for our ONG, non-governative organization, French. She was there, and she said that it's very hard to enter the country. So, and my wife forbidden it. Said this to them. It's very interesting. I think that they have all the reason to be in the group. But also with a historical point.
That is the argument of the research we are making. La nave scivola sull'acqua. I flutti spartiti riprendono la propria forma e il solco si cancella. La terra è più fedele e conserva la traccia dei cammini che di buon'ora gli uomini hanno calcato. La strada si imprime sul suolo. Essa semina germi di vita, casali, villaggi, città. That between the road, way, path, route, itinerary, and home, be it a village, a town, a tower, a castle, a cave, a rural building, is a relationship that is based not only on space and time, but is also generating force of landscape, or if you will, landscape. Another fundamental relationship is that between mobility and culture. The clash between Ulysses and Polyphemus is a clash between those who move and those who stand. The regional opposition, the outcome of which, favorable to mobility, has made the latter the fundamental condition for everything that we call culture. And culture is words, is name, is toponyms. The toponymy of Sicily and the culture of the Mediterranean. Sicily is an island at the center of the Mediterranean, triangular in shape. Trinake is an ancient name for Sicily among the Greeks. Its landscape show the traces and sign of its millennial history. The presence, consider how the presence of the island on the island of all three great ethnic, cultural, and religious spheres of the Mediterranean, Italic, Roman Catholic, Greek, Byzantine Orthodox, Phoenician, Carthaginian, Arabic, Muslim, could have affected the toponymy of Sicily. We have a map, a Ptolemaic map in Latin, and on the left, a Ptolemaic map in Arab. And we have, in Ptolemaic map, Sicily showed the place of 112 localities between cities, rivers, mountains, and island. In this slide, you have a Portolano with all the name in Arab, with all the names of the town along the coast. And this is a map in the book of Ruggero, Kitab Rujar, of Al-Idrisi in 1154. In this map, the roads are not represented and are not represented in almost all the ancient cartography till 17th century. But are represented the rivers and the mountains from which the source that initially feed its flows. The first prehistoric man moving in the island looked at the river to create the first path. So we have an information about it. So the road is the subject of the research. The objective of the study is to reconstruct, through toponyms and cartography, the road network of Sicily in the different historical period of the island. For historical road network has been assumed as a rule to be all road communication system prior the development of rail and automobile transportation. The one you see there is the representation of Sicily in the Tavola Puntigeriana, and there are the three main connections
the connection along the coast and the main connection between Catania and Western Sicily. Road, way, path, itinerary, route are often used as synonym till the topographic mapping in the 18th century. In 18th century, in 1721, we have in Sicily the important map of the General Samuel von Mattei. In Sicily, anyway, the connection routes are also called trazzere. And it's a toponym which means a lot, actually. I will try to show it why it's important. To give an idea of the network of trazzere, I will rent you the evidence of the archaeological Paolo Orsi in 1907. Those who would set hand to the study of the road system of ancient Sicily, by no one ever attempt, would come to the singular conclusion that almost all the old trazzere were, in the last analysis, nothing but the bad and great roads of Greek and Roman antiquity. And some perhaps go back even farther. Giuseppe Perez, who wrote a monography on Sicily and its road in 1861, wrote that the internal trade was accomplished by means of pack animals and in particular by mules, as is still practiced in countries that are deprived of rolling roads. And the travelers and the many travelers visiting Sicily in 18th and 19th century traveled with mules, except the noble and the rich people that made use of litters. Henry Bresque, that is a medieval historian, very good historian, he wrote this: Le permanence du système routier depuis le XIIe siècle jusqu'au règne de Ferdinand le Catholique, et sans doute jusqu'à ceux le dernier Bourbon, on ne distingue guère de modifications dans la qualité du système routier, ni dans l'organisation générale des itinéraires. It is with the Roman and an organic road system in Sicily come into existence. It is with the Roman that an organic road system comes into existence. This is a reconstruction of the road system, Roman road system in Sicily made by Ugeri, his archaeologist. In green, we have the route that for transportation of grain mentioned by Cicerone in the Verrina. It's important to say that after Roman organization of roads, during Byzantine, Arab, Spanish, and Bourbonic Sicily, the Roman roads are back to be, due to the lack of maintenance of bridge and paving stone, a road network of mule tracks. Road networks changed during this time, during the centuries. Road network changed due to the creation of a numerous agricultural settlement in Arab period, because the Arab created new agricultural center that then disappeared during Federico II reign. Modification for also in 16th and 17th century of different bridge, because a bridge changed the road system, because of course it's make the road more safe. And there are variations due to the 100 new settlements created by Licenza Populandi during the from the 16th to 18th century. So new center, a new road, a new connection, of course, that changed the old connection. To reconstruct the historical road system, it is necessary to identify within the network the name of each individual track with its starting point and ending arrival. The toponym that identify the road may be composed of the name of the two places they connect, or it can be a proper name or take the name of the district it crosses. A road needs artifacts to support movement, drinking throw, stopping place, chapels and religious shrines, customs, post station, warehouse, staging area for livestock. So the toponym of these artifacts may help to find how important was the road, and in which historical period was mostly crossed. The reconstruction of Ugeri gives the complete pictures of the Roman system. Okay, this is a map itineraria of 1840. In Sicily, before 1778, for the indication of a road, the denomination was, as I said before, trazzere, with a very precise classification, distinguished in trazzere regge, trazzere pubbliche, trazzere vicinali. Sicily is a mountains island. Few flat areas where it was possible to use the wagons. Near the coast, town, and the plain of Catania. The rest of the Sicilian road network, until the whole 18th century, was only for mules, donkey, horses, and litters. In fact, examination the path of ancient trazzere shows us in the present there are slopes of 20-25 degrees, sometimes even 35. In this case, they are called, okay, I have to go faster. A scholar in historical toponomastic, a friend of mine that have made important study on topography and toponomastic, thought the straight line theory of the road of antiquity. Sicily, by going on foot and on donkey, mule and horse speed, was in general a constant. In such a situation, wanting to reduce the travel time between two sides, the only variable on which we can intervene is space. The less space traveled, the less time taken. But the less space between 2 points is the line segment joining them. It's obvious, but introducing a theory of the straight lines into the road of antiquity make it possible to explain why the royal trazzere in the course of time were so straight, and also why they were called trazzere or traxerie. It seems certain that the term derives from ancient French dressier, which means precisely straight roads. This itinerary map of 1840 makes plastically the development of the Sicilian trazzerale network. We want to identify the main road which connect important town, archaeological signs too. We have to search the path closer to the line segment joining them. In 1922, we still have 5,800 for trazzere for horses, mules, in front of the 9,160 carriage roads. The truth of the research. The first tool is actually a methodological approach based on the concept of landscape of von Humboldt. Going to the place, talking to the inhabitants, having suggestion, aesthetic vision of different local landscape framework. Man's orientation in space, according to Kevin Lynch, is achieved through the perception of 5 categories of elements that make up the structure of a concrete space. Nodes, landmarks, paths, boundaries, and district landscapes context. In identifying and naming historical route, we'll try to reconstruct the context of the spatial domain in which the road routes develop, identifying significant places, nodes, and edge of this spatial domain. In a second step, there is the scientific analysis of individual components through archival, historical, bibliographic, documentary source, epigraphs, archaeological discovery, tradition, the memory of the inhabitants, and their also vision of present and future. The third stage, that of complexity, of the totality of the togetherness of the elements previously analyzed. That, of course, there are some technical tools. And we have the historical topographic cartography in 25,000 scale. Because there is a persistence of road layout of the century, with regard to topographic cartography of 1930 and 40, in light of the above, it is assumed that it represents on paper all the routes of the different historical periods in Sicily. For example, on the right, we have signed a path which takes up to a cave on Neolithic place with paintings inside the cave. And the same path goes up to Mirabella Mountains, where there is an Swabian military post during the assedio. And it's still there, the path, it's signed. On the right one, there is Scala di Ferro. This is a path that was the medieval path to ancient Iato, which is called Scala di Ferro. And I can bring another 1,000 of paths which are belong to historical path. Then, I'll go faster, sorry. The union frame on municipal basis. Because the road used on it were used to put the borderies of feudi, fiefs, they are the names of this. So we find here Regia Trazzera Furna, Regia Trazzera Nasari, and that is so. The work we have to make is to bring the names of the cadastral framework to the EGM map, like we do in this case. This is an example of degree of demanization. With the development of vehicular transport in the first half of the 20th century, the function of Trazzera Regge was nevertheless gradually narrowing to that of rural connection and transhumanza. In the post-war period, 688 degrees for the demanization of the Regia Trazzera were issued to ensure the transit function of flocks and practice of transhumance. The decree described the route of the Trazzera Regge, the toponyms of the district traversed, and a graph of the route, which is one you have on the right. We make on the road, on the wheat road, Enna-Lesa, indicated by Cicerone, we will explore, for example, applies research methodology. We will try to identify what could be the historical trace to which Cicerone refers in the Verrine. Alesa is the city from whose port on the Tyrrhenian Sea the Sicilian wheat was shipped to Rome. Enna is the city in the center of Sicily in an area of great wheat production linked to the myth of Cerere and Aphrodite. Cerere, scusate. In the right frame, you have we have drawn a straight line connecting Enna to Alesa. And we have marked in green the lines of the Trazzere that run along this line. And we have three roads. One, which makes Trazzere Polizzello Montezimara, is the most direct. It runs along the ridge of Monte Zimara, but rises up to 1,300 meters. The second one is called Nasari. Somebody told me that is a Cataro name. It stretched halfway, finished, okay, up to the valley of the Salso River and cross the this is a slightly longer track, but does not exceed the altitude of it, 800 meters. The third one, it goes along the Fiume Salso and cross the place of Re Giovanni. This is the cadastral frameworks that I georeferenziato, and the area we are studying in is that one in the middle. Here we have one place that is connected to this road. It's very important. Is a place, a feudo of Cacchiamo, Locacchimo. Is the center of is in the center. You see the valley of Letiga, which is crossed by this road, and this masseria has been transformed in 18th century in a villa neoclassica, and today is a recognized monument of national interest. But when I saw it in '88, it was something was just falling down. With the help of the inhabitants, this place has become a national. They accept the idea of making a national monuments, and little by little in all this area. I mean this. I say this because I think that all this study has to coinvolgere the inhabitant. Otherwise, it's no life in this information, no life in this research. I will show very rapidly some places. This is important because Re Giovanni, Rahal Ioannis. Rahal is important place in Arabic time. It's a place where certainly there were very important roads which cross it. And if you see, it's a place, if you go now, nothing less, just something of the old castle, but of the community, Arab community there, no sign at all. Nobody knows of this place, but look there. Look there, there is a map in Vaticano where Re Giovanni is a very central position. This means that how it represents, how important it was. And I will show this Bordonaro. This is a countryside which is called Magazzeno. Probably in that caves were saved the wheat. And this means that can be probably the place crossed by the wheat road. This is Gangivecchio. Gangivecchio, like Villa del Casale of Piazza Armerina, has under the monastery a Villa Romana, and under the Villa Romana, a letting site, and we don't know what else there. Because in this monastery, there is the source of the biggest river of Sicily. And every time there is a river, there is a source, and every time there is a sanctuary, and I stopped. Okay, and that's the last place. Grazie.
Thank you indeed. This is a very nice and huge body of research and account of the reconstruction of ancient toponymy from a range of marvelous sources that you've shown us, facilitated, of course, by modern tools as well. There's not really time for anything, but I don't want to rush through everything. So can I invite one question? A quick one from me. Are these ancient road names still in use now?
No, I couldn't read that because it was the most important for me part of it, because I organize sometimes some meetings with riders and bike to go in Cacchiamo, where there is for animals to abbeverarsi. We organized a meeting there. They were coming from medieval towns at half day of walk to show that was important for moving in that place. And in that occasion, we gave the name and we realized a map of this for the people of the place. And I can assure that it interests a lot the people, because the most problem in the country is that the places are isolated, are connected with smartphone, with social, but they are isolated, culturally isolated. So what I think is important to give a names to the roads, because giving a name to the roads, we can make it possible to think and to project a project which just already exists. We can project a new road system for sustainable mobility. And just, it's there. We have the project there.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again, Lombardo. Can I invite Cosimo Palagiano to come and speak to us now? Our next presentation from Cosimo will be on central places and their changes in the history of cartography.
Good afternoon. Central places and their changes in the history of cartography. Until now, toponymic and cartographic studies have only considered specific places in their history and the reasons of their foundation. Linguists also argued about the origin of the name and its possible and often controversial meaning. The name, its change, exonyms and endonyms, and the political power expressed have been also investigated. More recently, research has been done on the cloning, i.e. transferring the names far from their original places. About the cloning, we have to write a paper, meaning the geographical meaning of cloning. In short, only the single place name and the place itself are considering, without taking into account the network of interests and the relationships between places and territory. Just as the individual history can be reconstructed on the place names themselves. It should also be possible to consider the changes over time of this system of interests and the relationships, which gradually become more complex from time to time. More recently, research has been done on the cloning of names far from their original places. In short, only the single place name and the place itself are considering, without taking into account the network of interests and the relationships between places and territory. Just as the individual history can be reconstructed on the place names themselves, it should also be possible to consider the changes over time of this system of interests and relationships, which gradually become more complex from time to time. The network of places around the central one vary over time and according to rules. The present study should have the ambition to investigate the history of some of these networks by researching them in the cartography. In this case, the greatest attention could be paid to morphology of territory, limits of administrative district, communication routes and services, inhabited places and their classification based on the number of inhabitants subject to taxes, so FOCI, distance from the sea, in islands and their relationships with the continent. The central place in the landscape is significantly the title of topographical maps. A splendid example is the Tabula Poitingeriana, where the communication routes and the inhabited place are marked, with the city of Rome stands out with great graphic evidence. Where possible, the central place method of Walter Kristaller and Eliseo Bonetti and the territorial systems of spatial iterations, e.g. William Rayleigh model from the 30th century of the past century, could be applied. This could help in searching for lost and forgotten location once the function of such a network has been discovered. Now some example maps will be presented by the two following slides. These maps were produced in a GIS environment by the collection elaboration of data regarding the number of inhabitants and the scale of Istat census sections, the live traffic statistics based on historical live and the predictive traffic feeds from TomTom. These maps are elaborated by David Pavia. The maps, the first maps, that will be shown by the following slides, where we use various components and tools at the Aries ArcGIS platform, with particular reference to the most recent application ArcGIS Pro and ArcGIS Online. The first one represents the total population of Latina census sections according to the Istat census data. that are published on the Italian institutional portal since. The municipality is located in the southern part of Lazio region and is the capital in homonymous province of Latina. The large-scale inset map placed in the upper right corner of the layout zooms to Latina's city downtown to enhance the reading of some of the street names, such as Via Romagnoli, Via Adige, and Via Po, because of their toponymic importance. Indeed, these odonyms are referred to the place of origin of the thousands of Italian that in the first half of the last century, during the fascist period, migrated to the province of Latina from the northeast regions of the country like Friuli, Venezia Giulia, in order to be employed of the Agro-Pontinus drainage and later become the settlers of this territory. These people leave a tangible sign of the territory and today are still evident and explicit as the GIS maps clearly show. The second map, the street also as a content of the second map, which represent the Italian province of Perugia in the Umbria region. Using a two-color imagery as the map contains a recent snapshot of the province traffic status, driving the spatial distribution of the traffic jams and the incidents based on the historical, live and predictive feeds acquired from TomTom on the world-leading navigation companies. The downtown of Perugia municipalities, that is also the province's capital, is shown by the large-scale representation with many more details than the smaller-scale one. This is because of the dynamic nature of the traffic layer, which contents are refreshed and drawn in various ways depending on the map scale. Hence, the larger scale maps can display the traffic layer with the street name overlapped, or to better understand the traffic state with the odonyms support. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. This was a new theory to me, very interesting one. And the cloning of names, as it were, is a very interesting area of research. Can I invite a question or two? Peter, please.
Yes, thank you, Cosimo, for your very interesting presentation. When you address the cloning or rather duplicating of names, it is frequently applied by immigrants, European immigrants to overseas, for instance. And I think in this case, it has two functions. It has one is a function of making the new place more familiar by using the old name from where I come from, and to keep a last tie, so to say, last connection to the place of origin. I think this has a two main function of this duplicating of names by European immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a comment.
Are there any other questions? If not, thank you again, Cosimo, for your very nice account. Thank you. And may I invite the next speaker? The next speaker will be Domenico Proietti, and he is, this is going to test my Italian now, isn't it? Di qua dal faro. Toponymic and onomastic reflections of the organization of the territory in the Norman and Swabian ages in southern Italy. Thank you.
First of all, I am glad, very glad, to have as chair Catherine Cheetham. England and southern Italy, in particular the first city of Normans, Aversa,
beloved birthplace of Andrea Cantile, have the same remote progenitor, the normal nights. And we shall occupy on this. Then the title, the Quadalfarum, Citrafarum, is an expression in Italian, abbreviated version of the Latin geographical political locution, Regnum Siciliae Citrafarum, indicates the one of two branches of Norman Regno di Sicilia, Regnum Siciliae. 1130, Roger conquered all southern Italy and become king of Sicily. Sicily means southern Italy and Sicily. The two parts of this kingdom are Citrafarum, southern continental Italy, and Ultrafarum. The Farum is the lighthouse of Messina. We consider only the continental part, but not all continental part, a part of continental part. Our source is the Catalogus Baronum, a source little considered, especially by linguists, but a source of primary importance for toponym and onomastics, as I will show. Catalogus Baronum is the title given by historian Carlo Borrelli in an edition princeps to the text. It's an assemblage of three separate and distinct documents. Quaternus Magnae Expeditionis is a catalog of contributes or taxes, as Professor Palagiano said nearly, and is redacted for the in provision of invasion by German emperor. The second document is a normal register compiled around 75, containing a list of knights milites of Arce, Sora, and Aquino. This seems strange, but Sora, Arce, and Aquino was the cities that are in the extreme born lines of the continental part of the kingdom. The third document, we don't consider this, is the Swabian period, and down of the list of secular and ecclesiastical feudal lords of Capitanata, Apulia, Pulio. The manuscript of Catalogus Baronum was destroyed during the Second World War by German troops. The edition was made on the precedent prints by an English excellent historical, Evelyn Jamieson, who have made a copy of some parts of the ancient manuscript and gave an important edition, 1972, a critical edition of this important source. The Catalogus Baronum was compiled by Duana Baronum. Duana is office. I give the etymology, and you can see there, but times twice, and I go to the substantial. Duana is adaptation, transliteration of the Arabic term, Diwan, office, etc. On the Duana Baronum was placed the Duana de Secretis, to office of Norman administration. When people organize a dominion, the first is the dirigent class. The Catalogus Baronum is the delineation of this dirigent class. And we now see the linguistic, toponymic, and onomastic reflection of this necessity. Giuseppe Galasso called the Normans creators of kingdom, really. In England and in southern Italy, the statal administration was a creation of Normans. This statal organization was then Swabian and then Angioina. Salto tutte queste parti, salto ancora questo. This is the continental part di Citra Farum. There are too many dominions. The Principality of Capua, the ancient territories of Lombard Principality of Capua, but with the extension by Normans on the north. The borderline from Minturno to Flumen River Tronto, established by Normans, will remain until 1860, when Vittorio Emanuele, dopo la battaglia di Castelfidardo, unified the Italy. From Normans to Vittorio Emanuele II. We consider only one part of this territory. The northern part, come stabilia Boamundi, here. Come stabilia the county of Count Boemondo di Manopello. Is an interesting territory that comprises terra di lavoro, Abruzzo and Molise, and part of attuali Marche. Is a region of borderline. Is a region tactical and political extremely interesting for the Normans. But also is a region newly conquered by the Normans. The Normans conquered this part of Comestabulia Boamundi only in 1840. Dopo, come si dice? Dopo, after the proclamation of Regnum of Sicily. Is the last territory conquered by Normans. Is a more delicate territory. And this is particularly interesting for the dirigent class of this territory is newly. Only 2 or 3 big family of ancient Lombard aristocracy maintains its power. The new dirigent class, the new chivalric, knightly dirigent class is almost new. Almost new. And is the problem to define, to call this new dirigent class. What are the procedures, the path to define this new class? One part more preferred by the ancient aristocracy is a proper professional name, Berardus Conversus. Bonomo Reinaldus boni hominis, proper name, and cognomen, professional cognomen. Boni hominis is the Italian actual magistrate. Proper names plus cognomen. Gualterius enganna contem, Reinaldus buccavitellus. They are the cognomina well known by the contemporaries, not transparent for us. But interessante perché why cognomen in latino, in Latin, is soprannome in italiano, is a cognomen personale. Okay. Proper name plus cognomen genealogicum. The ancient Lombard aristocracy could not conserve its titles. Must change its cognomina. One chose is use a genealogicum cognomen, the ancestor of the family, and we have Berardus Gentilis, Lombard Counts of Celanos, Gualtierus Gentilis. Gentilis is not the pater names, the father names, but is an ancestor, a remote ancestor. Is a way to sublime is ancient nobility, is ancient aristocracy. Proper name plus cognomen toponomasticus. The new dominant class, the new aristocracy determine himself with the indication of the field which the nobleman has become owner. Tomasius de Preturo, Todinus de Celle, this is a place well known to my own. And Tomasius de Preturo tenet much feud, molti feudi. Vado avanti, quasi finito. It is interesting the distribution. I have no time to examine in particular, but we know we see a resistance in the class of Abruzzo and Molise to enter in this new definition of cognomina. The percentual studied by Enrico Cuozzo that made an large, well-informed commentario to the edition releve that the distribution of these two paths of definition of cognomina are non-atromonical. The prevalence is the new way. A new class define its identity, toponym and onomastic as a mean of definition of identity, with the name, the toponym of its possession. The toponym as identification of the family and a dominion. It is an exemplar source, this of the Catalogus Baroque. We know, go to the final observation. This mechanism of definition of aristocracy was used by the after the domination. This mode of to define the cognomen, it was heredited by Swabian and Angevin. It was normal in medieval Europe. one under of the Norman heritage is the mainly southern, not for case, surnames of Norman origin. They are surnames well spread nowadays in Italia. Aschetilla, Aschetillus, all members of the aristocracy that conquered Italy, all Norman. Ascetil, Ascentinus, Ascitinus, Ascletinus, Ascultinus, these are the various forms, gave Schettino, a surname well spread in Italy, in southern Italy. Malgerius, Malgeri, Maugeri. Nial, Nelis, Nil, Nieles, Nieli, Niella. Rao, the Rao. Torald, Taraldus, Tolardus, Turoldus, Toraldo. I have no made references to the Catalogus Baronum. It was very laborious, but they are all attested in Catalogus Baronum. Torgis, Turgisus, Trogisus, Turgisum, Troise, Massimo Troisi. Poleonyms, they are not so numerous. Brictoli, Brictolo, Brittoli is a center near Pescara, Abruzzo. Flaimundo, Framondo, Fraimundo, Fremondo, Romundo, Knights, Norman Knights, Guardia San Framondi, near Benevento. Not sure is the etymology of Sant'Agata dei Goti. The only fact sure is the Goti doesn't was here, were here. In a possible hypothesis is a corruption of the pronouns of pronunciation of Drango, the family that found Aversa. Drango, De Go, Sant'Agata, De Go e quindi dei Goti. Microtoponyms, or termini dialettali, as the school of Osvaldo Baldacci means. Ruga, street, ancient, actually French. Venella, Vinella, alley between buildings, Aversa, ma anche Capua. There are many documents in Capua 13th, 14th century that present this form. Thanks.
Domenico, thank you very much for this account. You said this work was not laborious, but I can hardly believe that. It's extraordinarily detailed. So thank you for describing it for us today. Can I invite any questions?
In Romania è bene non combattere. Bene.
I was going to ask one question, but
no,
you don't escape that easily. I am
not Norman.
I've learned one medieval English word that we saw on the last slide there, but I wondered if you could explain for us how much, to what degree you see the linguistic preferences of the different dominators, conquerors in the place names that they leave behind.
Italy is a very complex territorial entity. In the Italian language, bring traces of these various dominations. The toponymy of Italy reflects the various dominations. From the Sicily of Professor Lombardo, Altabellotta, Marsala, they are of Arab etymology. From the Norman heritage in toponymy is not much expanded. The Normans say in Italy 1 century and 15 years. Too strict space to heritage toponyms. But this side of the cognomina of the personal names is very large and not well studied. Okay.
Thank you again, Domenico. Our next paper, unfortunately, the authors of the paper are not here today. So Andrea has suggested I could read for you the abstract. The paper is called Adriano Balbi and the Naming of the World, the relationship between geography and cartography in the construction of a scientific geographical lexicon in the first half of the 19th century. So the authors are Arturo Gallia and Mirko Castaldi, and I will just read their words for you now. In the first half of the 19th century, Adriano Balbi, 1782 to 1848, was one of the greatest geographers in Italy and Europe. His scientific output was extremely vast, and despite the slow pace of publishing, was constantly being updated. He tried to keep up with new discoveries of unknown and unexplored territories, which were gradually brought to the headlines and available to the scientific community. His work influenced that of other geographers and cartographers who used it as a source, among them Dufour and Mazzola. Evangelista Azzi, 1793 to 1848, a cartographer and military topographer who moved in the first half of the 19th century in the duchies of Parma, produced cartography dedicated to school education. A work of great value was his world map in 2 Emisferi, 1838, conceived as an enormous wall map, 2 by 4 meters, that summarized the geographical, historical, and ethnographic knowledge of the time on a par with an encyclopedic work. For the collection of data, he relied on contemporary geographical and cartographic works, including those of Adriano Balbi, with whom he managed to weave a close epistolary relationship. The master of geography understood the importance of a cartographic restitution of his works and supported the Parmesan in his work, transferring numerous notions to him. Among these was the one related to seas and oceans, which in the hemispheres are named as they appear in the works of the Venetian geographer. Specifically, the Mappamondo is the first map in which the definition of open Mediterraneans along the American coasts appears, a definition conceived by Adriano Balbi, based on the insights of French naturalist Charles Walckenaer. The primary objective of the presentation is to show the synthesis between the studies of historical geography and historical cartography on marine spaces, showing a case of direct transposition from text to map of geographical knowledge, also through the use of toponymy. The naming of places and their crystallization through cartography was part of the vast process of cultural domination of the world, and especially as far as Balbi was concerned, affirmed its role in the cultural scientific debate that was developing among European geographers at the time. The case study allows us to understand the dialogue between geographers and cartographers in conveying a narrative of geographical knowledge, in affirming specific designations, overcoming the vision of a descriptive geography in favor of the recognition of a complex network fervid with ideas and methodological theoretical proposals, often hidden in the shadow of the national processes that characterized the 19th century. So that is the words of the abstract, and I think we can all just look forward to reading the full paper in the proceedings in due course. So that's a shame, of course, that that paper was not able to be presented. And now the technical difficulties commence as we move online for our final two presentations of the session. First of all, we are going to Indonesia, and we have Tika Dwi Saputri, who will be presenting for us on the evolution of the mountain names in the West Java province based on cartographic sources.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. With all due respect, can you let my friend do the screen sharing? I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, and now slideshow. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Okay. Hello, my name is Tika and I work at the Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia, specializing in geographical name standardization. Also joining me today are my fellow authors, Mr. Hari Ferdiansyah and Mr. Johannes Stefan Handana. Today I'll be presenting our research on the evolution of the mountain names in the West Java province based on cartographic sources. And by the end, I hope you will gain a deeper understanding of the region's rich history and cultural heritage that emphasizes the dynamic nature of toponymy in response to societal changes. Geographical name changes often, Geographical name changes often result from decolonization, restoration of minority names, and municipal mergers. Decolonization in particular involves replacing colonial names with indigenous ones. In Indonesia, the history of name changes can be traced back to the Dutch colonial period, when the Dutch East India Company, or VOC, produced detailed maps to control the region. After independence, the establishment of the National Coordination Agency for Surveys and Mapping in 1969, now known as the Geospatial Information Agency, marked a significant advancement in mapping. Initially, Indonesia relied heavily on Dutch maps, but from 1979 to 1988, new topographic maps were created using photogrammetric techniques that cover all regions of Indonesia. The Indonesian government also introduced new spelling rules in 1947, so basically 2 years after the independence, that officially replaced Dutch names with Indonesian language equivalents. One notable geographic feature represented both on Dutch maps and Indonesian topographic maps is mountain, and as we know that mountains often served as natural borders and hold significant cultural importance. Like much of Indonesia, many mountains in West Java are sacred, especially in Sundanese culture, highlighting the intersection of geography, culture, and toponymy in the region. Next. The Dutch presence in West Java grew significantly in 19th century when the VOC expanded its influence in the region, especially in Banten, where they established docking facilities, offices, and fortifications. West Java became an official province under Dutch colonial rule in 1925. And after Indonesia's independence in 1945, West Java became part of the new Republic of Indonesia. Next. Geographically, West Java is located on the Java Island's western part. The capital city is Bandung. West Java is diverse, with flat northern plains, hilly central regions, and mountainous southern terrain. Next slide. West Java is also home to the Sundanese ethnic group, who make up the majority of the population and have long maintained a distinct cultural and linguistic identity. Sundanese has been historically recognized as a separate language existing long before European intervention. In addition, we can also find many folklore and traditions which are associated with mountains. Next. For this study, we examined the evolution of mountain names in West Java by analyzing both historical Dutch maps and more recent Indonesian topographic maps. The Dutch maps, ranging from scales of 1 to 100,000 to 1 to 250,000, include significant examples such as the Java tourist map Garut and environs, tourist map of Bandung and surroundings, tourist map of West Java, and the Garut Shed map. The latter produced by the US Army, but still based on the Dutch maps. The Indonesian topographic maps produced by the National Coordination Agency for Surveys and Mapping, now the Geospatial Information Agency, include sheets of Garut, Jakarta, Purwokerto, Cirebon, and Negla, with most of the scale of 1 to 250,000, except the Negla sheet, which is at 1 to 25,000. The study examines mountain locations by comparing elevation data, contour lines, and coordinates across these maps. Changes in mountain names were then identified with the additional support from the data and information provided by the Bandung Mountain Exploration Community, a group formed in 2010 with a passion for mountain exploration. Beyond recreational climbing, the group explores the history, landscapes, and the cultural values of the mountains they visit. Next. In Indonesia, the term for mountain originally spelled gunung, or mountain, and is a common feature on both Dutch colonial maps and Indonesian topographic maps. Mountains are typically abbreviated as the letter G, point, and followed by their specific names. A comparative analysis reveals several reasons for these name changes, which are categorized as follows. The first one is transliteration and spelling refinement. After Indonesia's independence, older Dutch spellings were updated to reflect modern Indonesian spelling. Our research identified a total of 5 mountain names that experienced this form of evolution. For example, Mount Kracak becoming Mount Karacak, and Mount Tangkuban Perahu becoming Mount Tangkuban Perahu. The second one is pronunciation. So over time, changes in pronunciation influenced the written forms of names. Our study revealed that 7 mountain names underwent this type of evolution. For instance, Mount Kendeng changed to Mount Kendang, and Mount Bongkok changed to Mount Bangkok. Next slide, please. Okay, and yeah, this is the examples of our findings. Next slide. Next slide. And this is for the reasons of pronunciation type of evolution. Next slide. The third one is, next slide. The third one is the more popular names replacing older ones. As new names gain culture or historical significance, they replaced older ones, leading to the evolution of toponyms. We identified one mountain name that experienced this form of evolution, which is Mount Bukit Jarian, that changed to Mount Gelis. Next slide. Next slide. And the last but not least, the last reason is unknown causes. So some name changes remain unexplained, we're suggesting that other yet to be identified factors that may contribute to the evolution of mountain names. We identified 6 mountain names that experienced this type, such as Mount Masigit that changed to Mount Malang, and Mount Tamiang Sangkir changed to Mount Tamiang. Next slide. So other than that, between 2021 and 2024, several mountain names were changed as part of government-led verification process involving local governments, toponymy experts, and linguistic specialists. Examples include Mount Tangkuban Perahu or Tangkuban Perahu being renamed Mount Tangkuban Parahu. Next slide, please. And Mount Cereme becoming Mount Ciremai. Next slide. This effort followed the enactment of Government Regulation number 2 of 2021 on the standardization of geographical names, so it's not long time ago, which mandates the collection and verification of geographical names to ensure accurate spelling, pronunciation, and location. Next slide. For the cultural and environmental significance, we know that preserving mountainous areas is crucial for ecological balance, cultural heritage, and natural resource sustainability. Mount Ciremai exemplifies this with its sacred significance linked to archaeological sites and cultural traditions which aid in water conservation. However, Land use changes threaten such regions with about 400,000 hectares of West Java's green space critically affected by 2018. For example, mountain-dense slopes have been turned into agricultural land. In Indonesia, geographical names are standardized using the Geographical Names Information System called SINAR, which ensures that both previous and current names are documented properly to maintain the historical context of these changes. Next slide. And from our research, we can conclude that mountain names in West Java have evolved due to factors such as the shift from older Dutch spellings to modern Indonesian, changes in pronunciation, and the adoption of more popular names. Some changes remain unexplained, indicating the need for further research. Recent updates, including renaming Mount Tangkuban Parahu and Mount Ciremai, were driven by a verification process under Government Regulation Number 2 of 2021, which aim at standardizing geographical names. Preserving mountainous regions is vital for ecological balance, cultural heritage, and natural resource sustainability. Mount Ciremai, historically significant and associated with local cultural practices, exemplifies how cultural reverence contributes to environmental preservation. However, these regions face threats from deforestation and land use changes, such as agricultural expansion and mining. Accurate recording of name changes is essential, as cultural and environmental factors can influence or be influenced by these changes. In Indonesia, we have the Geographical Names Information System called SINAR to ensure that both former and current names are documented to preserve their historical context. Thank you. Grazie. And I'm sorry for my bad pronunciation of English.
Thank you very much for your presentation, which gratefully we heard very, very clearly. And the account of the evolution of names in a post-colonial context, which of course now is further impacted by land use changes, I think is absolutely fascinating. So I'd like to invite a question from the floor. Peter Jordan has one. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. How far did Dutch colonial naming proceed into the naming of features of smaller features, of micro toponyms, of smaller names? Usually, colonizers try to adopt and to adapt indigenous names as much as possible. So, I would be interested in knowing how far did Dutch colonizers proceed into the naming of smaller places. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So yeah, basically during the Dutch colonial period, they try to maintain as much as possible the indigenous language, but of course with their spelling rule. And also there's one.
Just to interrupt you, Tika, sorry to interrupt you very quickly. We would very much like to see you in a larger screen, if you don't mind. If you could stop sharing, we would enjoy having a bigger screen of you. Thank you.
Sorry, it's okay. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Like he said that, yes, well, during the Dutch colonial rule, they try to, as much as possible, to maintain the indigenous names, but still in their spelling rule. But many Dutch names, however, didn't undergo significant changes because they already had Indonesian equivalents. For instance, there is a region called Buichentorp that we know as Bogor. And so from the long time ago, Bogor and Buichentorp is equivalent each other. And the Dutch didn't didn't change the names as much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really do think that looking at the causes behind name changes in this way is very valuable. And we could see that looking at the different motives for changes, a lot of them were because you were correcting the names according to current Indonesian orthography. So with such a valuable study, I mean, I think the obvious question is, will you be expanding this work to other areas of Indonesia?
We are doing it right now. So after the enactment of the new regulation, the government regulation that specifically regulates the standardization of geographical names, we, the government, especially the Geospatial Information Agency, had done significantly effort for standardizing these names, including the collection of geographical names, the verifications of process, and the last product is the publication of the National Gazetteer to be published at least once a year. This is the ongoing process, and we hope to really reach our goal to standardize all the names.
A good talk indeed. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we turn now to our final presentation before the lunch break. And now we're going to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and Mandana Kolhaduz Mohammadi will speak to us about navigating corpus-driven approaches towards decoding village and town names of East and West Azerbaijan.
Hello everyone, very good afternoon. Hope you are doing well. This is Mandana Kolhaduz from Iran. Actually, it is nice to see you all, and it is nice to be actually in this symposium. Currently, I am in India, and I am doing my postdocs actually studies. And but it is very nice that I am just studying again and again regarding the Iran still. Today, I am going to speak about the. I want to share my screen if possible. Today, as my actually study indicates, hope it is visible. Is it visible? My screen is visible? Yeah. Excuse me, my screen is visible? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, very nice. Today, I am going to speak about actually how through data mining and through corpus analysis, we can decode the namings of the villages and towns. As you know, the toponyms just gives name to the actually to
Mandana, sorry, the screen is not visible. We can see that you're sharing, but it's a blank page for us.
Okay, just 1 minute. How about now?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, very. Actually, regarding the toponyms, as you know, we are dealing with the typological elements and place names. On the other hand, in order to collect the data, we are just having variety of the sources, whether we can collect them through the interviews or we can collect them through various media. Nowadays, the internet sources and internet corpuses has made it easy for us to collect the data that we are in need of them. During this study, actually, in order to understand the place names and how it is important to collect the information as much as possible, we are in need. Actually, I just come across lots of studies that are available. Various types of studies has been conducted, and they also argued regarding the significance process of the culture and the place and locations that inhabitants are living. So that I was wondering that how our villages and our towns are just showing those actually areas or those localities. As you can see in the review of literature, actually how 1997 initiated those studies, and after that many other also studies conducted through the Lauder and also Lauder 2013 regarding the typonyms. And January also 2021, he also investigated regarding the typonyms in Indonesia. The other one was the typonyms again study, another typonym study that was conducted. But as you know, actually geographical names are important elements of the intangible cultural heritage, and they are just memories of the place. Sometimes it is believed that they are just narrating some story, that the narration is about the people who are just living in those areas. When I just after collecting the data, actually, I was just aiming to find these responses to my questions, that how did our ancestors, East Azerbaijan and West Azerbaijan, name our villages and actually towns, and is there any difference? Especially, I wanted to know that is there any difference between East and West Azerbaijan? Since in my next slide, let me just show one thing. I should go further. As you can see, actually, East Azerbaijan is near the Azerbaijan and Armenia, and it is just a little Venice to the Turkey. But West Azerbaijan is near to Turkey and Kurdistan also. In that Mohabad you can see. So there, actually, the language that they are speaking and their native language is Kurdish, actually. But our native language is Azeri and Turkish. That is why I was just thinking that whether language elements are also involved in both these areas, and which can just make them distinct regarding naming processes in the case of the villages and towns or not. So that is why in this research question, I was looking for the similarities actually, and also the keywording contexts that are available in these namings. During this process, actually, I just used, as I already mentioned, I just used web-based text reading and also computer-assisted analysis, Voigand actually, in order to analyze the data. During this data, I just analyzed 5,547 cities and villages in both cities. According to my finding, actually, in regarding the alphabetical order, the usage of the A sound, actually, we may mention that A phoneme, in naming was high in East Azerbaijan, and in the West Azerbaijan, it was the same, but only in regarding the naming, they had this similarity, and their differences was regarding the Q and also S, that I already gave some actually. Regarding the frequency, actually, when we analyzed it through the Voyant, we just get to know that the frequency of the Sofla and Olia is high. As you can see here in this actually table, Olia and Sofla just belongs, they are just, actually we can say they are Azeri words, that they are just meaning upstream and downstream. So our villages mostly are just divided into upstream and downstream. On the other hand, as you can see, the third one just belongs to Kandi. Kand in Azeri language means village. So they are just using the village with another, for instance, component. Or the other element was black. This black was because of the, actually, in our area, there are lots of jungles. And due to the, actually, variety of the jungles that are available and dense population of the trees that are available there, that is why this kara, as the metaphor, is used to indicate those places which are just covered by the trees. actually. Another thing is another actually high frequent word was bolak. It means fountain. Actually, since there are lots of, actually our area is a mountainous area, so lots of fountains were available there. And these villages also named after the fountains that they were just near to them. On the other hand, for instance, some villages were just newly established and some were the old ones. So that is why they just made distinction between these villages and cities by the name of the by just naming them as taze. It means that new. So we are just by the use of the new actually and old. On the other hand, actually this word della, it's a wetland and pond. There is actually one village that its name is Göyderek. Göy means actually green, and green wetland. The name of the village is green wetland. So Derek also means wetland. Again, we have seen the kara is also available. Actually, two type of pronunciation was available. So that is why the most frequent one was the one that first I just mentioned. The other one is just Dizaj. Dizaj, for instance, there is a village, Dizaj Khalil. Dizaj means the castle of the Khalil. So Dizaj means castle or just grey house. On the other hand, it was very interesting for me that the usage of the personal names, for instance, Ali Abad, Hassan Abad, these things also were available in the data. Another thing was about the, actually, since as I mentioned that the mountainous area, it is a mountainous area, so the use of stone also for naming the villages was just prominent, and it was actually interesting. On the other hand, the use of the titles for the religious people, for instance, Molla Kendi. It means Molla, as you know, that it's a religious title for just showing that someone just is a religious person, and Kand is the village. So it's used to indicate that there is a religious person in that village. When I just started to analyze the Urmia and the West Azerbaijan actually data, it was very interesting. The same actually keywords were used in this region also, and only the only actually most frequent element which was used in naming these areas, actually these areas, villages, was the element of the Kani. Actually, Kani was a Kurdi word in regarding the etymology, and it means fountain. So, for instance, we have Bukan. It means literally, it means that this is the fountain where, for instance, someone goes to fountain and collects the water. So this Bukan is just originated from the Kani also. So regarding the data, actually, I saw that the same elements were used in both actually Azerbaijans. Actually, I was thinking that maybe, okay, the Kurdish words, they are going to be most frequent, but I didn't see such a type of actually finding. But the most important thing was they use repetitive actually village names. At first I thought that maybe they are the same, but when I just searched, I saw that, for instance, there is a village in East Azerbaijan named Ahmedabad. So we can find, for instance, 7 villages that they are named Ahmedabad, the same, without any addition and etc. But they are located in various places of the Azerbaijan, and it was very interesting. So if you are just looking for the Ahmedabad, they can be 7 or 8 Ahmedabad villages in East Azerbaijan, the same in West Azerbaijan. And Another interesting point was that they are just, as I mentioned previously, they are just using olia, softa, or other just components to indicate that the people were living in upstream or downstream, or whether they are just living near another actually village or not. These are the actually samples that I have provided. On the other hand, regarding the findings, although in the East Azerbaijan, as I mentioned, Turkish is a native language, and in the West Azerbaijan, due to the vicinity to Kurdistan, Kurdi is the native language. The most frequent word of the both Kokra were the same, almost same. And regarding the Kani, also I mentioned the same. And on the other hand, the thing that I wanted to mention, another actually finding that I wanted to mention is that it is very interesting that in the West Azerbaijan, the varieties of naming, that the unique ones, the unique actually village names were most frequent than the East Azerbaijan. And it indicates that they in Kurdistan actually they are using the most actually unique ones to name their villages. Thank you so much for your attention. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Mandana, for sharing your investigations and your conclusions on this very large corpus of names. It has an important correlated effect on the study of cultural heritage and the promotion of the languages spoken in that region. So thank you very much. May I invite any questions?
I would like to know if the complicated situation that there is about Kurdistan, Azerbaijan, the problem of the names is something which came out, the problem of names of the place, because you said that the Kurdistan, there are names from Kurdistan and there are names, and of course we know what's the situation now in this time, and if there is a toponomastic a problem about that, about this. I don't know if I've been able to. Do you understand the question?
No, sir.
Oh, no, sorry.
Please repeat it again.
I would like to know if there is a problem with toponyms of places, because you are speaking of an area where there is a war in this time. I would like to know something about it. Not a war, but a critical situation.
Actually, Professor, actually, we as linguists, we believe that, okay, even we try to change the name of the area as a toponym. Again, the native people who are just settling, they are not willing to change their name, mostly, you got me? So they are just not willing, they are just resisting. So if we are in the case of, for instance, governmental pressure to change their names, again, the native people who are native settlers of those, for instance, villages or cities, they are just tending to use the old version of the names, not the new one, as we have just depicted. As we have seen that, for instance, if the government is putting a new name, for instance, for a certain type of area, again, the settlers, they are willing or they are tending to use the old version, not the new version. And new version can just compete, it can just come along with the old version, but not just replacing the old version. So old version of the names, they are going to be just in their places. But maybe the new actually versions, if the government, for instance, in the case, government just suggests something, they are just using both the names together. And they are not willing to just lose the old name. Yes. It is like that. Hope I just responded in a precise way.
Thank you. Yes, I think we can certainly conclude that naming can be accompanied by some sensitivities by the local people.
Yes,
So thank you again to Mandana for your presentation.
most welcome. Most welcome.
All right, so I think we've concluded our morning session. I hope you'll agree with me that it's been a very rich one, quite intense. We have certainly covered a lot of different aspects of toponymy, from the collection, storing of names, historical investigations of sources, consideration of what we can learn from the theory of name networks. We've looked at linguistic legacies of colonial names, the restoration of indigenous names, and on the other side, the power of names consolidating imperialism. So a vast array of topics have been covered, and as I said at the beginning, there's no clear overarching theme, apart from to say we can be certainly very confident that the field of toponymastics is being very well considered from almost every angle. So I'll thank you again as I draw this session to a close. I'm sorry, but not sorry at the same time that the session has overrun, because I think it would have been a shame to curtail it and not allow the questions to come forth from the presentations. So thank you very much for your prolonged participation. I don't know if, Andrea, you have any words about a lunch? No words about a lunch. I believe we resume. We are having a lunch and we resume at 2:30. The lunch is upstairs. Brilliant. Thank you very much again.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, we will start our afternoon session of this symposium. Let me introduce myself. My name is Andreas Haligraftis. I come from the island of Cyprus. I work for the Department of Lands and Surveys in Nicosia, and I'm responsible for cartography, geodesy, survey, hydrography, and photogrammetry in the department. I'm also the chairman for Inspire implementation in Cyprus, and also the president of the Committee for the Geographical Names representing Cyprus in the United Nations. I would like to thank the organizers of this event. It was such rich in content, and a special thanks to my friend Andrea Cantile for this excellent organization and for kindly inviting me to chair this session. We have a total of 9 presentations this afternoon, and I would kindly ask the presenters to be very careful with time. We have about 14 to 15 minutes maximum, and then I will allow about 1 or maybe 2 questions at the end of each presentation. I would like to invite the first speaker, the first presenter of this afternoon session, which is Mr. Stefano Piastra from the University of Bologna in Italy. And his presentation title is Cloning a Place Name, the Toponyms Shanghai in Italy. Please.
So thanks a lot. Good afternoon. My presentation is entitled Cloning a Place Named the Toponym Shanghai in Italy. So it's about toponymy and cloning, a theme already discussed this morning during the presentation by Professor Cosimo Palagiano. Of course, the starting point and the key question is, which is the connection between the cloning of an overseas toponym from East China, as Shanghai is, to Italy during the 20th century. The deepest root and the origin of this cloning date back to the last 1 century and a half, more or less, and dates back to a specific
period of the urban history of Shanghai, the period of so-called Old Shanghai. Old Shanghai doesn't mean medieval Shanghai or modern age Shanghai. Old Shanghai means 1 century, more or less, between the Treaty of Nanjing, 1842, so right after the First Opium War, and the opening of 5 treaty posts to international trade in East Asia, mainly under the clash between British Empire and China. And the end of this period, the Second Sino-Japanese War, so Japanese occupation of East Asia, Shanghai included, which joined later World War II. So this century was a period of economic boom, of cosmopolitanism. Shanghai was one of the most international cities at the world level. Japanese people, British people, American people, French people, Italian people, 300 Italian involved in the silk sector. And from the point of view of urban landscape, this was a quasi-colonial city, Old Shanghai. You see the old city, so the original Shanghai, inhabited by Chinese, plus an international settlement, mainly based on the British and American umbrella, and a French concession. Both the international settlement and the French concession in Shanghai were concessions, so still belonging to China officially. But if you were a foreigner and you committed a crime in the French concession or in the international settlement, you were judged by a French or British court under not Chinese, but British or French laws. So a sort of a hidden form of colonialism. Shanghai boomed. And of course, there was also a worldwide image of old Shanghai. And it was an ambivalent image. From one side, an hedonist city, a wealthy city, a mercantilistic city. So the city for sale, you see the title of the book by Ernest Hauser, the Paris of the East, so a glamorous city, but at the same time, a decadent city. Opium dens, drug dealing, the biggest brothels in the world at that time. So the Sin City, the world of the East. And all these images were worldwide spread by writers, by journalists, by books. These cliches, these urban stereotypes spread all over the world, but in Italy, they came mainly, quite late, starting from 1920s to 1930s. In Chinese history, it's the so-called Nanjing Decade. So China now was ruled by a nationalistic government led by Chiang Kai-shek. And at that time, Italian fascism tried to have closer ties with Chiang Kai-shek. We were fascists, he was nationalist. We tried to sell weapons and to have military and economic cooperation. Mussolini identified in Chiang Kai-shek a partner in East Asia. And then later he changed his idea and joined Japanese people, but it's a different story. So he sent his son-in-law, Galeazzo Ciano, top right, to act and to serve as a general consul of Italy in Shanghai for 4 years. And he lived there together with bottom central, his wife, so Mussolini's daughter, Edda Mussolini Ciano. And no one knows this in Italy, it is forgotten, the eldest Mussolini's grandchild, the baby, Fabrizio Ciano, was born in Shanghai. So, closer ties between fascist Italy and nationalistic China, as a reflection, broader spreading of the place name Shanghai in Italy. Why and where? Mainly the negative sense of this cloning was attested in Italy, so the decadent city. At the time, we had huge internal migration from the countryside to the cities, in big cities like Rome, but also in smaller cities like Leghorn, in Italian Livorno. So new quarters for poor people coming from the countryside need to build new poor quarters for them, so almost slums, informally nicknamed Shanghai. In the red circle, the quarter of Shanghai in Leghorn today. And they were slums, they were poor quarter, and the spelling was not like the present-day spelling of Shanghai. was mainly Italianized, according to Italian pronunciation, you see at the bottom, in Shanghai, from one side for political reason, fascism. Toponymy means power, control, and at that time we wanted only in Italy Italian toponyms, but also from the other, ignoring the system of romanization of Chinese characters from Chinese into Latin alphabet. So they didn't know nothing about Weijia system or later Pinyin system, and they ignored the real meaning of Shanghai in Chinese, above the sea. Now the quarter is spelled Shanghai, one H is still missing, and in some cases the final letter is a Y and not a I, but at the origin was Shanghai as in the top. From satellite image, so public housing for migrants in Leghorn. But the case of Shanghai Leghorn was not unique in Italy. We have other Shanghais. One is close to the Alps in Bolzano. Red circle, Shanghai, Bolzano. And why? Südtirol, Alto Adige, was conquered by Italy after World War I. And it was, and still now is, a city where the majority of the people is German-speaking. Today is a minority. At that time, during the fascist age, it has to be controlled and it has to be mixed with Italian-speaking people. So new migration from northern, central, and southern Italy, Italian-speaking people, to transform Bolzano in an Italian-speaking city like the others. The most interesting case of all is here in Rome. Starting from 1933, a new quarter, officially named Tor Marancia, but informally named for everyone, even by the resident, as Shanghai, was built in Rome under the umbrella of the Italian Institute of Public Housing, in Italian IACP. So again, a slum, poor quarter, social decay. So far, we saw big cities, small cities, but we have Shanghais, even in towns. In my home region, Emilia-Romagna region, we have a Shanghai in Santa Sofia, 3,000 people of inhabitants. More than a quarter was just a block. It was poor, it was for worker. During the fascist age, nickname again Shanghai. After the collapse of fascism, after World War II, we still continue to have toponyms as Shanghais in Italy. Now they were so spread that even the most common dictionary of Italian language in the 50s, the one by Italian writer Alfredo Panzini, had the mention of Shanghai as quartiere lurido dove alligna la malavita, so a dirty quarter where organized crime is present, quoting Shanghai Leghorn. And moreover, we had new Shanghais because there were new quarters, poor, and again nicknamed Shanghai, one in Genoa, one in Crotone. And now there was something more, not only a slum as during the fascist age, but slums waiting for a social and political redemption, waiting for a revolution. Half of Italy had a very strong communist party. We had the strongest communist party in Western Europe. So you see, there is even a novel entitled Rivolta a Shanghai, Riot in Shanghai, Shanghai, Rome, Tor Marancia, even translated into English. So Shanghai is a place for revolution. And the Italian newspapers L'Unità, funded by Italian Communist Party at that time, made even a reportage in Shanghai, Tor Marancia, Rome. There is a strong connection with the Italian movement of neorealism, mainly based in Rome and related to this issue. And you see the writing on the facade, Viva il PCI, with a strange spelling. So we support the Italian Communist Party. But which is the issue? Still in the 50s, we continue to use in Italy the place name Shanghai as a place of social decay waiting for a communist revolution. But the real Shanghai from the late 40s, from 1949, had already been the place of revolution and was now a people's republic. So you see Shanghai Banda now with the People's Liberation Army under the guide of Mao Zedong. So it has been no more the decadent city, but it has been the redeemed city. But for decades, Italy almost ignored that the original Shanghai had already changed thanks to a revolution. And why this anachronism between the original toponym and city and the cloning in Italy? Several reasons, but most probably, the fact that Italy had almost no connection at the beginning with People's Republic of China. Great Britain acknowledged People's Republic of China in 1950, 1 year after Chinese Revolution. Italy only in 1970, because we were under the umbrella of NATO and American policies, and America recognized People's Republic of China only in the early 70s. Until 1970, for us, the only real China was the Republic of China, Taiwan. So if you ignore mainland China, probably you do not know that Shanghai now is a different city. What about today, 2024? The most divergent trajectories between the real original Shanghai and the Shanghais in Italy. Now Shanghai in China is no more the opium city, the sin city, is no more the redeemed city of Mao Zedong period, but it's the world city, is officially the most populated city in the world, 25 million of inhabitants, almost the half of Italian population. And what about the Italian Shanghais? They are small, still small, in some cases restored or recovered, but just blocks or quarters. And in Shanghai, China, they forgot the period of old Shanghai and early period of Mao Zedong Shanghai. And in Italy also, the resident completely forgotten and neglected the reasons, the origin of this strange cloning, why they decided to give a name Shanghai in the suburbs of Rome or Leghorn or Bolzano and so on. So there is a problem about losing the reason, the causes of the toponym, so the cultural and historical values of this toponymic cloning. Last slide. So if you take a drive just out of Livorno, if you go straight, you go to the ferry boat or take the highway and you go to Pisa or to Florence. But if you turn right, you can go to the cemetery or to a quarter named Coria. And the trajectory of the place named Coria in Italy at that time was quite similar to Shanghai. Poor quarter characterized by social decay, but not because of brothel, prostitution, and opium, but because of Korean War. If you turn left, city center of Leghorn, or in a quarter named Shanghai, but spelled with final Y and not I. Thanks a lot.
Very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Please.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your account. It's perhaps a silly question, but probably one that every Italian in here can answer. But are Italians in these enduring bits of cities conscious of the connection? Do they know that they're talking about Shanghai, or do they just think of it as a series of letters or in a bit of their town?
Can you repeat, please? It's not so clear to me.
So Shanghai,
yeah,
obviously not Italian,
yeah,
but would people think, oh, that's that big city in China? They would know the connection.
They know the fact there is the biggest city in the world in China. They know it's the original place name is Shanghai. It should be even written in a different form if compared to the original one of the 2030s. So there was a sort of correction, but also the correction in this case is wrong. So Y instead of I. But nothing about the causes. Why Shanghai? Also, Italian history erase this period of Sino-Italian connection during the fascist age. The same in China. You cannot speak in public about politics in general, in particular about Chiang Kai-shek, because he was the bad guy. So from both sides, in particular Italian one, we do not know. Probably someone wake up in the morning and happened, or maybe in the future, urban legend, someone was migrated from Shanghai and decided to nickname this quarter Shanghai. No. So there is a completely cancellation of any memories. I think also because they were informal, unofficial place name, which became official only recently. So younger generation, absolutely nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Maybe a quick question? If not, let's thank our presenters again.
Thanks.
The next presentation will be done by Anna Maria Bartolini, which was prepared with Giovanni De Santis from the University of Perugia in Italy. And the title of the presentation is From Italy to America, the Franciscan Legacy in Toponymy. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, we can say that up to now, traditionally, the scholarly literature on toponymy of Californian coasts has focused on the figure of Don Junipero Serra, who was the founder of the missions. However, we know that toponymy provides insight into the history, the identity of local communities. So on the basis of the recent data of tourism in Umbria, Professor Giovanni De Santis and I wanted to investigate the relationship between the towns that grew out of Franciscan missions and the Italian sites, particularly Assisi in central Italy. But go in order. So if we analyze the tourist flows between 2022 and 2023, we can see the absolute variation is positive, is of plus 8.9%. And this trend is also positive compared to the 2019, so the period before the pandemic due to the COVID-19. The main arrivals came from Rome for Italy and came from the United States of America for foreign countries. In both cases, the main destination, the preferred destination, is Assisi. Why? It's easy, because we know that Assisi has an historical, artistic heritage which is known all over the world. And this heritage is linked to St. Francis. Between the 12th and the 13th century, in Assisi lived St. Francis. And later in his life, he arrived in Santa Maria degli Angeli, which was known as the Valley of Our Ladies of Angels, and Benedictine monks gave him a small piece of land and the little chapel which stored there, and St. Francis restored this chapel. And you can see the chapel up to now in Santa Maria degli Angeli. It is the Porziuncola. And some years later, another basilica was built around it to serve Porziuncola itself. St. Francis also granted the indulgences for those who went to Porziuncola to pray. And in the 15th century, the granting of indulgences spread the cult of St. Francis in Italy, but also in Europe and especially in Spain. And this is the reason why, if you go in Santa Maria degli Angeli in August on the 2nd, you will find many, many tourists, thousands of pilgrims who go there to pray St. Francis. Devotion to St. Francis spread out also thanks to King Charles III, who was the king of Spain, who sent Franciscans to lead a mission in California, in Upper California. Franciscans arrived in California, they founded 21 missions, and obviously the most famous saints inspired the name of missions and the toponyms. A well-known example is the first mission, Mission San Diego d'Alcalá, because San Diego d'Alcalá was a priest, he was a Franciscan man, and he was Spanish as the founders of the mission. And we know that at the beginning, toponyms referred only to the parish, to the mission. So at the beginning, toponyms had a religious meaning. It is when the mission starts to decline that the toponym loses its religious identity. It starts to refer only to the new civil community, and it starts to be cloned or duplicated in the world. This is what happens with the Mission Santa Clara d'Assis, which was cloned in the South America. Or we can find the same situation with San Francisco d'Assis, but we can see in blue that there are many cities in South America, Argentina, and Chile, cities with the name of San Francisco, but in yellow we can see 2 cities with the name of Porciúncula, because it is linked to the chapel of St. Francis. And in red, we can see a city with the name of Porciúncula de San Francisco d'Assis. Of particular concern is that the town that grew out of Franciscan missions seeks a link with the birthplace of the saint to whom the mission is dedicated. So if you go in Assisi, you can see twinning agreement with San Francisco. It was signed in 1969 by the mayor of San Francisco, Joseph Aliotto. Here you read 2024, obviously it's 2019, and this is the year when was celebrated the sister city agreement between San Francisco and Assisi. In 1999, Mission San Juan Capistrano, which today is the city of San Juan Capistrano, asked the same. So in 1999, the Californian San Juan Capistrano signed a sister city agreement with the Italian Capistrano in Abruzzo. Unfortunately, there is a restriction of only one agreement per state that has prevented Assisi from formalizing the agreement, the twinning agreement with the city Los Angeles, because Assisi has yet signed the agreement with San Francisco. But it's even more important that at the beginning, the name of Los Angeles was El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Ángeles de Río de la Porciúncula de Asís. If today you go in Assisi or in Santa Maria degli Angeli, you cannot see anymore the river Porciúncula. But when the founders went to California and founded the mission, they saw the river, they thought to the Italian situation, and they called the city referring to the Italian place. Obviously, when the community grew, the name shortened into the current Los Angeles. But what is more interesting and relevant is that if you go in Santa Maria degli Angeli, you can see here the church, and if you cross the square and the park, you arrive in the main road of Santa Maria degli Angeli, and it is called Los Angeles. So the city of Santa Maria degli Angeli has chosen the name Los Angeles for its main road, which arrives until the border, the boundary of the hamlet, referring to the Spanish mission in California. So to resume with some key ideas, we can say the toponyms at the beginning are related only to the mission to perish, so they have religious meaning at the beginning, and with the decline of the mission, they start to be a new toponyms without any religious meaning, and they start to be cloned, and they represent the opportunity for the new civil communities to contribute a new identity route tourism between the Californian cities and the Italian place, birthplace of the saints to whom their community was dedicated. And we can see that the Californian towns usually are they that request for twinning with the Italian town of the region, of their origin, to better discover and understand their origins. Thank you.
I must admit, I was in the United States for more than 4 years. I never heard about this. And I'm wondering if this is included in American history. I mean, the Americans accept this?
Yes. Well, we know that from America, there is this interest to discover, to understand the roots, their identity. But I think that also in Italy, we don't know very well this situation. So, for example, if you go in Assisi, probably a lot of people don't know that the name of the road is linked to the Spanish mission. So it's something that has been to discover more.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions, please? If not, let's thank our presenter again for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Mr. Brahim Atoui from Algeria. His presentation name is Toponyms Title Deed in Algerian Pre-Colonial Societies. Please, Mr. Atoui.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. I am Mr. Atoui Ibrahim from Algeria, and I have a great pleasure to present you a communication about toponymy in Algeria, and especially toponymy and pre-colonial Algeria agraire society, which I try to demonstrate the relation between the toponym and the title of propriety. First of all, I would like to make it clear that given the time available, I am only going to present a condensed version of the document I prepared, the full version of which was sent to the organizers and which I believe you are already received. This presentation is a part of a research project that will soon culminate in the publication of a book of Algerian toponymy based on the approach and method of geographical science. In keeping with the theme of our meeting, this paper will look at toponymy derived from surname or ethnonyms and their role not only has property title in pre-colonial Algerian societies, but also in relation to the occupation of Algerian agrarian space. To support our study, we have drawn on a toponymic database containing over 50,000 toponyms. We begin with the citation for Wittgenstein. We said the limits of my language are the limits of my world. For Algerian tribes, the toponym generally derived from a patronymic or ethnonym is the semantic science in the same way as other used not only to mark and delimit a territory, but above all to claim ownership of it. In generally, all property bears the name of the individual or group that owns it, which also mark its limits. Paraphrasing Wittgenstein, we can say that my property ends where my name ends. The social and spatial reality of the pre-colonial Algerian was characterized by a dual lifestyle. On the one hand, the sedentary mountains dweller with the fixed dwelling practicing intensive farming known as bocage. In French, we said bocage, agriculture, where the land tenure status was of the milk, private property. In Algeria, we say private property milk. And on the other hand, the nomad and semi-nomads occupying the highlands and plains, and to a lesser extent, the Great Sahara, with mobile houses practicing agropastoralism, has no open field agriculture where the land was status, collective properties. These two main areas have two distinct names. The place names of the highland and the high plains have different names to those of the mountains. Those in the mountainous areas are mostly called Ben, Bu, Ben, meaning son of or father of, in singular. For example, Ben Sharif, the son of Sharif. Bu Medfa, the father of Medfa. Bel Amri, the father to Bu Amri. And those in the highlands, high plains, or in immediately contact with the Sahara are mostly called Ulad, and Bini meaning sons of in the plural. For example, Ulad Atiya, the sons of Atiya, Bini Masoud, the sons of Masoud. The sedentary society tends to be mountainous, practicing agriculture dominated by farming and arboriculture, while livestock farming is only an adjunct. Cooperation is generally at family level, based on individual family property. Here, the family is a basic economic and social unit, which meets the condition that enable it to ensure its own reproduction. It is the basic economic and social units. It is the scale of productive activity, the space where activity are carried out. It is reinforced by a strong cohesion with blood ties that precedence kinship ties are perceived as supporting collectivist form. The unity of the family is matched by the unity of the farm and has the result to notion of the family and that of heritage are merged. This place is the domain of private property, where the boundary regulate each plot, each property is materially delimited and named fields of stone, reeds, etc. The naming is also more restrictive the toponymic reference in this space does not refer to the group, but rather to the individual to honor himself of his son. It is the toponymy that refers to the individual, to the restricted family. Here, the place names place the role of a title deed, a marker for the family property, a land registered marker, because, as we know, members of Algerian society with its Muslim tradition generally do not hold a title deeds, and even if they did it did not specify its surface area or boundary. The name is the capital that conveys power, honor, and a place in society. It is the symbol of family unity and strength. We can therefore say that the genealogical unit, which refers to the individual, express private ownership or on one more plot identified by the name of the owner of his direct descendant. In the sedentary domain of mountain area, the demarcation is clear. Gardens or orchards and plowed land are clearly marked out of the ground. So too are the names, which are precise, identifying the limits of small-scale production and farming units. These places are also first and foremost a name that serves to link people to their land. While in mountainous areas, attachment to the land is more pronounced and cooperation is most often at family level. In the large semi-nomad and sometimes nomadic family, it is much less. So family relationships are much more based on fictitious ancestry. Large areas are the domain of these nomadic and semi-nomadic society. This is the territory of the large tribes who move around in search to pasture and grazing land. In this area, where the statue of arch steep lands, collective ownership, is dominant, this in the agro-pastoral domain, characterized by collective ownership of the lands and extensive open field farming. The attachment of the land is weak, generally with no fixed habitat, mobile plants and incessant movement to produce crops, to look after the earth. The population must be wholly or partly dispersed. This is the essential constraints that ecology and nature impose on these societies. As a result, nomads have now left the need to delimit their territory precisely. The border is ill-defined, that the demarcation is unclear and precise. This is the domain of the zone border. The limits is often elastic and stops where belonging to such and such a tribe stops. In this society, the most important thing is the territory, the space, not the lands itself. The fact that they do not own the lands because it belongs to the whole community makes attachment to the group more important. Attachment to the group is therefore stronger than attachment to the land. Naming in this area is just as imprecise and ill-defined as the border itself, with name based on Ouled, Sons in the plural predominating. This bias is itself elastic as it refers to designated numerous, distant, ill-defined descent from a common, often mythical eponymous ancestor. It is elastic because it refers to very large area, and often it's mobile because the society that builds them is a semi-nomadic society and they tend to move with them. The majority of place names based on Ouled are located in these height plain and height lands. The toponymy reference in this area are served as an identity. The toponymic reference also convey an ideology. with which the member of the tribe identify because the individual is absorbed by the group, which provides him with security throughout solidarity, whether rightly or wrongly. This is al-Asabiyya described by Ibn Khaldun in his Muqaddimah. And it is in this way that social identification throughout the names is linked as a given area. So far, the nomadic group land is first and foremost territory in this the political sense of public domain statute. The land ownership of the agropastoral group comes from the center. In our case, the name manifests a spatial anchorage and serves to specify the spatial distribution on human groups. We can therefore argue that space is ordered by genealogical categories. In this space and society, toponyms order both the habitat, nomads are distinguished by their mobile habitat, and agriculture, extensive agriculture, by they also they us about the land tenure statute of the land, which is of the arch collective type. The names determine and set the limits of the group that make it up as a unit of production, exploitation, and consumption. The necessity of Tuareg way of life, which is fundamentally nomadic, combined with the environment and constraint, has obliged those who travel throughout it to recognize, designate, and name the slightest topographic feature of the Sahara and the characteristic of its various weather points. They have attributed a very large number of names to the various components of the Saharan landscape, river, mountains, place, etc. Place names also refer to legend, religious belief, elements of flora, animals, and historical or anecdotal facts. Sometimes even the most unmarked place, someone who does not live in the Sahara have an identity and therefore a place name. Unfortunately, our current topography maps are very poor in this respect. During our mini visit of the Sahara as part of our professional activity, we came to realize throughout our contact with the local just how rich and distinctive this toponymy is linked to the natural condition, the vastness of the country, the culture, and the language. The Tuareg have named the place they visit according to the origin of their language. But it should be emphasized that even though the Tuareg belong to the Muslim civilization, and unlike other regions of Algeria, the naming is not monopolized. Rather, it is much more descriptive. Place name based on Bou, Ben, Ouled, etc. account for only 6-7% on the total number of toponyms recorded. They were not named to take possession or to claim ownership. This is largely due to the legal status of the land. Land tenure is in the Hogar and Tassili, and the Tuareg region in general follows a completely different logic. There is no such thing as milk or ash, lands private or collective. Land symbolically belongs to the Amilokal. Amilokal is the honorary title held by the head of the nobles Tuareg family. It is he who exercises sovereignty over the territory from which he is responsible. It is he who distributes various rights of use among his subjects, including the right to use part of the land. He holds the right to dispose of the land in return for an often symbolic land tax. However, under no circumstances may he sell or transfer the slight parcel of land. In the final analysis, there is not such thing as private property, and the notion of arsh and milk land are incompatible with the Tuareg way of thinking, where ownership does not exist and all possession is precarious. We can thus conclude that the space in Algeria is ordered by genealogical toponymic category. The Ouled, sons of in the plural, are located mainly in the nomadic and semi-nomadic space. The Benbu son in father in singular occupied mainly the sedentary space. The surname, ethnonym, which have become toponym, contribute to the organization of the habitat, agriculture, social life, etc. The tribes with Ouled based are characterized by a mobile habitat, extensive agriculture, and a nomadic lifestyle, and the Ben and the Bu by a fixed habitat, intensive agriculture, and sedentary life. These maps show space in green, the space sedentary population, and in yellow semi-nomadic space, and in red semi-nomadic space, and all the point in a black point, it's the name who have the base Ouled. And we can see all the majority of Ouled is situated in the space of sedentary space. Other maps with the other bias are also down and confirmed our observation and conclusion. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Atoui. Any questions, please? Yes, please, Peter.
Before Mr. Peter, your question, I ask to Mr. Andrea or I don't see Jair Nipaisi. If you help me, if I don't understand his question in English, to translate me in French. You try, yeah, yes. Because my answer would be clearly too.
Yes, thank you.
No, you cannot.
Could also answer in French.
I cannot.
French a little bit. It's enough, I think. So thank you, first of all, for your very interesting paper. What you were describing is field naming by the owner, so to say. Field naming by the owner, which is also practiced in larger parts of Europe in the same way. Did I understand correctly that in Algeria, the family names of the owners are applied to the fields? Yeah. So this, a large share of this naming occurs with family names. Yeah. So the features are not so much described by their appearance, by how they look like, and so on. Family names are transferred to the features. Yeah. This is what you emphasized. So
if I understand clearly your question, the space in Algeria, more space in Algeria have ethnonym or family name, transformed in toponymy.
Yes.
Because the place, the family name, the place have not a title property. Mm-hmm. This place is now with the name of place of family name.
Yes.
And with the historically this name transformed in place name.
Yes.
And maintenant many mayor district have this name Ouled or Ouled.
Yes. So the names are not so much highlighting aspects, characteristics of features, of natural characteristics, for instance, of the feature, hydrography or soil quality or something like that, vegetation, but mostly the family name or the name of the tribe is applied to the feature. Yeah, this is the case in Algeria. Thank you. Thank you.
Just a quick comment from me. I see many similarities because I worked in the cadastre of Cyprus for 37 years. I see many similarities because indeed, family names or first names of people who own land at some time. And we find them within toponyms. And these toponyms are actually shown in most cases today on the title deed. On the title deed, they are shown on the title deed, but not as owner, just as a toponym or a micro toponym. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Giulio Valerio Tirone from the University of Roma, Italia. Worked with together with Iliana. Sorry.
No, infatti per se registrare sono lì.
Ora ti diretto.
Non si può vedere dietro? No, però questo si pensava di registrare.
I don't understand what is happening. Can you hear us? Okay, the name of the presentation is Regulatory Processes and Systemization of Toponymy in Italian Territories of Africa in the 1930s. Please.
Through the study of the documentation preserved in the records of the Ministry of Italian Africa Toponymy Section at the Central State Archive in Rome, and in parallel through the precise analysis of individual cartographic units of various scales and production preserved at the Historical Office of the Italian Army General Staff Archive, and at the Italian Army Training Institute, the Teulier Military College in Milan, the reconstruction of the attempt by the relevant offices to systematize the complex management of toponymy in the regions of Italian Africa during the 1930s had been carried out with particular attention to the territories of East Africa. First of all, it should not be forgotten that Italian control over these territories was not always firm and secure from the beginning of the colonial experience until its conclusion. This is why the complex military events and the continuous changes in the territorial structure made modernization operations, infrastructure construction, and the associated and necessary mapping extremely complicated. For example, consider the situation in Somalia, which became a colony in 1905, whose territories under Italian control changed incessantly. In 1908, in fact, there was a significant expansion with the inclusion of vast and important regions such as Jubaland, Benadir, and the Sheba River.
The situation that Italian officials had to manage is well represented by an initial report sent from Benadir that claimed, "The state of affairs in which I found the country abandoned to itself, without barracks, without offices and customs warehouses, not governed by any law originating from right, struggling in a kind of anarchy." Further north, a few years after the first territorial acquisitions in Eritrea, Giolitti's Italy focused its expansionist ambitions on the territory of Libya, then under Ottoman control, but already having a significant presence of Italian workers. In 1911, after years of hostility with Turkey, Giolitti decided to send Italian troops to Tripoli. It was the Duke of Abruzzi who initiated hostilities, and only 5 days after the declaration of war, Italian troops landed first in Tobruk and then in Tripoli. Starting from 1922, Mussolini ordered the expansion of Italian possessions in Libya, which had been lost during World War I due to local rebellions. These territories underwent incessant changes until 1935, with Italo Balbo becoming the first governor, who divided the territory into 4 commissariats plus a Saharian territory. All efforts for the realization of a new local toponymy could only concentrate from 1935 onward. The issues faced in the field of toponymy in Somalia are roughly comparable to those previously encountered in Eritrea and Libya. Although this portion of territory had been part of the Italian possessions for much longer, prior experience did not simplify the approach. In 1982, Italy acquired its first piece of land in Assab, then expanded by conquering first Massawa and then Asmara, which became the capital during the fastest era, through military operations that were not always successful, as demonstrated by the notorious defeat at Dogali. However, the stabilization of the borders did not immediately lead to the initiation of a mapping and toponymic regulation process, which remained impossible for many years. After Eritrea became a stable colony, Italy attempted to regulate relations with neighboring Ethiopia, led by Emperor Menelik, but the desire to expand inland led to a series of conflicts that contributed to a continuous state of instability and uncertainty. It was only after the defeat at Adwa in 1896 that the situation found some stability, with Italy forced to sign a treaty in Addis Ababa wherein Abyssinia's autonomy and Eritrea as an Italian colony were mutually recognized. During the 1930s, alongside the modernization of infrastructure, a general attempt was made to standardize toponymy. Ethiopia was the last African territory to become part of the Italian possessions, and its conquest was marked by the War of 1935-1936, after which the Italian East Africa was officially established. The conflict initially provoked a reaction from the League of Nations, which imposed economic sanctions that, however, did not slow down military operations. These sanctions were eventually lifted in 1936. The entire Ethiopian territory, particularly the capital, Addis Ababa, experienced a massive influx of settlers and underwent a complete restructuring with the creation of new neighborhoods, roads, bridges, and various types of infrastructure. Simultaneously, the toponymy of the new settlements, roads, squares, and airports was supposed to be addressed, but the difficulties in pacifying the area combined with the outbreak of World War II shortly thereafter made it challenging to complete the project as planned. The Italian presence lasted only 5 years, with the last 2 years during wartime drastically reducing the time for planning and implementation to such an extent that neither the infrastructural nor the toponymic standardization work was ever fully completed. In the light of this complex and challenging historical context, particular attention had been given to shedding light on the process of regulating toponymy, which for much of the colonial experience in the 1930s was not formally regulated. At the beginning of the colonial experience, due to the evident difficulties associated with different linguistic filters, the sounds used by the local populations to designate places were simply transliterated. Generally, there was an interest and intent to preserve what was found on site, rather than enforcing cultural replacement, with the focus being on integration where necessary, stemming from the new Italian historical presence.
A distinctive aspect of this study is undoubtedly the nature of the sources under analysis, which, as previously mentioned, come from military environments. These sources were created for purposes and uses with the armed forces, so both the terminology and the framing of information differ in some cases from documents created for civilian purposes and to circulate in non-military environments. The documentation reveals a clear inconsistency, which persists over the years in the criteria for naming streets, squares, infrastructures, and various types of places. Precisely due to this difficulty in standardizing all colonial territories, an attempt was made to apply the legislation in force in Italy. Regarding places as physical references, an additional difficulty was encountered, as it was common to simply transliterate the sounds used by the local population to designate something. As a result, rivers, mountains, villages, or regions were often marked on maps in this manner, making a subsequent translation effort necessary, which manifested in the creation of nomenclators and glossaries. For example, the Military Geographic Institute compiled a guide defined as an index of the names contained in the maps related to Eritrea and the surrounding regions, providing the explanation of meaning of each sound that had been transcribed on the maps. Each name is followed by an indication on the specific topographical feature it refers to. In case of homonyms, the reference indicates to which particular feature each name corresponds, settlement, watercourse, region, etc. Many names are preceded by a qualifier, di, mai, etc. They are also listed in alphabetical order according to the qualifier, as locally these are never dissociated from the name they precede. For example, the term ambe, widely used on geographic maps and found in descriptions of Ethiopian territory, indicated a mountain, or more generally, the peak of a plateau. Beyond the aspect related to the initial use of toponyms connected to the sounds that the locals used to indicate specific places and their correspondence on maps, there is another, certainly subsequent to the previous mentioned examples, that pertain to an earlier phase, which perfectly represents the attempt to standardize the criteria for managing toponymy. Moreover, considering the dating of the documentation, it is evident that these attempts began only after the stabilization of colonial borders, which had been sought for a long time and was only achieved in the mid-1930s. It is the section of the Directorate General for Political Affairs of the Ministry of Italian Africa Fund, preserved at the Central State Archives, that present a series of documents shedding light on some aspects of the management of toponymy, of the naming of places and organizations of the regime in colonial Africa. The first documented attempt to extend the provisions regarding the naming of streets and squares in Italy to the territory of Libya dates back to March 1937, when during Benito Mussolini's visit, he confided to the then governor of Libya, Italo Balbo, the possibility of extending the prohibition of naming places after living people already in force on national territory to new colonial settlements. The proposal was communicated by the Governor General himself to the Minister of Colonies, Alessandro Lessona, who, in approving the initiative, reminded that for the extension of Law number 1188 in force on national territory since 1927, the issuance of a royal decree with a consent of the Supreme Colonial Council and subsequent approval by the Council of Ministers was necessary. The correspondence includes an additional request from the Governor of Air Marshal Barbo concerning the dedication of the entire Tripoli waterfront to the Duce, which was then divided in 3 different names. Out of the necessity for more efficient management of the colonial territories, in September of the same year, the process of approving the draft royal decree for the discipline of urban and geographical toponymy in Italian Africa began, aimed at extending the provisions in force on national soil to the colonial area. In this context, it is worth briefly recalling the most relevant content for our study, included in the article of Law number 1188 of 1927. First of all, the necessary and prior authorization of the prefect for new names, after consulting the national historical deputations, or alternatively, the historical societies, which were institutes with the task of promoting the study of the pre-unification history of Italian territory. and that no streets, squares, or monuments of any kind could be named after persons who had been deceased for less than 10 years, with the exception of the royal family, those fallen in war, or for the national cause. Exceptions to the listed provisions could be authorized by the Minister of the Interior. However, it is important to note that the law to be extended to the colonies was limited to defining the authorities responsible for granting authorizations, while the request for the government offices was intended to clarify the criteria to be adopted for colonial toponymy. In September 1937, the Ministry of Italia and Africa approved the extension of the same national discipline to the entire African colonial sphere. The initiative was forwarded when the draft royal decree was about to be countersigned by the head of government, having already passed the approval of the Council of Ministers, and proposed the following integration to be communicated to the presidency as well as to the head of government. The document includes the request to extend the discipline of the royal decree also to the names of geographical entities, such as towns, mountains, rivers, lakes, and canals, and that such competence be attributed to the Office of Studies and Propaganda, while urban toponymy should fall under the jurisdiction of municipal services. On October 1937, the Office of Studies responded that for the extension of the discipline also to geographical toponymy, it was necessary to include in Article 1 of the Royal Decree the prohibition of naming towns, mountains, rivers, lakes, and canals. The correspondence was clarified by the communication from the Cabinet of the Minister of Italia and Africa to the Directorate General for Civil Affairs, which on December 1937 pointed out that there was no indication regarding the attribution of names to localities and geographical entities in Italy and Africa, and that in the past, these had been dealt with in some cases by ministerial decree and in others by governorate decree. Therefore, it was proposed to amend Article 1 of the draft royal decree as follows. The naming of localities in urban centers is established by the authority in charge of municipal services, with the prior authorization of the provincial commissioners and the commander of the Southern Military Territory Libya and the governors in Italy and East Africa. The naming of localities and unnamed geographical entities is established by decree of the Governor General. When it is necessary to change a name for reasons of particular importance, it shall be done by decree of the Governor General. The response from the aforementioned Directorate General to the Cabinet of the Minister specified that there was a discrepancy between the provisions of the Royal Decree and those of the national law that was intended to be extended to African territories, as the latter did not stipulate that the names of urban centers and their localities should be established by the municipal authority, but only the prior authorization from this authority was necessary. Furthermore, regarding geographical entities, the responsibility would not rest with the governor, but rather the enactment of a law or a specific provision from the central government was required for this purpose. Thus, the proposal to assign the Governor General the authority to modify both urban and geographical names was rejected, and the discipline was referred to the provisions contained in the Royal Decree Law number 1158 of 1923, which was stipulated that municipal administrations should seek authorization from Ministry of National Education for the renaming of streets and squares. Similarly, in the colonies, prior authorization would need to be obtained from the Ministry of Italy and Africa. The following is an extract to the draft royal decree. Article 1, no name may be attributed to new streets and public squares without the authorization of the provincial commissioners in Libya and the governor in Italy and East Africa. Article 2, no streets or public square may be named after persons who have not been deceased for at least 10 years in Libya and Italy and East Africa. The same prohibition applies to the naming of localities and geographical entities. Article 3, no monument, plaque, or other permanent memorial may be dedicated in a public or publicly accessible place to persons who have not been deceased for at least 10 years. This provision does not apply to monuments, plaques, and memorials in cemeteries, nor to those dedicated in churches to the ecclesiastical dignitaries and benefactors. Article 4, the provisions of Articles 2 and 3 do not apply to members of the royal family and those who died in war or for the national cause.
The Minister of Italian Africa, after consulting the Governor General, is empowered to grant exceptions to the aforementioned provision in exceptional cases, where it concerns persons who have rendered significant service to the nation. Following the correspondence described above, in the following years and until the loss of the African territories in 1942, several communications can be traced concerning various proposals for naming villages and mountains, from which interesting information emerged about the situation of urban geographical names. An example is the proposal dated July 1937, signed by the Governor General, addressed to the Ministry of Italian Africa. The village for which the name is requested was established by families of settlers on lands granted by the Social Security Institute in the locality of Bir Terrina in the Zavia district of Libya. It is specified that the settlement is now equipped with schools, a church, an infirmary, and other public buildings, and that it would be dedicated to the memory of the quadriumvir Michele Bianchi, the first secretary of the National Fascist Party from 1921 to 1922. Another case dating back to 1938-1939 concerns the correspondence regarding the renaming of the village of Maye Daga in Eritrea, which was established by workers and employees of one of the aeronautical workshop of the Caproni Company. The governor of Eritrea communicated to the Ministry of Italian Africa the company's desire to name the urban center Capronia. However, he expressed reservation about the appropriateness of naming the village after one of the fallen in conquest of the empire. A few days later, the ministry's response agreed with the Eritrean government on the naming after Pietro Toselli, who died during the Italo-Ethiopian War in 1895. The subsequent correspondence dealt with omitting the first name, Pietro, from the village's name for greater clarity in the designation of the center. Finally, as evidence of the slow and difficult progress in the process of naming places and the complicated management of this by a state administration and a bureaucratic apparatus increasingly less adequate to the needs of the vast colonized territories, one cannot fail to mention the issue dating back to 1938 of the numerous localities named Kombolcha in Eritrea and Ethiopia, which, according to the general government of Italian East Africa, could cause various inconveniences. The solution proposed by the Directorate General for Political Affairs for their univocal identification involved adding an additional name alongside the first. Specifically for the government of Harar, it would now be referred to as Kombolcha Arussi, indicating the Arussi locality. Then Kombolcha Harar, where the vice presidency dependent on the residence of Harar was located. For the government of Amara, it would be referred to as Kombolcha Wollo, near the sea. For the government of Shoa, Kombolcha Gudru, of the commissariat of Orro and Gudru, and Kombolcha Abdu, of the commissariat of Liban. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Maybe we have time for one quick question. Anybody? Yes, Catherine.
Thank you. I'm sure everybody is reeling from the density of the content. Thank you so much. I've got loads of questions, but I'm just going to ask you one that I maybe just missed the sense of. I think you said at the beginning that the basic approach was that you were going to, I liked the expression, I didn't quite catch it enough to write it down, cultural adoption of adopting the names already in situ and probably according to an Italian orthography. But then towards the end of the presentation, we heard about the addition of new names, Italian names named after people. Was that a sort of change in the policy, or was that specifically because those were urban names and new features? Thanks.
I wouldn't say a change in policy. I would rather say that it depends of the locality. When there are new settlements, they tend to designate them with a new name. In case just of something that already exists, they tend to respect and preserve the original name. This is due to probably the reason could be maybe the fact that they need to do everything very quickly, or generally because it was not so important for them at the first time.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's thank again our presenter. Our next presentation will be done by Serena Monaco and Emanuela Zamacchi. They are graduating students from the University of Firenze in Italy. And the title of the presentation is The White Court of Prato and the Hydronyms of the Co, referring to ancient artificial canal system. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Serena Monaco, and I will be presenting a study conducted by myself and my colleague Emanuela Zammarchi. And before we begin, I would like to thank Professor Cantile and Professor Nanni. I will start now. The White Gold of Prato and the Hydronyms of the Gore. No. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So the subject of our study concerns the Gore system of Prato, a network of artificial canals derived from the right bank of the Bisenzio River and their hydronyms. Agora is a man-made canal dug to divert water from a river or a stream in order to power hydraulic mills. Okay. The aim of the research is to understand how the hydrographic network of the Prato Plain contributed to the development and transformation of the territory through the study of its hydronyms. The research methodology is based on the comparison between historical sources and historical cartographic analysis. Hydronyms of the Gore and proximity toponyms were traced from each source. The results led to an understanding of the origins of the Gore hydronyms and their evolutionary dynamics. Based on the findings, an inventory was created, allowing for the spatial and temporal placement of the numerous hydronyms. The broader context in which the city of Prato and the Prato Plain are situated is central to the portion of the Florence-Prato-Pistoia basin, which develops at the foothills of the Apennines. The portion of the plain where Prato is located has been involved since ancient times in territorial arrangements related to land reclamation and water management. The Gore system lay between two rivers, extending from northeast to southwest for approximately 50 kilometers, and traversed a flat territory characterized by a limited and uniform natural slope. During the medieval period, the Prato district experienced exponential economic and demographic growth, thanks to the utilization of water diverted from the Bisenzio River. The canalization of these waters into a network of gore, which flowed following the natural gradients of the land, powering a series of water mills, contributed to the wealth of this area, so that this network of gore was collectively referred to as the white gold of Prato. The network of gore located between the Bisenzio River and the Ombrone River has been documented since the 11th century, with the construction of the Santa Lucia Dam, the creation of the main canal, the Gorone, and the first two canal derivations. During the 13th and 14th centuries, the Gore system was further developed, expanding to 5 Gore, which powered nearly 70 mills, as noted by Piattoli. In 1303, the Iolo ditch, Fosso di Iolo, was dug to the west for defensive purposes against Pistoia, as well as the Filimortula ditch, Fosso di Filimortula, into which some Gore discharged their waters before they reached the Ombrone River. The Gore have been numbered from 0 to 6, and colors have been assigned to each, helping the identification of toponyms and hydronyms associated with these canals throughout the research, while letters were assigned to the branches of each canal. The Gorone, designated as number 0, is the main derivation canal, from which Gore 1 to 5 branch off, while Gora number 6 was an independent canal with no industrial use. The earliest sources that refer to these canals are archaeological sources from the Roman era and historical sources from the medieval period. According to Moretti, the medieval Gore system was created in the wake of Roman-era land reclamation works. As also evidenced by Schmidt's aerial photogrammetric survey, the course of the Gore follows the Cardi and the Cumani of the Roman centuriation. The diagram highlights the overlaps of these two trajectories, which seem to support this hypothesis. However, documentary sources do not provide toponymic references for these canals during the Roman period. In some notarial acts prior to the 13th century, cited by Piattoli, there is mention of mills and gore. These documents provide the earliest written evidence related to hydronyms of the gore, which are referenced as being within or at boundaries of properties. From these documents, we can extract some key dates. Since 1003, evidence of the existence of the Gorone and Gore number 1 and 3. 1048, evidence of an ancient mill on Gora number 3. 1249, first mention of a hydronym related to Agora. 1296, publication of the Statute of the Mill Owners, an official document with references to various hydronyms of the Gore. The Guild of Mill Owners was established in 1295, and it is a consortium-like association uniting all the mill owners. They had a common interest in the protection and management of the water system of the Gore that powered the mills. The mills were not managed directly by the owners, but by temporary managers, who often had little interest in maintaining the canals. Millers would lease a hydraulic building from the owners for a specific number of years, according to local custom. Some documents refer to 4 years. In 1296, the Guild of Mill Owners published a set of rules to facilitate and resolve issues related to water management, known as the Statute of the Mill Owners on the right bank of the Bisenzio River. The statute includes various hydronyms referring to the Gore, which suggests that if these names were used in an official document in the 13th century, they likely have a more ancient origin, though we cannot date it precisely. From Roman and medieval sources, we have deduced that in both periods we can confirm the existence of these canals, although with different purposes. In Roman times, they were used for drainage and irrigation, while in the medieval period they were primarily associated with manufacturing, powering hydraulic mills. There are no toponymic testimonies for the Roman era, whereas there are for the medieval period. Thus, we have understood that in the medieval period there was a growing need to name the Gore, and we have evidence of this naming. We have seen how the names appeared. Now we will examine how these hydronyms evolved over time through historical cartographic analysis. The cartographic sources analyzed are Piante di popoli e strade, capitani di parte guelfa, maps of villages and roads of the 16th century, Cabrei maps of the 17th-18th centuries, the topographic map of the 19th century, the Leopoldine cadastre of the 19th century, the IGM map of 1889, the wool industry topographic map of 1918, and the IGM maps of 1934 and 1953. The Piante di Popoli e Strade, also known as the Plantario, is a source that represents the first systematic attempt to create a detailed-scaled atlas of the Florentine Contado. The analyzed maps from the Plantario focus on this portion of territory. This is an example of an analyzed map from this source. Although the Gore are graphically represented as canals, there are no hydronyms referring to them, but proximity toponyms are present. This is due to the purpose for which this source was created, namely to represent villages and roads. The analyzed Cabrei maps fall within this portion of territory. Unlike the previous source, the Cabrei maps include hydronyms referring to the Gore. Here are 2 examples of the analyzed Cabrei maps, in which we can see some Gore hydronyms. On the Bandita di Poggio a Caiano Cabreo to the left, we can see Gora delle Mosche, referring to Gora number 6. And on the close-ups from the Cabreo to the right, we can see Gora di Palasaccio, referring to Gora number 3, and Gora di Paperino, referring to Gora number 4. The same procedure was applied to the topographic map of 1815, which provides a detailed view of the canal sections within the city walls, and hydronyms were present. Then the cadastral maps from the Leopoldine cadastre within this portion of territory were analyzed, here extracting both hydronyms and proximity toponyms. These are 2 examples of cadastral maps that were analyzed, from which hydronyms and toponyms referring to Gora number 4 and 5 were extracted. We can see to the left the hydronym Gora di Pagnella, referring to Gora number 5. The IGM map of 1889 at a 1:100,000 scale provides only information about proximity toponyms, but does not include hydronyms due to the scale. The wool industry topographic map of 1918 is a very detailed thematic map at a scale of 1:30,000, which includes hydronyms of the Gore. Here it clearly shows how each canal has a multitude of hydronyms along its course, a distinctive feature of the Gore. From this map, both hydronyms and proximity toponyms were extracted. The IGM map of 1934 at a scale of 1:25,000 also features hydronyms of the Gore. The IGM map of 1953 at a scale of 1:100,000 presents only proximity toponyms due to the scale. The set of data extracted from historical and cartographic sources has been compiled into comprehensive tables that correlate hydronyms and toponyms for each Gora. The example table shown pertains to Gora number 4, which is the richest in terms of hydronyms. At the end of the 20th century, the Prato Gore fell into disrepair and oblivion, eventually being covered over and incorporated into the city sewer system. By the end of the 20th century, with the closure of the Gore, the numerous mills lost their original purpose, falling into disuse or being repurposed for other uses. The legacy of the Gore has been found in the current city toponymy, despite the fact that these canals have been forgotten. Directly citing some hydronyms, we have the following street names: Via della Gora del Pero, Via sulla Gora di Grignano, Via della Gora Bandita. I will now present the outcomes of the research. The hydronyms referring to each Gora have been catalogued, and the sources from which they were extracted provide chronological information regarding their appearance and persistence over time. This map displays the various hydronyms derived from each source, as well as the proximity toponyms directly linked to them. These diagrams illustrate zoomed-in views to the left-hand side of the tripartition of the Gorone and to the right-hand side of the Gore within the city walls, given the richness of hydronyms in these small sections of canals. Proximity toponyms associated with the hydronyms have been catalogued by Gora, and these also include chronological references according to the sources from which they were obtained, providing insights into their dynamics over time. From the final comparisons in this study, it has emerged that out of the 61 hydronyms extracted, 12 refer to the names of mill owners, 6 are named after corresponding mills, 6 are named after saints, 26 derive from proximity toponyms, and 11 hydronyms are unclassifiable. Among the unclassifiable names, 2 examples are Gora del Brillatoio, where Brillatoio is a facility for rice polishing, and this name could be connected to the nearby rice fields. And then Gora Bandita, which can be associated to the nearby Bandita di Poggio a Caiano. A bandita is a place where hunting, fishing, and bird catching are prohibited by public decree, and it was an area of land reserved for the exclusive use of the Lord, who controlled most natural resources. The conclusions from this study are the following. From the analysis of archaeological sources, we have observed how the Gore originated from the Roman era drainage works, as these canals in some sections overlap with the Roman limitatio. This study of historical sources revealed the necessity of naming the Gore because they were subject to maintenance obligations that fell on specific individuals. And also these hydraulic infrastructures were protected, as in the Middle Ages and in subsequent centuries, they were central to Prato's economy. The examination of cartographic sources demonstrated how the names of the Gore changed over time and how the same Gora acquired multiple names along its course. The research has thus led to the reconstruction of an inventory of the hydronyms of the Gore and their special temporal placement, the classification of the hydronyms of the Gore, and the identification of the influence of the Gore on current city toponymy, specifically street names. The results of the research are valuable and relevant for 2 purposes: the recovery of historical memory and the reconsideration of the Gore system within the context of a hydraulic regulation for the entire area. Thank you for your attention.
Congratulations, congratulations again. I think this is a very important, very well structured study, and I like very much the analysis. I have a very good question if you allow me, a quick one. Do hydronyms are hydronyms a part of a general topographic database in Italy, and they are categorized so we can go and search and find them, isolate them?
I don't know.
Does anybody know?
So
if there is a digital topographic database in Italy which includes hydronyms,
yes,
and if they are categorized, like you said in your study, maybe they can be isolated. So for somebody who can go back and do some further research, he or she can have an excellent source of information. Okay. Very good, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Peter.
Yes, thank you very much for this most impressive study, really. My question refers to the generic Gora or Gore. You said that these canals have been established in Roman times. So originally they should have had a Roman name, perhaps. And why was this Langobard name later applied to these canals? So in the early Middle Ages, obviously, a new name, Gore, was applied to these canals. And why? Why? And did the Langobards engage themselves specifically in these canals, perhaps? Was this the reason?
So, so for the Roman canals, we do not. I mean, the authors that we studied said that they didn't have. I mean, we don't have toponymic references to them for the Roman times, but we know that the Gore names is of Lombard origin. And one author explicitly said that the name Gora was not used in Roman times. It was not known in Roman times. So yeah, it's a name of Lombard origin, and it's I think it says on the first or second slide that it started to be. Yeah, it started to be used in the 18th century in Tuscany.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically referred to these canals.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it's time for a quick break, Andrea. Do we have a coffee break now or? Okay, maybe 10, 15 minutes? 15 minutes. Okay, so we can come back at 4:25, please. Can you please take your seats? We're about to start. Please take your seats. Thank you. Welcome back. We have a very interesting presentation now by Catherine Cheetham from the Permanent Committee on Geographical Names of United Kingdom. She's going to talk about toponymy in the United Kingdom. Please, Catherine.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Andreas. And thank you to Andrea for suggesting that I might talk to you today on toponymy in the United Kingdom. There are two aspects to this that I'll cover, and I promise I will be quite brief. Not least because of the first of those, I am no expert. So you'll see, well, see if you can figure out which one it is that I'm not an expert in. Anyway, two aspects. The first of those is names within the United Kingdom. So this is very much Ungagan speak, Ungagan parlance, where the goal of Ungagan is to promote each of the attending countries to work with the National Names Authority and standardised name processes. The UK immediately fails that measure because there is no National Names Authority in the UK. I've said Great Britain here, you'll probably know the difference between those, but the treatment of names is done slightly differently in Northern Ireland. But we do have a national mapping agency, the Ordnance Survey, and the geographical names on Ordnance Survey maps, products, are those that are recognised as being the authoritative names of the UK. Those are guided by local usage, the Ordnance Survey will consult with local authorities in establishing the appropriate form for most names. Urban names, that's relatively straightforward. Slightly more tricky are the physical feature names that, of course, might cross the boundaries of certain local authorities. But as I say, the Ordnance Survey has a systematic approach to the collection of names, and they record those names in the National Geographic database. And those are made available as open data. You'll be able to see the links in the presentation if you want to look for UK names. A little bit about alternative names. I know many of you will have an interest in minority languages. I'll talk about Welsh and Gaelic in the subsequent slides, but here on this slide, I'm going to talk about other languages, the even less used languages. They don't have any official status. For instance, Cornish, that's spoken in Cornwall in the far southwest of England. It's not a widely spoken language, but as you can see from the nameplate on the bottom left picture, there is now a directive that names will be shared bilingually also in Cornish. And Brick Lane is a different sort of example, is a more recently arrived language, but very widely spoken in that very small corner of London by the Bengali community. So that doesn't have any official status, but obviously it's important to know that that is the language name used by the Bengali community. It says Brick Len in Bengali transliteration. But the slightly more official ones are Wales and Scotland. Welsh names can appear throughout Wales, everywhere in Wales. Sometimes they appear as a dual language name, and that you may have seen in the press, there's been a little bit of effort recently to promote Welsh language names over English names, and they can also appear alone without an English name. So this is all very carefully worked through by the Ordnance Survey. They have a very detailed Welsh names policy that you can look at that long link at the bottom there. Scotland's a bit different because Gaelic is not spoken everywhere in Scotland, but there are processes for the collection and recording and use of Gaelic names within these areas, the Outer Hebrides, Highlands and Argyll and Bute. Again, as we saw with Wales, that can be sometimes as a dual name, Northwest, or I think it's Uisht Atua is my best attempt at Gaelic pronunciation, or sometimes even on its own, so that Bailey McPhail that you see at the bottom there is an English language name, which is actually Newton, so completely unrelated to the Gaelic name, but that name appears alone on Ordnance Survey products. So that's my very brief account of names within the UK. Let's turn to outside the UK. And without spoiling your quiz, it's this bit that I'm more of an expert in. So names outside the United Kingdom, and that's my organisation, the Permanent Committee on Geographical Names. So I think, we've touched a number of times already in this session on the sensitivities and importance of understanding cultural heritage and other names. But this body, the PCGN, exists to assist our government with the use of names outside the United Kingdom to ensure that we are capturing on government products the appropriate names. So we'll be keeping abreast of geopolitical events, linguistic situations, proactively anticipating what might be coming in the world of toponymy, and reactively providing names for our customers' production programs. So the key bit that we've talked about a lot today, why are names important? I mean, it sounds obvious, maybe, the first point. Geographical names are part of a country's culture and heritage. It's sort of grand words, but sometimes it's easiest to understand what those words mean when we think in our own very local contexts. in my own area in London, developers, estate agents try to promote the particular use of a new and trendy name, which the sort of long-term inhabitants of that part of London resist very strongly. That's not the name that that they know or recognise. So even at that extremely local level, those names are obviously very sensitive. And if we extrapolate that to the global condition, that obviously has even more impact. And indeed, as I say in the second point here, diplomatic relationships have been put in jeopardy through the inappropriate use of names. I have got a good number of examples of that if you want to talk to me about it afterwards. But the third point, as far as the UK goes, and it will be true in each of your own domestic contexts as well, is that what is shown on official government documentation, maps or papers or charts or whatever, is considered to be UK government policy. So it's one thing to grab a quick map off the internet and think that that looks rather attractive, but it's another if you haven't considered what the place names on that product are. So our basic rule of thumb at PCGN is to reflect the names as used in the countries themselves, the administering authority of the country, their names. So for Roman script countries, that's easy. We just adopt them as they are written in the countries themselves. And in languages written in other scripts, for instance, Persian, as we see here in the bottom example, or Russian, we need a scientific Romanization system to be ensure that a standard approach is achieved through a process of transliteration. Little, I suppose, a counterexample to that, where we don't necessarily show the local names, is the existence of what we call English conventional names. These are recognized as being the English language forms of foreign geographical names. So for things like country names or big well-known cities. So we've obviously in a city right now that there's a very well-established English conventional name, Rome, for the Italian name Roma, or Moskva for Moscow, Zhongguo for China. So the balance of when to use these established English names is one of the important considerations for our government users. So my final summary thoughts. I think we've all seen over a number of the presentations in the last couple of days that geographical names can be complex, they can be contentious, and be accompanied by political, cultural, or linguistic sensitivities. And sometimes a little bit of caution is needed in selecting the appropriate names if you're looking outside the territory of your own country. So that's, I think, probably all I needed to say at this point. Happy to talk further afterwards about the processes in your own countries for how you look at foreign geographical names. But that's it from me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kevin.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, Peter.
So excuse me, please, for asking so many questions. Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, Catherine. So it is obviously possible for young migrant communities to make themselves visible in the linguistic landscape, like the Bengali. Is there some local resistance against such efforts, or it's not very official, but it's on the plate?
Honestly, I have never heard of any local resistance. Of course, that's a possibility. Mm-hmm. The infiltration, as it were, of those very minority names tend to be in extremely local communities. Mm. So in Chinatown, for instance, in London, there are Chinese names on all of the street names. And I think British people, if they live there, there aren't many of them, the native English speakers, it is indeed Chinatown. I think they find it quite exotic and interesting, so they're quite happy to welcome the addition of those names. So yeah, I haven't encountered resistance in that way.
Thank you.
I have a quick question for Catherine. You say in your abstract, I have it in front of me, that there is no single national names authority in UK, but there are thorough practices ensuring the accuracy and currency of geographical names. And I'm wondering if the products prepared by the Autumn Survey, which are considered to be authoritative, are they covered by legislation?
They would go a very long way to avoid being covered by any legislation. They don't like to be thought of as the authority. It's a de facto authority because they are the ones that are making the national maps. But no, they would definitely try to avoid the overarching legislation on them.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. I have a question about use diacritic signs. Diacritic in the name Scotland name Bale Mhic file. We have yeah. In the last of Mhic, we have an apostrophe. How we can pronounce this letter?
Really, Brahim, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I need to go and seek out a Gaelic speaker. Honestly, Gaelic has spoken in Scotland and Gaelic has spoken in Ireland. They're both extremely intimidating with their use of so many consonants. So I don't know is the short answer, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much, Catherine. Very clear presentation. Our next presentation will be done by Rebecca Doce and Carla Pampaloni. They are from the University of Genova. They'll be talking about enclaves without borders, the toponomastic case of Carrega, Ligure, Piedmont, Italy. Sorry for my pronunciation. Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to excuse my colleague, Carla Pampaloni, which could not be here today because of institutional obligations. She says she sends her greetings, and maybe she will connect online during the presentation if she's available. She's there. Okay, perfect. So this collaboration with my colleague, Professor Sacca Pampaloni, is entitled Enclaves Without Borders, the toponomastic case of Carrega Ligure. And it's actually an illustration of how the development and the changes of toponyms on both a spatial and temporal scale are important as indicators also on of landscape studies, on landscape dynamics and landscape changes. So first of all, Carrega Ligure, where is it located? It's located in the province of Alessandria, in the current province of Alessandria, in the region of Piemonte, and actually on the border of Liguria, which is quite fundamental. It's a municipality in the higher part of the Borbera Valley, which then actually streams into the Scrivia and then to the Po towards Venezia. The toponym comes from Caratica or Cararia, which means a route where bullock carts can pass, and is actually also related with the Genovese term of Carugi, which means streets narrow like a mule track, and refers actually to this ancient mountain roads. Now, if you look at the picture of the landscape of Carrega and the hamlet Cogno next to it, then it would be it's impossible to imagine those ancient mountain roads. It's a typical mountain area, an Apennine mountain area, currently characterized by secondary vegetation due to depopulation and abandonment. But if we look at if you look at a picture of 100 years ago, then it's much more similar. This type of landscapes refer much more to this type of road, densely road network that was very characteristic of this agro-silvopastoral system that was applied in those areas, in those landscapes for centuries, and which were fundamental for the economy between the Po plain on the one side of the Apennines and the Ligurian seaside on the other part. So talking about a densely road network, already in the Tavola Peutingeriana, which has been shown before yesterday and today, you see the mentioning of, I don't know if you can see my arrow on screen. Yes, you see the mentioning of Dertona, Adertona, and also the site of Libarnum, which is still a Roman archaeological site close to Carrega Ligure. So this Ligurian Roman artery that actually, starting from the sea through Torilia, Propata, and so on, goes to Voghera, Pavia, and Milan, so the Po plain. So probably Carrega was one of those typical Ligurian oppida, pre-existing to the Roman conquest of the Cisalpine Gaul. But the first mentioning really, we found the first mentioning in 1195 in a donation dated on the 26th of April, in which a certain Baiamonte di Figino donates to the Cistercian Abbey of Rivalta Scrivia an uncultivated piece of land located in what is called the Castellaria di Carrea, sorry. So actually we go then to the next historical time lapse, and from the end of the 12th century, actually, Carrega was part of the fief of Torilia, which belonged to the ownership of the Malaspina family, which was a noble family in Liguria and in Piemonte, but also of the Bishop of Tortora. So it was an area that was actually co-managed by both of the Malaspina family and the Bishop of Tortona. Now, there were a lot of changes happening between the 12th century and the 16th century, because in the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 14th century, Nicola Fieschi, another noble family, who also had a lot of fiefs, purchases the fief of the Malaspinas and gets position of Carrega. Gets the ownership of Carrega. At half of the midst of the 16th century, the Fieschi family, due to a conspiracy towards the Doria, the prince of the admiral prince of the Doria, which was actually the prince of Genova at that time, loses all of its properties towards the Doria family. So at that time, Carrega becomes property of the fief of the feudal areas and properties of the Doria family. A new administrative political era begins at the end of the 18th century with the campaign of Italy of the general at that time still, Napoleon, which actually results into the Mombello Convention, where the where the Ligurian Democratic Republic gets funded, and then a month later with the abolition of the feudal states, of the feudal regime. This results also in the Treaty of Campoformio, in which the Ligurian Republic actually gets a new type of toponym, new type of denomination, and the former feudal states and feudal areas become nominated Monti Liguri, partly western and partly eastern, of which Carrega is part of the western Monti Liguri, Ligurian mountains. Now, actually, a month later, 2 months later, after the constitution of the Ligurian people, the Carrega shifts from the western Monti Ligure towards the eastern Monti Ligure. Now, this is just a simple example of how actually the Ligurian Democratic Republic didn't have any idea of what those feudal areas were, what happened, how the economy was based, who was working there, how the communities were constructed, and so on. But at the same time, the community of Carrega Ligure still was based on an economically agro-silvopastoral system with this highly densely road network. With the growth of the Napoleonic Empire, Carrega actually then gets into the whole administrative network of Napoleon and becomes part of the canton of Rocchetta, the arrondissement de Novi, and the département de Gênes. which is actually an organization which is copied after the fall of Napoleon by the Kingdom of Sardinia, who actually takes over the former imperial fiefs. Now, what happens, and what this is an important step before the unification of Italy, there's the Legge Ratazzi, which actually proposes a whole administrative organization and reorganization of the territory of Italy before the unification, and in which actually Carrega becomes part of the province of Alessandria, and so actually gets taken out of the Ligurian and Genovese area. So it's actually moves and shifts from a Ligurian region or Ligurian territory towards a more an Alessandrian territory. And in 63, Carrega, a lot of communities, a lot of municipalities that have double names are asked to specify with an addition their identity, and in the case of Carrega, the addition is chosen to be Ligure, identifying and underlining the identity of Liguria more than of Alessandria or even Piemonte. Now, this in 26, there's a suppression of the district of Novi and transfers its municipalities to the district of Alessandria. And in the 70s, there's a creation of the regions of Piemonte, including Carrega, into Piemonte and not in Liguria anymore. So now I'm just going, did I gave this whole introduction on the administrative political situation. Now we know that power relations have a fundamental role in the registration of official toponyms. So therefore, it's also important to look at them to see how they change, how do they develop, and to see their continuity and even survival or disappearance through time. So how do those toponyms actually behave within official documents? And being a geographer, I just had a look at, to begin with, I had a look at the historical maps and at the current maps. So this is a series of maps that we had a look at, starting with 1828 and 1853, which are maps that were constructed under the Kingdom of Sardinia. And then after unification of Italy, we took into consideration the topographical maps of the EGM. And then the last one is the OpenStreetMap view with then the toponyms, the database of the national toponyms of 2011. Now you see here that in total we collected 139 different toponyms, of which 45 were found on the 1828 time phase, 70 in 1853, 61 in 1902, 90 in 1936, 61 in 91-95, and 89 in 2011. Now, generally, you could say that there is an increase in toponyms starting in 1828 to today, okay? But is this really the case? Is there really an increase? And what does this mean? So having a look at the first maps, and with the first maps, I mean the more recent maps, because we did a regressive analysis, starting with the situation of today, which we know best, and going back in time. So we start with the database, the national database of toponyms, which actually, and this is important to mention, a lot of its data, not a lot of its toponyms, they collected from the 1937 EGM map. So actually the toponyms, and that's the reason why the graph of the type of toponyms of 2011, this must be 2011, is the same as in 1936. So a lot of the mentioning of the toponyms, they derived from the 1937 topographical map. So what do we see here? From 1937 towards the beginning of the 90s, there's a disappearance of a lot of toponyms. Now, a lot of the disappearance is mostly noticed on the settlement base. So the pink ones are the settlements, the blue ones are the hydronyms, the green ones are toponyms that have to do with morphology, and then there's another category. So most of the toponyms that disappeared between 1937 and the 90s were toponyms related with settlements. Now, as I said in the first slide, the area of Carrega, the landscape of Carrega, was abandoned largely, especially after the Second World War. So this exodus of people who left hamlets and who left settlements and fled towards the more plain areas also results actually in the official registration of toponyms. Then again, if we go back to, if you compare the 1937 with the 1902 maps, you can see that again there were less toponyms registered on 1902 than in 1937. Now, how come? The hypothesis there is that 1902 was the first topographical map made of the area. And probably a lot of the toponyms were not mentioned. That did not mean that they did not exist, but they were not mentioned on the map. But they were then again in 1937. When we go back to the Kingdom of Sardinia, so before the unification of Italy, you see that there are a lot of toponyms related with hydronyms in 1854, and also a lot of toponyms in this type of pink related to mills, to water mills. Now, it's important to say that in the 1800s, and also already before in the feudal times, so under the Dorias, Carrega had an authority, didn't have an authority to construct mills, but they did it anyway. And Doria family just let them, allowed them to construct their mills, knowing that actually they were part of this economy, and they were part of this, the whole economy that did not only involve Carrega, but the whole system between the Po Plain and the mercantile system between the Po Plain and the Ligurian area, Ligurian Sea. Interesting here is that there's a lot of, in 1854, the Kingdom of Sardinia gave a lot of attention, and therefore it's also important to have a look not only at the toponyms on the map, but who made the map, with what purposes, and to explain better also why they mention certain toponyms instead of others. So you see that hydronyms are mostly important. 33% of all the toponyms were related with hydronyms in 1854. Also because it was important to know for the Kingdom of Sardinia, having received this new area just after the fall of Napoleon, 1815, to know, okay, what is this territory? Who works there? How is it constructed? What type of cultivations do we have? Not so much for tax reasons, but also to know, okay, in case of a certain military arrival, we have to make sure that we know where to be able to trespass or not. Now, you see that, for example, when it comes to morphological related toponyms, you see that the green elements are mostly quite constant, but that doesn't mean that there are not only can be quantitative changes, but also qualitative changes. And what are those qualitative changes? So most type of changes that happen in different time areas are, for example, the disappearance of toponyms. As I said, between 1828, 1854, you have Rogliano, which completely disappears from 1902 onwards. It was a really small hamlet, just a group of houses that probably lost importance and disappeared on the official mapping. You have toponyms that appear newly. That does not mean that they didn't exist previously, but they appear newly because there was a certain interest from the beginning of the 1900s onwards to position that toponym Montepropiano, for example, on the official maps. And then there are changes of toponyms with small modifications, like, for example, Croso. In Croso, actually, currently, Croso until 1937. But then, actually, historically, it was Crodo, and even in 1828, in another map, which I will show immediately, Croado. Now, Croso means actually a small or a narrow country road, like in Stradiciola di Campagna, while, for example, Crodo or Croada refers to type of croda, a rocky wall, which are two different explanations. And even more interesting is the case of Ferrazza. Currently, the hamlet is called Ferrazza, but actually in 1854 and 1828, the term is mentioned terrazza. Now, Ferrazza refers to a metallurgical activity, while terrazza is a series of flat areas made on a slope used for cultivation. And if you then have a look at the Napoleonic land register map, which has a much more detailed scale of 1 on 2000, you see that, for example, terrazza is mentioned here. You see that you have mentions of terre élaborée, pâturage, but also châtaigne. Châtaigne are chestnut plantations, which are, if you go then on the fields, you can see them here. So also comparing other types of maps with much more detail, like the Napoleonic Land Register map of 1811, but also the Minuti di Campagna, which were actually kind of a type of survey maps that were used for the 1828 map of the scale of 150,000. You see that there, the land use is also mentioned. So you see here the C, which means campi of cultivation or cultivations. And you see that, for example, the combination of the historical maps with much more detail, also in combination with field survey, proves that the relation with terrazza and the toponym terrazza is much more feasible and much more reliable than ferrazza. So that's chestnut plantations on terraced lands. The last example is the complete change of toponyms. For example, Poggio Rondino, which is this type of mountain formation, which is round and slightly flattened, which is also the meaning of the toponym. In the beginning of the 90s, in 1937, the beginning of the 1900s, but actually was called Alpesella or L'Alpesella in 1854 and 1828. Now, Alpe or Arpe refers to mountain pasture land or meadow for little or bad, with a little or bad quality and mostly used for sheep or goat grazing. Now, if we then compare it again with the Napoleonic Land Register map, you see that in times of Napoleon, you don't have the toponym of Alpesella, but you have the Riso d'Alpesella, which is located over here, and the mentioning of pâturage, so pasturing activities, on the same location as the Alpesella toponym. And then in the Minuti di Campagna, you really have the toponym of L'Alpesella. Now, this is interesting. Not only these examples show that looking at historical maps and the development and evaluation and changes of toponyms tells you a lot more about the land use of today, but also the land use of the past. So it can help you to have a reconstruction of landscape changes and landscape dynamics. Other sources are important because, as I said, we found 89 official toponyms on the whole municipality of Carrega, which is 56.7 square kilometers. But in 2013, between 2013 and 2015, we did a collection of microtoponyms, and we collected microtoponyms in this area, which is more or less 5 square kilometers, and we collected 162 microtoponyms. So those microtoponyms, which are related also with a Ligurian dialect, are much more densely located, are really interesting when it comes to landscape changes and landscape dynamics. Related with the reconstruction of rural practices again. So my last slide is the invisible borders of what we call the enclave of Carrega through history, maps, historical maps and toponyms. We showed that the enclave of Carrega actually underwent mostly formal changes from an administrative or political point of view, but it maintained its local identity for decades. Apart from the moment when the Legge Rattazzi came up and they found it important enough to underline within this network, political administrative network, the mentioning of Liguria, of the Ligurian identity. Now, when we look at the cartographic analysis of 200 years time range, we see that the large temporal scale helps us to make a large reconstruction of the landscape. The development and the changes of the toponyms help us to reconstruct the land use and the landscape. Also looking at the meaning and the relation of those toponyms with the landscape. Now, Carrega, just the last mentioning, Carrega has maintained its identity as an enclave within different administrative regimes over time. And after the abolition of the imperial feuds, it was a question of preserving the status in economic and cultural terms. Now, the local toponymy still reflects this characteristic and this characteristic lifestyle, the socioeconomic organization of the agro-silvopastoral system within the Ligurian mountains, emphasizing that Carrega is in fact a Ligurian enclave within the territory of Piemonte. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I have one.
Yeah, perfect.
You mentioned that some toponyms are appearing on the map and then disappear, and then they appear again, maybe slightly modified. I'm referring to the slight modifications. Are they due to maybe if somebody sits down and does some scientific etymology test, something that can be corrected and justified.
Well, my hypothesis is that, for example, in the case of Terrazza and Ferrazza, there was just an error because mostly, but then we can ask to some other experts here in the room, that, for example, in 1902, there was probably, when they started mapping the toponyms, they looked at maps, at previous maps. So probably there was just a mentioning, okay, we didn't see that it was a T, but we thought it was an F. What also happened with the Napoleonic land register maps, that they wrote down toponyms etymologically, phonetically, sorry, so that there are some errors that actually are developing within the future that actually weren't there in the beginning due to the cartographer who makes the mistake, actually. Yeah.
Thank you very much again. We move to the next presentation, which is going to be done by Annalisa Dal Senso from the University of Roma, Italia, talking about toponymy, traveling and naming from the Earth to the cosmos. Sounds very, very interesting.
Good afternoon, and thanks. Historically and culturally, the naming of place on Earth takes the form of a symbolic and material act of a process of imagining and expanding the human geographical horizon, of orientation and localization, discovery and knowledge, appropriation and control. This process takes place through travels and discoveries. Journeys are the experience that make it possible, set it in motion and sustain it, pushing our frontiers further and further away. As we know, naming is one of the fundamental acts of territorialization, the scope of which is profound, rich in nuances, and only multidisciplinary can reveal. The link between toponymy and the culture of the civilization that expressed it is very strong and studied. It recalls meanings of identification and belonging. On our planet, historically, the need and practice of naming has followed the desire to acquire knowledge and material interests, dreams, and the will to dominate. For example, we have experienced the successive phase of toponymic overwrite, indicative of power conflicts. Two examples, the first and an historical one. These are events and impulses that we can study through the sources, thanks to the actual signs and documents that allow us to know what names the people of the past gave to place and to study their root, their symbolic and concrete meanings. Among the sources, we are particularly interested in historical cartography and audiophorical literature, which, like precious multidimensional documents to be deciphered, and contain the context in which place names were assigned. On the subject of the relationship between journeys and discoveries, historical toponymy and historical cartography, let us take some other example of a very long period, at least 2,000 years, and on a small scale. The basic assumption is that the presences and density of toponymy is a datum that reveals the knowledge of those who make the maps we observe. Some other example to the ancient Greek ecumene and the Orient. The density is to the Roman and the European ecumene pre-discovery of America, the mysterious Orient, and the new words in modern cartography. In historical geographical studies, the concept of discovery has been questioned. An element that has always followed this process and which must be added to the explanatory model is that of the imagination, linked to desire and utopia. The paradigm shift of recent decades, following the revolution of the 1960s, the birth of net and the moon landing, repropose a relatable situation that requires, in our opinion, a revision of the previously elaborated theoretical and interpretative framework in order to check whether they still fully correspond to the current context of or need to be modernized. First of all, we must recognize that the cue offered by this symposium, toponymy, has been used to propose a broader reflection from disciplinary and personal rereadings. The study of toponyms as a means of expressing identification, location, possession, belonging, division, and respect for people cultures has been interpreted in a very broad sense, given the geographical context, or rather the historical geographical context. Scientifically, until now, the connection seems to retain their validity because there is a problem. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Because until now, the connection seems to retain their validity because the okay, because technology brings the worlds closer. In effect, we propose a reflection that as the solar system and potentially and tendentially the cosmos as the sphere in which the human events under study unfold. In such a perspective, it seems to us that not only theories, but also geographical concepts we are thinking, in particular of those of place, country, world, must be understood, rethought, and recalibrated on extraterrestrial scales. The same applies to temporal scales. This is an exercise that we are calling for a national and international level, and that, in our opinion, we will have to address within the discipline geography, asking ourselves whether working in the terrestrial sphere or outside of it doesn't not imply a rethinking of the label and of the context that distinguish us. We note that the other discipline, geology, topography, physics, for example, have not felt this need, this ordeal. But for those who literally study the description of Earth, the question is perhaps more fundamental and cogent. In this sense, we have proposed to use the definition of geography for that which is physically confined to the Earth, and exogeography for that which concern the extraterrestrial space toward which we are moving with increasing interest. Now, I have tried to summarize very quickly a basic idea, the continuity of the process, what we identify, on which we are reflecting. Turning now briefly to the presentation of that we are going to see in a moment in the exhibition Maps and Toponyms from Our World to Other Worlds, synthesizing and generalizing, we could say that the long succession of cognitive and explorative intention and events that we are reconstructing is strongly Mediterranean-centered and Western, not linear, nor progressive or positive, the result of an active of ordering intelligence of the action of human creatures capable of moving away from the place, our planet, from which they come and towards a more distant destination, thanks to technology they have progressively developed over time, understood both on means of observation and of travel, human and robotic. The most interesting and revolutionary vehicles in the history of terrestrial and celestial discovery has been ships for the past and spaceship now. Creators and vehicles potentially capable to returning to their place of origin, in any case capable to transmitting information and establishing a relation between their world or celestial body of origin and the other reached. Entities that, having arrived at their destination, name and map at different scale the space observed and or reached, in order to preserve the memory of the experiences as an act of territorialization, appropriation, project power. The basic idea, at least as far as the first part of the exhibition, is that in order to conceptualize terrestrial and other space with all that it contains, mankind has produced diagrams, models, maps, which reduce into dimension that can be more or less handled and observed with the eye, which dominate. The representation include the known, imagined, desired, and feared lands, knowledge blurred towards external boundaries. Symbol and toponyms recall the entities scattered over the surface. We would like to present diachronally some examples of such representation have been extended through travels and realized on the basis of the model and tools that have been reproposed over time in different spatial, geographical, and exogeographical contexts. First, from Ptolemaic ecumene to the planispheres of Ortelius, to modern cartographies and detailed map with their toponymy, more or less dense depending on the context and scale. The cultural and material appropriation of this space takes place by naming the place reached and yet to be reached. The representation of the ecumene produced over the centuries show a greater relationship with the reality in the areas of frequency and the direct experience, where toponymy, as we have also seen above, is denser. Another interesting model is the one proposed by Gastaldi in the example of two terrestrial hemispheres who had a new discovery. At the end of the 16th century, the model is adopted, for example, by Petrus Plancius to take account of new information and geographical speculation on the height latitude lengths, and also used to provide mirror image of the northern and southern skies with modern Antarctic constellation. The vision of two celestial hemisphere and constellation marks the beginning of the lexical differentiation between toponymy, terrestrial, and nomenclature, extraterrestrial, both of terrestrial origin and largely traceable to the classic metrics. Next, we see the model of three-dimensional cartography imposing itself from the Earth to the sky, from Martin Behaim globe, still without America, discovered by Cristoforo Colombo in the same year, to Martin van Müller globe with Amerigo Vespucci New World, to Plancius celestial spheres. As we have seen with the hemispheres, the globe model is also used by astronomers to reflect the view of the firmament. More curious is the adoption outside of the Earth of cartography made by Mercator projection. The model designed to facilitate the navigators was first used to map the surface of Mars, then that of the Moon. For the latter, the Moon, orbital flights were necessary to reveal the part not visible to our planet. The first part of the exhibition presents also two case studies between Earth and sky. The first illustrates the link between geographical and celestial discovery through a toponymic, literary, and cartographical journey across the southern hemisphere. When Western navigators crossed the equator, they searched in the south for an astronomical reference point, identify the Southern Cross, first described and drawn, for example, to Amerigo Vespucci and Andrea Corsali in odeporical literature. Then cartographed and reproduced as an imaginative figure constellation included among the Ptolemaic constellation, for example, to Giovanni Evelio. finally represented in a modern astronomical cartographies, scientifically exact but less fascinating than the ancients. The last one, an example of a fantastic and real journey from Earth to Mars, thanks to the example of the mythical island of Chryse and Argire, which have always been at the limits of the geographical space known and imagined by the people of the Mediterranean, moved further and further eastward during the Middle Age and following the great 16th century exploration that even the later one, which never located them. Their existence could be not denied. It was too fascinating. So they were moved further and further away until they even landed on Mars. Protagonist of the fantasy space imagined by humans for millennia, the Chryse Planitia was chosen for the landing of two major space missions, Viking 1 and Mars Pathfinder. I conclude with a question. Rhetorical but hopeful, as a scholar of geohistorical issues. What is happening and what will happen with the naming of place outside of the Earth? In the other terrestrial worlds, we are learning about naming. Are and will be the extraterrestrial new place name the result of a policy of respect for people cultures? Thank you.
Very interesting indeed. This is very exciting for me.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? No. I'll be looking forward to see the proceedings, Andrea. And I am particularly interested about the presentation to have it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No, no. Thank you. Thank you again. The last but not least, the presentation will be done by Gianluca Casagrande from the European University of Roma, talking about naming, the first steps, geographical remarks about outposts, and the act of exploration at the extreme boundaries of human reach. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for this opportunity of sharing some ideas in continuation to what Annalisa just presented. Okay, this is better? Perfect. Okay, I came across a document a few months ago, which was a European Space Agency report about the status of space environment. And it's interesting because actually it seems that humankind is occupying, using, commercially exploiting, and polluting an environment which is actually outside the traditional boundary of Earth. Now, economic exploitation of resources to me seems like something really connected with the geography. As a matter of fact, we maintain that there is a continuity, as Annalisa presented a few minutes ago, between traditional geography on Earth and the process which is about to continue on in what was formerly known as outer space. Of course, the process is clearly based on a kind of scientific development and technological development, which is traditionally, popularly related to the role of Galileo now as a symbol figure. Otherwise, what was from the moon to beyond was in the realm of imagination, poetry, and only progressively in time under the domain of science. As a matter of fact, now if we think about permanent settlements, human settlements in space, we should not think of them as something purely science fiction or in remote future. As a matter of fact, it's been over 20 years then there was a permanent human settlement in Earth orbit, that is the International Space Station. So This is conceptually, of course, technically there's a lot of difference, but conceptually is not much different from envisioning larger stations orbiting celestial bodies or thinking about settling on other planets such as Mars, for instance, for which analog missions are simulating on Earth the kind of conditions that a settlement community would find on Mars, for instance, or other celestial bodies in the future. The idea is probably the process of exploration and travel is pretty much evolving from the same conceptual basis. I mean, we are moving vehicles able to support the life of the crew, for instance, from one departure to a destination. We are charting the course. We are finding ways to navigate from the intended departure to the intended destination. And instruments are evolving, but the underlying concepts remain pretty much constant in time. And that's how we sent orbiters, landers, rovers, and many other objects on the Moon, Mars, Venus, and other celestial bodies, and interplanetary space as well. Basically, what we are doing is pushing ahead the boundaries of the ecumene, the boundaries that Annalisa described a little earlier. For instance, on the left, you see the list of soft landings on the Moon so far, and on the right, soft landings on Mars, only NASA devices, though I didn't find a map listing all the other actors on Mars. We may start thinking about a sort of geography of outposts. I mean, if we think about outposts which were set in Antarctica or the Arctic, when those regions were outside of the ecumenic reach, we are pretty much facing similar phenomena. For instance, we can observe, map, and trace those faint remnants of a human presence. For instance, in Apollo 17 mission, here you see from the LRO camera, you see the the descent module still in place, and you can trace the tracks of the first car which went on the Moon, and you can trace also the footsteps, the footprints of the astronauts. So basically, you are able to map what happened, and you are able, we were talking about odeporic literature, I mean, we can associate positions of astronauts in these remote outposts, and also associate those positions with the words they said, the actions they did, and the feelings they had, because some of them, these things went on to become memoirs, no, that these people wrote. And there is one big difference. I mean, so far we can see that conceptually is in almost perfect continuity with explorations on Earth in the past centuries. But technology gave us a new perspective, for instance. I recommend that you watch this documentary. It's of course, it's a public engagement documentary, but it's very nice. Good night, Opie. And it tells the story of, among other things, Opportunity, this rover sent on Mars, and it was supposed to resist only 3 months, 90 sols. Actually, it survived 14 and a half years. And so people daily were downloading data, studying objects on Mars, rocks on Mars, and they were doing their entire life on Mars without moving from their desks on Earth. And this reminds me a little bit of old Fra Mauro, that was able to map most of the known world at his time by simply getting data from explorers, etc. This is a nice story. So what is more exploration, a few hours on the Moon or 15 years in remote sensing from Mars? The thing is, we are exploring this context. I mean, this is a map of the Moon, okay, you can easily find on the web, but we are, in this sense, we're exploring spaces. What makes a space into a place? Our ability to symbolize that based on place naming first, and then description, which, interestingly enough, is in perfect continuity. I mean, we are mapping the Moon, Tsiolkovsky crater, far side of the Moon on the left, and a region in Canada on the right. Same mapping techniques, same concepts, same notations, same ways of putting names on the map. But now, what are these names actually about? I mean, for instance, this is Mars. Is this a place you know? Let me ask you. Well, probably we've never been there, but we have some idea, some perception of how Mars is, right? And believe it or not, in this room, there are people who've never been to New York. Now, is this a place, even though I've never stepped a foot in New York? Yes, I believe so. Even though I know something about it, only something about it, it still is part of my intellectual control of the world around me. So an Arctic landscape you can see on top, or a Martian landscape you can see below, are pretty much equally known by people who've never been to either destination. Okay, and this allows us the existence of so much information that we get from new science and new technology. This allows us to envision stories on real context, real places on other planets without actually having been there. For instance, the blockbuster movie The Martian tells the story of the quest of a stranded astronaut on Mars, and European Space Agency was able to map exactly the path that he made from Acidalia Planitia, the starting point, to Schiaparelli crater, where our astronaut is finally rescued. Sorry if I spoiled for people who haven't seen the movie. Now, of course, what is nomenclature, that is toponymy in outer space terms, needs a central coordination for achieving global order and criteria, which is maintained by the International Astronomical Union. Okay, this is the regulator, which basically confirms, for instance, place names adopted for places on the moon or other celestial bodies when they were under a consensus in the scientific community, and also adds new toponyms once, sorry if I use the term toponyms, but in this case, that's exactly what they are, based on some criteria which have some specifications related to multicultural inclusion, consistency in the choice, writing criteria, etc. The thing is that when a new, for instance, Mars, a new place on Mars is explored, first of all, you have to set names to work with. For instance, this is the landing place of a Pathfinder mission, and the scientists and technicians needed to give names to the details they saw around the spacecraft in order to discuss their research programs, and they chose names which were easy to remember. So we have Yogi, we have Bam Bam, we have Pooh Bear, etc. And these names, whether they are accepted or not as official place names, become reference points for the study of these environments. Place names materialize a meaning, okay, which is always deeply rooted in a reference culture. For instance, traditional names on the moon and Mars were from the Greek and Latin culture, obviously. Now, a lot of actors are playing this game, so we start having, for instance, Russian names, especially on the far side of the moon, because they were the first to map. Soviets were the first to map the far side of the moon. Or we have Chinese names because China is becoming an explorer in the lunar environments with a lot of success, actually. And of course, other place names are selected based on general criteria, as I stated above. Now, based on my assertion that places, which obviously can discuss, I'm not saying I'm right on this necessarily, but places are places regardless of having been physically reached by humans or not, once they are properly located and symbolized. So, for instance, you have memorials. You have a memorial to the fallen astronauts on the moon, which was left by an astronaut in remembrance of the astronauts who died before that mission. And you also have another memorial to the crew of Space Shuttle Challenger, which was actually the landing spot of Opportunity on Mars. It's called the Challenger Memorial Stations. So these are places, actually. We know where they are. We know sometimes their conditions, not always. And they remain as fixed point on the surface of these planets. Now, try to synthesize what I'm saying, basically. Places beyond the boundary of our reach are named as spaces of expansion. This means that you have mountains on Mars, which are called from mountains on Earth. We called the lunar seas Maria, no? As seas, because they were conceived as seas on the Earth. So basically, there is a projection from Earth to space, into space, of categories, concepts, references. And this, of course, implies also some degree of cloning. For instance, you have Montes Spitsbergen in the Mare Imbrium on the Moon, which was given that name because of its resemblance with the archipelago of Spitsbergen, now Svalbard, in the Arctic Ocean, okay? By similarity, by extension, and by, I would also say, media relevance, because when the name was given in the early 1930s, the archipelago, the terrestrial archipelago, was famous for the exploration of the North Pole. The second phase is when places which were once beyond or along the boundary remain as memorials of past challenges. I mean, the research goes on, but the first step is marked, is monumentalized. Apollo missions always brought a plaque indicating that was an exploration by mankind, and they had the signature of the astronauts, etc. So this is a monumentalization. The third phase, in my opinion, is when places which were formerly beyond the boundary start to live their own life, symbolization, and naming for things and causes and events occurred on the place. For instance, Canyon National Park. Of course, canyon comes from the Spanish word cañón, okay, and refers to a certain geological conformation, okay. But then, so this is an imported marker. But then there was a toponym assignment using a name which was local, originated in place. This occurred, of course, in all explorations on Earth, but it also occurs, for instance, on Mars. I mean, if you see this area, it has a lot of terrestrial references like Sinai Planum, Terra, Xantia Planum, etc. And then you have this important toponym, Valles Marineris, that is called like that because there was one spacecraft, Mariner 9, going there and taking the pictures and documented the area. So it was an event occurring on Mars, which was the namesake for in the assignment of the toponym in this case. North of the Apollo 11 landing spot, there are 3 small craters called Aldrin, Collins, and Armstrong. That is the names of the astronauts of that mission. And they are called, see, they are in the same disposition of their hierarchy. And if there have been other 3 astronauts, the names would be different. So it was an event occurring on the Moon determining that those 3 craters were called that way. Thank you for your kind attention, and I remain, of course, at disposal.
3 words from me: amazing, extremely interesting. Well,
thank you very much.
Any questions from the audience? I found it extremely interesting. I mean, for me, it's exciting. It's very exciting. If no questions, thank you very much again. After I finish this statement, I have a couple of statements and then, yes. Yes, we finally reached the end of this afternoon's session. Just summarizing very briefly some final remarks. We have seen the cloning of place names, Franciscan legacy in toponymy, toponymy as title deeds, regulatory process and systemization, hydronyms, very interesting, toponyms in the UK, enclaves without borders, traveling and naming, first steps of naming, exploration of the extreme boundaries. Very interesting topics. Thank you very much all for your presentations. I understand that there are arrangements for a souvenir photo in the ground level, and also we have an exhibition for maps and toponyms. Is there an additional announcement? Yes.
Hello. Some logistic information for tonight. For the participants who will attend at the social dinner tonight. The appointment is at 8:30 p.m. Directly at the restaurant. And for the payment, also the payment is directly at the restaurant.
We can proceed with the last session of the Congress, and is a session divided into parts. The first part is 5 speakers, but one, the 2 colleagues from Turin, doesn't is here, and the argument of these 2 parts as well divided by the organization. The first part treats for 2 Italian regions, Piedmont and Alto Adige, well divided. The second part is relative to other arguments, then we'll see. I pray the speakers to stay in 15 minutes. The first part of the session is more large, and a bit of tolerance is possible. The second part, 5 speakers, is complete, and the time is contingented. I invite Professor Lucarno, University of Turin, to speak his contribute. Complexity of toponymy in Aosta Valley between officiality and recovery of vernacular texts. Please.
Non ci riesco, le chiedo aiuto, vabbè, sono un po' impedito con le mani. Thank you very much. Good morning to all you. I'm speaking about the complexity of the toponyms aspect at present in Aosta Valley, which is an autonomous region of Italy, which is placed, it is located in the northwestern edge of the territory of Italy, as you can see. And the territory is completely surrounded by high mountains, which separate it from Italy, Piedmont, in the south part, France in the western part, and Switzerland in the northern border. Until the 20th century, the road links were only the little Saint Bernard Pass to France and the great Saint Bernard Pass to Switzerland. Both of them were closed due to snow during the winter season. And because of this geographical situation, for centuries, linguistic and cultural relation with the French-speaking countries were privileged even compared to those of Italy. Since 1416, Since 1416, the valley has been part of the Duchy of Savoy, and since 1536, French replaced Latin as the language of public administration. However, the centuries-old political affiliation to Savoy had spread also the Franco-Provençal language in the valley. This language is an intermediate level between French and the Piedmontese dialect, and is still spoken today by the native population. Furthermore, in the Lys Valley, in the northeastern part in red of the region, Walser is still spoken today. It is a language of Alemannic origin brought by immigrants from Switzerland in the 13th century. In 1861, Italian became the official language of the Kingdom on Sardinia, and the year later of the Kingdom of Italy. However, since 1848, the Albertine Statute, the first constitutional charter of the kingdom, guaranteed the French full rights of use in the territories of Aosta Valley. However, the vast majority of the native population continues to speak the Franco-Provençal language as a native language, and French is spoken only by the upper classes of the population, very few people. Italian and French continue to be taught in schools as a second language. Over the next 50 years, French was subject to a slow decline, and at the end of the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution and a massive immigration of workers from other Italian regions arrived in the valley. This increasingly large portion of population did not know French and learned it as a second language in the schools. After the First World War, the fascist government tried for 20 years to completely eradicate the use of the French language, abolishing its compulsory teaching in schools and gradually modifying all local toponymy. In 1939, all the names of the municipalities of the Aosta Valley were Italianized, and the process of Italianizing toponyms often had a very questionable results, poorly reproducing the previous French meaning or introducing a completely new toponymic concepts, as in the examples of the slides. After the Second World War, and with the fall of fascism, all the previous French toponyms were restored. Abolishing was introduced by the government in the previous 20 years. The measure had a strong political character as it supported the autonomous regional status of the Aosta Valley region. And this autonomy statute guaranteed a greater wealth to population and the better living conditions. French returns to be a language of public administration as well as Italian language, and is systematically used in all public documents. However, the regression of French as a spoken language continued inexorably throughout the post-war period. Today, less than 1% of the population living in the valley uses French as their native language within the family, preferring Franco-Provençal, still widely spoken and taught also in schools. It is estimated that today only that today the 16% of the population has the knowledge of the Franco-Provençal language since the birth, and more than 50% are able to understand this language. French is used only as a second language or in specific official purpose, such as in school, politics, road signs. It is clear that this rule is used to justify the continuation of the region's administrative autonomy, which is the principal richness of the economy in the valley. We now discuss the use of French toponymy within the region. According to the regional statute, all toponyms are in French. In the Lys Valley, the names are also officially expressed in Teach, the Walser dialect, in an unofficial form of Standard German. Consequently, all the toponymy of the road signs are reported in French and in the Walser language in the municipalities where the Walser dialect is still spoken by the population. Let's see some examples in the following slides, in the following photographs. In these slides, we see examples of road signs with the toponyms in French, possibly translated into German, because we are in the Walser region. In the next slide, we see another example of bilingual place names in which the Italian precede is overcoming the French version of the signs. In number 14, we see another example of the perfect bilingualism in the case of road signs other than street names. We are in the Walser Valley, the Valley of Gressoney. Here you can see a complex example of road signs. The toponyms are correctly indicated in French with the exception of the regional capital, Aosta, which is also in Italian. It is the only municipality which has two names. Otherwise, all other municipalities has only the French name. The remaining signs indicate some public utility services, such as the town hall, health offices, and the post offices, with the bilingualism in which Italian precedes French. In this other example, however, there are only monolingual signs in French. The choice to adopt this type of signs is probably linked to political decision of carry out the particularity of the French as a political meaning to have autonomy. In this photograph, we are in Gressoney-Saint-Jean, where there is a series of road signs in the three languages, Italian, French, and German. In this last image, there is an example of imperfect signage with monolingual odomastics and service location, which are visible or only in French or only in Italian. We are in Aosta town. This apparently unregulated behavior of the public administration in the management of street names confirms that the unique purpose of preserving French is economic and political purpose. The official French toponymy does not correspond, however, in the French pronunciation rules to the exact pronunciation of place used by local population. Furthermore, the same toponyms are pronounced differently by the native population living in different places. So there is no accordance between this population. And also in the broadcasting of the local television, the announcers very often do not agree on the exact pronunciation of toponyms. In 1987, a project called Toponymic Survey in the Aosta Valley was launched with the aim of carrying out a widespread census of all the toponyms of the oral tradition in the regional territory. This project is to recover an important heritage that risks to be lost due to the changes that have occurred in Aosta Valley population after the migration. Here you can see an example of road sign in French with the patois version. It is in Pro. It is not the French version. It's the version of the dialect, the local dialect, which has been recovered after these studies. The census of local microtoponymy is underway thanks to the testimonies of informers, which are still able to remember and pass on this cultural heritage. Toponyms are recorded in a large scale, cadastral maps like the one that is shown in this figure. After 30 years of research, almost 8,000 of toponyms belonging to the oral tradition in 74 municipalities of the valley have been recorded. The place names have been reported on a computerized database. And this work is not yet finished. Much still needs to be done to save thousands of microtoponyms known only in the local population villages. In conclusion, toponymy in the Aosta Valley has no different phases of valorization and overlapping of terms belonging to the historical, official, and traditional linguistic heritage. After the Second World War, the recovery of the French language and toponyms was the fundamental driving force for the affirmation of regional autonomy, based on the not always justified cultural differentiation of the population. Italian toponymy has been completely suppressed everywhere, but it has not been taken into account that the transliteration in French does not always correspond to the pronunciation of the local tradition. If today the recovery of toponymy in the minority language has long been completed and prevails over Italian toponymy, it is necessary to proceed with the rescue of the Franco-Provençal toponymy, which constitutes the true essence of the local cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
No, Professor, stay, please. Thanks for this articulated, clear, and rich of nuance in the variety of the speaking in this region. I think we proceed with the discussion after each contribute as yesterday. If you are questions, they are welcome. Professor Jordan.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. Obviously, dialect versions of place names are shown in public space on town signs, for instance. Does the local population estimate this public exposition of dialect names? To my experience from Carinthia, for instance, this is not always the case. So dialect versions of place names are sometimes regarded as very intimate, as not to be shown in public space. How is it in the Osterwelle in this respect?
My opinion and my experience of voyaging in the Aosta Valley, population is not so strongly linked to the French version, but they are appreciating more and more the local Franco-Provençal version. And the engine of this process is the politic. And all the local administrators try to carry on this process of recovering not so much French, but local Provençal toponymy, because it is the meaning to carry on their diversity. Even if I suppose that in a couple of generations, people will less their ability to speak their language. Nobody speaks French in family at present. In 2 generations, nobody will speak the patois, the dialect, I think. And this is the attempt to stop this process and to preserve as long as possible this diversity.
And how is it with the Walser language? Is it still spoken in the families, the Walser dialect?
It is the same in the Walser Valley. It is the same. But the persons which has the ability to speak a German dialect is reducing more and more. And I suppose that in 50 years, no one will speak Walser language anymore. But the toponyms will be able to remain if a good research is done just now, immediately, before the death of the ancient informers.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other question? No? Thanks, Professor. No, oh, sorry, Catherine.
Thank you. I really enjoyed your account. It's very interesting to hear the language diminishing, but the place names, the effort for the place names in their collection is increasing somehow. And it's maybe a question for some of the database workers that we heard from yesterday, but presumably the work that you're doing on collecting and recording these names is then going to be transferred into national databases. A small practical question.
Scusi, forse mi sono perso qualcosa.
Qual è l'uso pratico di queste lingue?
So pratico.
Will they be in their database?
There is not.
Because the region that decide.
And supplies them for your database.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Other question? No? Thanks, Professor. The next speaker and the next contributor, Ettore Sarzotti, Dino Buffoni, Nicola Gabellieri e Federico Gestri. From place name to environmental resources, analysis in the 19th century toponyms of alpine woodlands through the use of geohistorical sources and historical GIS. Speak. Ettore. Now speaking, Ettore Sazzotto. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking the conference organizers and the panelists, also on behalf of my co-author, who unfortunately could not be here today. In this presentation, I would like to discuss ongoing research that is part of the National Research Project, PRIN 2022, titled Bridging Geography and History of Woodlands. This project aims to identify the historical environmental dynamics that have characterized alpine woodlands and to recognize the biocultural legacies of certain practices, including the current distribution of species of specific tree species. To achieve this goal, a broad range of geohistorical sources, including toponymic data, has been collected and analyzed. The case study focuses on the autonomous province of Trento. The GECO Center in Trento has collected over the years a geolocated dataset of historical toponymy, which is already available. The work was composed of 3 stages of building, interrogating, and integrating the dataset, plus an oncoming phase of review. This presentation will therefore address the theme of historical place names as a source of studying the distribution, extent, and composition of forest cover in historical periods, reflecting on both its potential and some associated challenges. To this end, a multi-scalar approach is proposed based on 3 levels: large scale or provincial, medium scale or municipal, and small scale or topographic. The toponymy corpus has been organized into a GIS-based dataset and associated with point feature. The dataset is structured to reveal the biography of each name, following a model previously implemented by the Tuscany region. As visible in the image, the dataset is currently complete for the eastern valleys of Trentino and is in the process of being expanded to include the western valleys. There is an extensive body of literature dating back at least to the 19th centuries of the relationship between land use, land cover, and toponymy, as well as on the use of place names as a source. This presentation cannot provide a comprehensive overview of the studies, for which we refer you to the publication. What I would like to emphasize is that despite numerous research efforts utilizing toponymy to reconstruct woodland characteristics, some studies raise critical issues and caution, for instance, on what is the actual relationship between woodlands and toponym, or on treating place names as a neutral source, or the risk of parathesis or overinterpretations. It is also underlined the necessity of understanding etymology and local dialects to have an accurate interpretation of toponyms. For the purpose of this study, we focus on the place names corpus collected from the mid-19th century Austrian cadastral maps. This source was chosen because, given its scale, it provides the highest density of toponyms. It's important to note, however, that names extracted from cadastral sources are a hybrid resource consisting of microtoponyms that still reflect an official transcription. For analysis of interpretation, we refer to the early 20th century study, which comprises over 200 entries on plant and trees, each detailing local names and vary according to different communities. The study represents an encyclopedic compilation of linguistic, botanical, and ethological knowledge about plants prevalent in the Alpine region. The terms presented here were researched within the dataset using specific queries related to the Austro-Hungarian cadastre. As a result, 429 occurrences were identified in the database. It represents just 3% of the total number of place names and is lower than anticipated compared to similar case studies. This low result could be due to the limited semantic field used or further variation in the transcription names in the source. Using the dataset, it is possible to reconstruct a biography of each place name. This involves comparing 19th century records with current records from the provincial technical map to propose a relative dating and observe how the naming has changed. The dynamics can be classified into 4 categories: permanent, so no changes, with 23.1%, then disappeared, which encloses most cases, 39.2%, and slightly or heavily transformed. Compared to other categories, such as those related to common land or pastures, the percentage of disappeared dendrotoponyms is extremely low. The 3 species identified in the research amount to 31. Among these, the most frequently encountered are the larch at 13.3%, the birch at 10%, then following the pine, the oak, and willow. It is challenging to draw a general conclusion from this list because the frequency of species does not necessarily correlate with the frequency of place names references. For instance, highly prevalent species such as larch or pine are well represented in the dataset, while other equally common species like silver fir are scarcely mentioned. Another difficulty is that in many cases the toponymy is associated with plants that were likely isolated as single individuals, such as willow or white beam, whereas in other cases it refers to extensive forest stands such as spruce or oak. The spatial distribution of the records also reveals complex patterns. The area with the highest density of references are regions where wood cover in the 18th and 19th centuries was limited compared to the cultivated or pasture lands. This area are Valle di Cembra, followed by Val di Fassa and Lower Valsugana. Records are also notably frequent in Primiero and in Upper Valsugana region with a higher presence of woodland coverage. Here we can see the distribution of the place name for all 3 species considered. But is it more interesting to compare our work with the work of Lendo Scotoni, that in 1974 created a map of dendrotoponymy in Trentino based on cadastral sources. The result differ slightly. For instance, for some of his surveys are absent from our dataset and vice versa. To assess the actual correspondence between dendrotoponyms and 3 species, several sample tests were conducted by comparing 19th century records with the current distribution of significant populations of the corresponding species, as derived from the official forestry maps. It is noteworthy that in many cases there is a little correspondence between the 2 datasets. This is evident in the case of chestnut, hornbeam, alder, and mountain pine. Only for mountain pine there is an actual spatial correlation. For hornbeam and alder is only partial, and for the chestnut is virtually absent. Using a medium scale analysis, the case study selected is the Val di Fiemme. This valley was chosen due to its historical association with the management of woodland resources, with a significant percentage of land dedicated to forest, and because it provides numerous diverse sources that can help us better understand the information offered by toponymy. The selected area contains 1,760 place names collected from the 19th century cadastral maps. These place names were classified according to several microcategories proposed by Desinan and Dentesano. Almost a third of the place names have been classified as uncertain due to ambiguities in interpretation. The major categories include so-called anthroponyms, geotoponyms, and ecotoponyms. The percentage of dendrotoponyms is only 1.4%, significantly lower than the provincial average. This image shows all the toponymic elements of the valley according to their classification. But to have a clearer view and to do an analysis from a spatial perspective, it's better to look singly at some of them. So some categories are widespread through the valley, such as anthroponyms and also geotoponyms. Others have a more specific geolocalization with well-defined cluster of aggregation. Agrotoponyms are predominantly located in valley floors or at mountain passes, which are key communication and settlement routes, while zootoponyms are mainly located in inner areas. Hydrotoponyms, as expected, are found both near watercourses and within networks of wetland, and in the Lagorei area near mountain lakes. As for dendrotoponyms, they appear to be scattered, with some cluster of aggregation in both valley floors and internal valleys, close to tree formations. Moving to the small geographical scale, the study of place names can allow a comparison between toponymic clues and other type of sources, such as biostratigraphic data. Interesting case is the Lake of Lavarone area, for which there is a pollen diagram covering the last 1,000 years of lake and surrounding vegetation. Species such as oak, quercus, and hazel, corylus, are mentioned in the toponymy, but according to the maps of current vegetation, these species are absent. However, the pollen diagram confirms their uninterrupted historical presence, thereby validating what is found in the toponymic substrate. Finally, a paradigmatic case of toponymy linked to linguistics. In the more recent map on the left, we can read the place name Monte Orso, which translates as Bear Mountain, while in the older map on the right, we can read Monte Gorsa, which is very similar, but with the previous, but translates as Wood Mountain. This indicates the uncertainty of using place name to state that the area was linked somehow to the bear. This example is a testimony of how to make a statement purely based on a place name could be misleading. In conclusion, this is an ongoing work that raises more questions than it answers. Specifically, it underscored the need for a close alliance between geographical and local linguistic etymological research for the accurate understanding of place names. Furthermore, the issue of the relationship between dendrotoponyms and the woodlands object reemerges. Often, where a name is mentioned, the species is not found, and vice versa. This is evident both from the low presence of dendrotoponyms in a heavily forested valley like Fiemme, and from comparing dendrotoponyms associated with certain species to current distribution maps. This presents a problem of source interpretation, which must be conducted in conjunction with other documentary and information series. Thank you.
Thanks for your perfect respect of the time and for interesting and well-articulated panorama of this fundamental aspect, economic, linguistic, and from past to present. Is a very rich panorama. If there are questions, welcome. Please.
Good morning. Thank you for a very clear presentation. Cadastral maps is a very good source of information because they are in large scale, so you can see toponyms very clearly. But when the first surveys were done, on which the cadastral maps were based, are mostly based on phonetic representation of toponyms. So maybe there is a variation on the way that several toponyms are shown today on the maps. Are there any actions to correct these problems?
Well, yes, there is a lot of, for example, in the book we used of the dialectal names of the tree species, there are more variation for each tree, for each species. And so you asked me if there is a way to correct this variation.
Yes, so that the final names will be official, authoritative. Because if they are represented based on phonetic representation, maybe the etymology is not correct and they have to be corrected.
Yes, actually, I don't know if there is in place some studies in this direction, but for certainty we didn't focus on this part.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? No, nobody? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Now, Elena Daipra and Sebastiano Rossi. Conquering the names, the use of toponymy as a symbol of territorial control in a multi-ethnic region. The case of Eastern Trentino during the Great War. Sebastiano Rossi. Please.
So first of all, thank you all. We learned these days that toponym is more than just names. It's a powerful tool for territorial appropriation, and place names can reflect and consolidate control over an area, becoming a symbol of sovereignty and identity. This phenomenon is particularly relevant after conflicts, especially if they provoke territorial changes. And the territory interested by our analysis, the analysis carried out by Professor Daipra and me, represent a pivotal example of this process due to its deep toponymic changes after the end of the First World War. So the research question is, did this process of appropriating and changing place names begin during the war, or it was solely a post-war phenomenon? And we aim to understand whether toponymic changes were part of wartime strategy of appropriation, or they occurred only after the conflict. So the area of our research is the Eastern Trentino, almost the same area that Ettore spoke about before, and particularly the Lagorai mountain range. This range, stretching from Panarotta mountain to Passorolle at the border with Veneto, is characterized by low human settlement and imposing natural features. The peaks and the ridges from a nearly continuous line, with gentle slopes on the northern side and steep wall-like faces on the southern. A unique aspect of this area is its historical presence of 3 distinct languages. The majority of population spoke and still speak Latin-based dialect, closely related to the Venetian one. However, until 1918, the regional administration and consequently the state apparatus used current German. And additionally, in some specific areas, there existed and still exists a minority linguistic group speaking the so-called Mokkeno, that is a Germanic language related to the old Bavarian. This linguistic diversity resulted in a complex toponymic system reflecting the needs of a mountain agricultural society and incorporating names for features like peaks, ridges, pastures, passes, and saddles. In 1915, Lagorai became a strategic area. The few Austrian forces stationed there, consisting mainly of young recruits and elderly men not yet conscripted, took up the defensive position on the Lagorai crest. For nearly 2 years, until October 1917, the Lagorai Ridge became the front line. The geographical feature and the nature of the mountain kept the front relatively static. Advances were minimal, with majority operation like Strafexpedition in 1916, resulting only in slight territorial gains. So for about 2 years, soldiers and officers from various nationalities, so Italian, Austrians, Hungarians, as well as Bohemians, Bosnians, and Czechs, settled and fought in this region. So this research aimed to provide an overview on toponymic phenomena related to this dynamic, exploring how in a war with strong national connotation, so the defense of the homeland for the Austrian part and the liberation of the so-called irredente territories for the Italian, how the dimension of names may have played a role. To investigate it, we analyzed historical maps used both by Austrian and Italian armies and produced by their respective cartographic offices. We specifically analyzed the 1 to 25,000 series produced for Italian by the IGM and for Austria by the national, the army cartographic office. And this scale provides the child toponymic information and an excellent comparability. We also examine other cartographic sources, particularly smaller scale, like the Austrian 1 to 75,000, as well as sketches and drawings, mainly from the Austrian Engineer Corps. In addition to the cartographic data, we explored modern historiography works and literary sources, including diaries, memoirs, and letters, to capture informal use of place names not recorded in official records. Other sources included official reports written by both armies after the war and official bulletins made by Italian general staff. So we were able to identify 4 main toponymic phenomena. The first is the first way to appropriation is the literal translation of a place name from one language to another. Often these names reflect physical characteristics of the place, making the translation not only an act of political appropriation, but also useful for understanding the place features. For example, the Mokeno Zeajoch, literally lake pass, was translated in the Austrian maps like Zeejoch, and literally in Italian as Passo del Lago. And similarly, the toponym Tuol was rendered in Italian as Portella, meaning small door, a synonym for a little mountain pass. Another phenomenon is the choice of using one name over another based on linguistic proximity. In a linguistical complex environment like the Lagorai Range, the 2 armies often use and choose one name or another referring to the same object. For instance, the local name Monte Croce, so literally Cross Mountain, was translated by the Austrians like Heuspitz, while the Italian military geographic used Pizzo Scalette, assimilating the name from the mountain with that nearby Scalette Pass. We found even some exceptions. For example, on the left, you can see the Austrian map that reports both the Italian and Germanic name for this object, that it's a pass. It's Bassa or Weitjoch, while the IGM map report only the Germanic diction Weitjoch with an misspelling error. The third type we underlined, it's what we called unintentional appropriation. In this case, a toponym is inadvertently assimilated by associating with familiar expression. For example, you can see on the right, Pra del Voto, literally field of the vow, was mistakenly transcribed as Votto and later took the form of Volto, meaning visage in Italian, and therefore taking a completely different meaning. Similarly, the river Moggio became Maggio, so May in the Italian maps and even in the Italian official bulletins. And then the most striking example of toponymic conquest is the creation of new place names, often related to the commemoration of heroic acts. As the diary report, the phenomenon was considered a normal practice even by the soldier. The map showed the area of the Cauriol mountain, an intense fighting area, and with green markings indicating new Italian toponyms, mostly commemorating heroic dead. The new names, are related to micro-toponyms or previously unnamed features. However, we found some interesting exception. The name Busa Alta, a significant peak in the sector, was given the adjective Italiana by the Italians after the partial conquest of the reach, while the Austrians radically changed its names in early 1917 to Kaiserspitz, literally Emperor's Peak, in honor of the new Emperor Karl. Both these names are still reflected today in the local toponymy, that adopted both the version as Busa Alta Italiana or Kaiserspitz. An interesting exception involves this man. This is Engelbert Dollfuss, who after the war became the Austrian first prime minister and assassinated in the putsch of July 1934. During the war, he fought in this sector, and due to his influence among the soldiers, a mountain pass and a cave were named after him. So we have the Dollfuss Caverne and Dollfuss Scharte. And this is very unusual because those toponyms were typically reserved for the fallen soldier, but evidently Dollfuss survived the war. So to sum up, we observed that a linguistic appropriation does occur, and its impact during the war itself seems to be relatively limited. In a multilingual territory like this, there was a clear tendency to prefer existing local names that were close to their own language. This preference reflects the practical challenge faced in a region where multiple languages coexist, and underscores how wartime toponymic changes were often influenced by existing local conventions. This study has highlighted several phenomena related to toponymic changes, including both deliberate and inadvertent modification. However, not all these changes were intentionally or orchestrated. Some were more a matter of circumstances than a deliberate strategy of appropriation. There are many additional examples and nuances that we have not covered in this overview. To gain a more comprehensive understanding, further research should consider expanding the source used, such as incorporating additional cartographic materials and historical testimonies. This will provide a broader context and reveal further insights. Additionally, exploring the thousands of microtoponyms related to the war could shed light on their distribution and significance. Analyzing how these toponyms have persisted or changed over time would also offer valuable insights into their long-term impact on the region's cultural and historical landscape. Thank you.
Thank you for the richness of the research that span various levels from a particular point of view, the point of view of the moment of the war. It is a very original point of view. Questions? I have a curiosity.
Yeah.
The etymology of Mokeno is that
Mokeno is today not clear. It could come from machen, that it's the verb to do, but it's today not sure.
Controversy.
Yeah, it's quite controversial.
I hope you have a solution.
I'm not a linguist.
No. The might.
Yeah, it should be.
Quindi machen. Vabbè. Allora, risolti. Bene, grazie.
Thanks.
The next and the final for this first part, Andrea Masturzo, Cartography and Toponymy in the Dynamics of Dominion, the case of Alto Adige Südtirol.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you for inviting me to this symposium. My speech over this time, it's a continuation of the speech that I made the last symposium, that was concentrated upon a work of Ettore Tolomei, a nationalistic journalist, that make the nationalization of toponymy, Alto Adige Südtirol toponymy. Now, we have tried to reconstruct the dynamic with which Italian Istituto Geografico Militare, IGM, adopted Alto Adige Südtirol toponymy in official maps of Italian state. In the dynamics of domination, the operation of nationalization of toponymy carried out by the dominant state entity was usually realized by cartography. It took the form of an assimilation of local toponymy to the language of the ruler. In other scenarios examined, such as the colonial Libyan one, the work of Italianization toponymy was carried out completely within the cartography processing phases. In the case of Alto Adige-Südtirol, this Italianization toponymy was realized by a scholar, Ettore Tolomei, foray into the world of cartography. His work preceded the creation of the official map of the Italian state of that region, gave rise to a work, Il Prontuario dei nomi locali dell'Alto Adige, first edition 1916, last edition 1935, which we simply call from now Prontuario, which constituted a vast repertoire of Italianized toponymy. In my speech at the last symposium, I highlighted how Ettore Tolomei had a deep awareness of the role of toponymy in the creation of territorial identity of a recently acquired territory, which is well summarized in the opening of the Prontuario that you read in this line. When the Italian Military Geographic Institute, immediately after the conquest, had to carry out the cartography of that region, it had to deal with the work of Italianization of the toponymy that was already completely defined. Our work will try to reconstruct the dynamic. The role that Tolomei assigned to cartography was extremely important. Tolomei was aware of the role of cartography. He gives great importance to maps, in particular with respect to the following three characters. The map is a repertoire of toponymy. For his work, Tolomei used toponyms present in the topographic map, usually the Austrian topographic map at a scale of 1/75,000, the only one available at that time. So the toponyms of the Prontuario were detected from the topographical map, as you can read from the passage from the Prontuario that I report in the slide. Therefore, the map plays the role of a repertoire of toponyms. The place to which Tolomei turns to detect toponymy is the map, not the territory. His work originates from the map. The map is the tool for spreading the Italianized toponymy. Tolomei assigns to cartography the important role of being the privileged instrument for disseminating the new toponymy, as you can read in the slide. So, first of all, cartography had the task to make known the Italianized toponymy. This awareness of Tolomei on the role of the map is extremely relevant. In his idea, the Prontuario is a tool for cartography that has the task of spreading the new toponymy. Tolomei was aware that the transition from denomination created by the Prontuario and the territory is not a direct relationship, but passes through cartography. The map is a third point is the map is essential for georeferencing toponyms. Tolomei was aware that a simple list of toponyms was an absolutely insufficient document for the purpose of spreading the new toponymy, as it was not able to provide information on the position of the toponym. Therefore, to complete the work of Italianization of the toponym and to fill the georeferencing gap, he adopted a strategy. The strategy that he pursued was to connect the list of toponymy provided by the Prontuario to the cartography through a signature composed of letters and numbers that allow the toponym to be found on the map. In this way, the lists of toponymy were connected to the cartography, as you can see in the slide. The signature was a system that provided that each sheet of Austrian map indicated with one or two letters, taking as basis the coordinates and the meridian and the parallels, was divided into 18 squares, marking the sheet longitudinally with the letters from A to F and vertically with the number from 1 to 3. The signature that follows the Italianized toponym in brackets allowed the user to identify on the sheet the area in which the toponym was located. Through the signature system, a functional connection was created between the prontuario and the map, which allowed the toponym to be located. In order to outline the history with which the Italian topographic map realized the denomination of territory, taking, as we'll see, the Ptolemaic prontuario as basis, we looked for studies, news, or reports that could contribute to the reconstruction of the history of the topographic map of the area. We have found that this kind of study are very rare. Anyway, it seemed necessary to outline a brief history of this map between the two world wars. To this end, we have tried to carry out this reconstruction starting from some archive data, analyzing in particular the edition of the published maps, the information present on the maps, the information that we have found in the index map present in the Italian Military Geographic Institute Historic Archive. We directly examined some maps, in particular the topographic map of Merano at the scale of 100,000, sheet 5 in Roman numbers, then sheet 4 in various editions, 1909, 1927, 1923. I focus on the map of 1943. On the 1943 map, sheet 4, in the upper margin appears the writing New Numbering Commercial Edition. Nuova numerazione, edizione del commercio. In the lower left margin, under the name Istituto Geografico Militare, this writing appears. Compiled in 1923 from the 1913 surveys, update 1936. In this in the case, we have analyzed also the map at the scale 25,000, 1 to 25,000. In this case, we consulted the maps directly from the online catalog of IGM products. The writing is not always legible. The information that we can recover from the sheet of the topographic map at the scale of 1 to 25,000 always refers to Austrian relief. The writing that appear on the margin of the maps are of the type. This map does not come from the Service of Military Geographic Institute, from the Austrian service at the scale of 1 to 25,000. In some cases, as regards the border areas, part of the map uses the cartographic survey carried out by the Italian-Austrian Border Commission. In the examined map, despite the reference survey being Austrian, an update is reported and the name of topographer or topographers who carried it out is specified. From the analysis of the writing in the margin of the cartography, we learned that there was no survey of this area carried out by the IGM between the two world wars, with the exception of the survey concerning the border area. To create the maps, the Austrian surveys were used, updated by the IGM topographer. The information found on index maps. In the 1920, we examined the index map. In 1920, sheet 21 still is completely blank, while sheet 11, 20, 22, 35, and 36 are partially blank. In practice, the area of Alto Adige su Tirol does not appear to be mapped. In 1921 index map, the sheets have Roman numerals. Almost the entire area of Alto Adige is mapped except for the northernmost area with the Italian surroundings. In 1924 index map appeared that a good part of the region map can only be sold for military use as they are not updated for toponymy. In fact, the index map reports the following wording. These maps are not updated for toponymy. They cannot be sold except for military use. In 1926 index map, there is no more mention of that specification. So it would seem that at that time of toponymic control was completed. The area of Alto Adige is completely covered up to Vetta d'Italia. In 1936 index map, the numbering in Arabic numerals appears standardized. And then the written inscription appeared. The new numbering was done in 1935. So from the index map we have consulted, we deduced that the initial numbering in Arabic numerals prior to conquest of those territories was transformed into Roman numerals in 1920, thus constituting a differentiation from the normal numbering of a topographic map of Italy. This was an indication that it was considered appropriate to differentiate this cartography from that of the rest of Italian territory. Finally, in 1935, the numbering was again transformed into Arabic numerals, a clear sign that by this date the cartography had been standardized. Furthermore, in 1924 map index, we note that the existing map are not put up for sale because the toponymy is not updated. This writing disappeared in 1926 index map. So it would appear that the toponymic revision work was in progress in 1924. From this analysis, it appeared that in the year 1925, 1926, and the year 1935 are important dates that marked the process of construction of the official topographic map. The Italian state sono abbastanza lontano. Allora, I try to quickly to run. Allora, in 1923, the first legislation appeared. It was a decree, the decree number 800 of 29 March 1993. The decree give a list of names, but the names are very few, were very few. Però give the possibility to use the repertoire of publicized by Italian Society, Geographical Society. So our idea is that the 1923 is the beginning of the toponymy revision of toponymic revision. After that is it's possible to see also in the map. In the 1927, the revision, the nationalization of toponymic was ended. In 1943, just few variations. In other argument that we have examined is that the cultural environment of the time that is based on the Italian Military Geographic Institute and Geographic Society, Italian Society Geographic. From a certain moment, in these two institutions was led by Nicola Vacchelli, a general of Istituto Geografico Militare, that fidel to the regime fascist that surely he developed the revision of toponymy for the map, for the Italian map. This the in 1935 happened a thing that Geographic Institute, IGM, participate in the reduction of prontuario. A topographer of IGM made the new signature that was referred not more to Austrian map, but to Italian map. So in that moment, the prontuario and topographical map had the same toponymy. Go to last. If we can make a difference between prontuario and the map, we can say that the prontuario have two lists from Italianized toponym and Austrian toponym. It's always possible to go back to Austrian toponym. The map for its characteristic is complete and have just the Italianized toponym. So in the map, we have a loss of territorial information that was kept in the prontuario.
Okay.
I try to finish it in time.
Your research is very complex and a good idea. The work of Ptolemy is well known, but some aspects of these works are not indicated. Your research try to investigate this. Is a very good initiative. Why this research is incoming is difficult to you to synthesize. Sorry, but we are very interested, and I shall read your research. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Are questions?
Yes, thank you very much for this very scientific and objective approach to a still very delicate political problem. And of course, this Italianizing, it was a kind of a toponymic appropriation, so to say. This Italianizing of local German names in South Tyrol, in Alta Adige, was a kind of toponymic appropriation.
Yes.
A kind of a toponymic appropriation. Yes.
It's a toponymic appropriation.
Yeah. Yes.
In that historical moment.
Yes. In this historical moment. Yes.
Was and just ended from the work of Ettore Tolomei.
Yes.
In this part of my research, I try to reconstruct how the toponymy that was in the work Tolomei, prontuario, passed in the map, in the IGM map. Passed, but the same, passed in the same in IGM map.
Yes.
It's a dynamics of dominion. It's the dynamics of the dominion that make the Italy, like made the other state when it's.
Yes, and of course, these Italian names, Italianized names, were at the first moment exonyms, names from without, from outside the local community. In the meantime, I think they have assumed the property of endonyms, because Italians are living there for generations already now, in the fifth or sixth generation, and the Italian names have assumed the status of endonyms. So used by the local population, which is there for generations in the meantime. So there has been a change in status from exonym to endonym.
I study just this dynamic.
Yeah.
The prontuario and dynamic, the map dynamic. Not what happened in the territory.
Yes, I just like to mention that. Yes, so thank you.
Okay. Other? And time for break. Andrea, the hour to the 20 minutes. Break of the second, last part of this session begins with the contribute of Professor Peter Jordan is an important contribute, and I am very happy to present Professor Jordan. Please.
Grazie, Domenico. It is a real pleasure for me to be part of this interesting symposium, so well organized by Andrea Cantiglia and Elena. So I'm presenting a paper on Val Canale, the northeasternmost region of Italy, so to say, which styles itself a multicultural region, also by using also different base names in different languages. It is this part of Italy which is covered here by the square, by this rectangular square. So it's close to Austria, along the Austrian border, and also close to Slovenia. It borders Austria and Slovenia, and it is the next valley to my home valley. My home valley is the Gail Valley in Carinthia, and it's just separated from my home valley by a mountain range and by the Italian-Austrian border. So I'm almost feeling at home there in the Val Canale. Here you can see a closer picture, closer map of this area. You can see here the main villages or settlements. It's Fusine in Val Romana, it's Davisio, it's Camporosso, it's Ugovica, it's Malpoghetto, Santa Catarina, Santa Catarina, San Leopoldo, Iglesias, San Leopoldo, and Pontevas. These are the main settlements of the Canal Valley. And it had, up to the First World War, it was a part of Italy up to the First World War, and also of Carinthia, and it was then awarded to Italy after the peace treaties of Paris and Saint-Germain. It was awarded to Italy, and with the last population census in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy of 1910, it had this ethno-linguistic structure. It had a majority of German speakers, which is indicated by the darker pattern here, for instance, Davisio here, but it had a minority, a smaller group of Slovenian speakers, Slovenes, which is indicated by the paler pattern here. So some settlements like Seifnitz, Camporosso today, Ugovica, and also Leopoldskirchen, San Leopoldo, Iglesias San Leopoldo had a Slovene-speaking majority. The German group was the larger one, the Slovene-speaking group was a smaller one. Then, after the First World War and after the awarding of this region to Italy, the ethno-linguistic composition changed due to the influx immigration of Italians and of Friulians and the emigration of a larger part of the German population. Though the German population had in 1933 the option to opt for the German Reich, for the Nazi German Reich, and 70% of the German people German speakers in the Val Canale took advantage of this option. This was much more than in South Tyrol, in Alto Adige. This were only 17% in Alto Adige, but from the Val Canale, 70% of all German speakers took advantage of this option. So they emigrated to adjacent parts of Austria at that time, mainly to Carinthia. And this changed the ethno-linguistic composition of the Val Canale essentially. It is today like this. Italians and Friulians are the majority of the population there. And the German-speaking group is just a small minority today. It is indicated by these dark patterns here. So in every village, in every town, there's a small share of, still a small share of German speakers, while the Slovene speakers are quite numerous in some villages. Here, for instance, in Ugvica, Ukve in Slovenian, or Seifnitz, Camporosso in Italian, Wolfsbach, Valbruna, there they are a local majority, or half of the population here, as in Camporosso. The built cultural landscape looks still very Carinthian, very Austrian. As I can show you here by the example of Santa Catarina, a typical Carinthian scenery, so to say. Or here, Ugovica, also like in the adjacent Gail Valley, southern parts of Carinthia. In an integrating Europe now, with open borders, of course, the border between Italy, Slovenia, and Austria is completely open today. A typical former border region like this one, like the Val Canale, takes advantage now of its multiple cultural layers. It is also not in a very favorable economic position. It was a former border region. A lot of soldiers were there. The military was present very well there. The custom officers were there. Police was there. And after the integration, after Italy and after Austria became a part of the European Union, later also Slovenia, 2004, this military force was not necessary anymore. So this meant a certain economic decline for this region. And the only economic potential of this region is tourism, more or less, tourism. And this tourism takes advantage of this multicultural identity, of this multicultural situation in the Val Canale, which is emphasized, which is heavily emphasized also by the linguistic landscape. This linguistic landscape, not only toponyms, but also linguistic landscape in general, is partly a remnant of the past, of course. So it is what remained from the earlier period before the First World War. But in contrast to many other regions in Europe, especially in the central part of Europe, these old German and Slovenian inscriptions are not hidden away, and they have not been erased, not at all. So there are regions in other parts of Central Europe where this happened, where these German inscriptions and versus Slovenian inscriptions were erased. But this was not the case in Val Canale. And it consists today, this linguistic landscape, of new, bi, tri, and quadrilingual inscriptions and signs demonstrating the multilingualism and openness of the region. And this attitude is promoted and driven by the local elites, I would say, by administrators and by touristicians, so the entrepreneurs of touristic enterprises, hotel owners, and so on. And by cultural associations, by local activists, and since the Italian state law of 1999, also by state authorities. By the Italian state, due to this law, which emphasized local identities, local ethnic cultural identities, and is financing and supporting by financing these identities. But also the regions in Italy, especially the autonomous region of Friuli, Venezia Giulia, is very much behind these local identities. But this multi-linguistic styling, so to say, of the region meets also some local resistance, which can be seen by damages to some bilingual or trilingual signs. And the remarkable delay with implementing other than Italian town and street signs, which would be in the competence of the communes. So the communes did not decide about multilingual town signs, official multilingual town signs. Also, it was a German word. Also, bilingual, at least bilingual, or sometimes even tri- and quadrilingual town signs are a general feature in all of the rest of the autonomous region of Friuli, Venezia Giulia. Down to Trieste, here, for instance, Slovenian and Italian town sign, Duino, Debin. It's common to the rest of the autonomous region, but it is lacking in the exactly in the Valcanale, where otherwise the linguistic landscape is full of bi-, tri-, and quadrilingualism. But the town signs are not bilingual. They're just Italians. This is a curious exception, and I don't have the explanation so far. So I would like to show you some examples of the linguistic landscape in this Valcanale here. So some occurrences are remnants of the past, but they have not been erased or hidden away. For instance, in the parish church of Tarisio, you can see glass windows, and the inscription here is Preiset den Herrn, praise the Lord in English, and the glass window shows the abbot of the Abbey of Bamberg, which was the dominator of this region earlier, and the German Emperor Henry II, which was the founder of this Abbey of Bamberg. Or the Slovenian inscription is also there, Hvalite Gospoda. It means also praise the Lord. And the glass window shows the Slavonic apostles, Kirill and Method. Here in the parish church of Fusine in Val Romana, Westenfels in German, here also the Way of the Cross has inscriptions in German, and they are still there from the earlier period before the First World War. Then at the churchyard of Tavisio, there are many graves, many grave tombs with German inscriptions. Here is also a Slovenian inscription, rest in peace. Then, yes, here, Slovenian grave at the same churchyard in Tavisio. So they are still there. They have not been erased. They could have been covered or erased, but they have not been erased. So remnants of the past even proudly presented. For instance, here is a mark, as a sign of the former border between Austria and Italy in Pontebba. There's a river dividing Pontebba today. It was earlier a German-speaking part, Pontafel, and earlier in Venetian, Italian-speaking part, and there was the earlier border. And it is not only this stone here, which hints at this former border situation, but also there's an inscription in German, even only in German, hinting at this historical fact. So it's proudly presented, so to say. Then here is a former letter mine, Cave del Predil, which is now the Italian name. And it has been abandoned in 2009, but it is used as a museum, so to say, as a mining museum, and many tourists are coming there. And the old German name Reibel is presented here, obviously and proudly presented. Or here, a memorial of the First World War with all the soldiers which have died in the First World War in this village of Valbruna. Then new grassroots activities, associations, activists are using German, Slovenian inscriptions. Here, for instance, the Fire Brigade of Campo Rosso. It uses also the German name, and here even a new German inscription in Campo Rosso at the office of the Fire Brigade. Or here, Ausfahrt, Feuerwehr, Uscita, Vigili del Fuoco. These are new signs. Or Valbruna has, for instance, with every older building, the house name, the vulgo name. It's frequently in Slovenian, and the name of the place is given in all four forms, in all four languages. Valbruna, Valbrune, it's Friulian, Ovčarvas, it's Slovenian, and Wolfsbach, it's a German name. Or here in three languages. And then we have optional and touristic activities of communes. So communes are not obliged to do this. It's just optional. Here, for instance, a grave, which is reminding of the foreign soldiers in the Second World War. It's also indicated in German. And yes, welcome signs are given in 4 languages, partly, yes. Valbruna here in 4 languages, welcome signs. Arrivederci signs also in 4 languages, and in 3 languages here the official announcements of the commune. Here the table of the town hall in Tavisio. It's in 4 languages indicated here. Then the announcement of the European elections this year in the commune of Malborghetto Valbruna is not only given in Italian, but also in the Slovenian, in the local majority language, Slovenian. Traffic signs implemented by ANAS, by the Italian State Agency for Roads and Roads and Motorways. And here you have it in 4 languages. So Austria, Italian, Austria in Friulian, Österreich in German, Austria in Slovenian. Tavisio is the Italian version. Darwis is the German and the Friulian version. Both. So it's only 3 languages here. Trubiš is the Slovenian version. So it's frequently so that 3 or 4 languages are indicated on these road signs. Here, for instance, nearby Ponteva, hinting to Austria, to the Passo Pramolo, which is leading to Austria, to the Gail Valley. Here at the Passo Pramolo, everything given in 3 languages. And yes, I have hinted at, I've mentioned this local resistance. Sometimes it's very exceptional, but here, for instance, you can see it, some road signs are damaged. And it's because here, and the reason is perhaps that the local minority there is not Slovenian speaking, as would have been indicated by the road signs. It's the damaged version is Slovenian, but the local language, the local minority there is exactly German. And it may be that the Germans have damaged, the German speakers have damaged these road signs. This is just an assumption. Here for another example. And then orientation signs implemented by the Italian state railways. Here's a railway station in Tavisio Porto Verde. It's a new railway station, and the binarios, the tracks are indicated in German as well. This is a border station. This may be a good reason to give it also in German. But what is not the case is the bilingual or trilingual or quadrilingual use of names on town signs. This is still not the case. And I meet always people who say, well, you are wrong. It is so that also on town signs, on official town signs, you can see bilingual or trilingual naming. And therefore, I was there again last Saturday. So it's a photo from last Saturday, from the 7th of September, to prove how it is really. And it is like this. It's Ugovice just in Italian, and it's exceptional all over the autonomous region of Friuli Venezia Giulia. Everywhere else, you have at least two names on the plate. But exactly in this multicultural region, which is styling itself a multicultural region, you have it only in Italian. Or another example, Ugovice on the other side of the village, and here Valbruna also only in Italian. So just in conclusion, the multicultural identity building is, it's a region of which is promoting multicultural identity building. And it is rather, I would say, a top-down movement and a project of the elites, supported by some local activists, by the minorities, by cultural associations, but meeting also some resistance on the ground, so that it remains so far the only part of Friuli Venezia Giulia with no or bi or multilingual town signs. But the linguistic landscape is nevertheless full of bi and multilingual texts, including place names, partly remnants of the past, not erased or hidden away, but proudly presented, partly recently implemented, especially after the state law of 1999. This concludes my presentation, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribute. That show us a sort of treasure island for the ethnolinguistics. Very important and the compliments for your photographies. Iconic to use a term well known nowadays. Okay, questions? Catherine, please.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Peter. It's an amazing account of this area, and I don't know if others have the same perspective on it, but it just seems very surprisingly, as you say, exceptional. But the examples of resistance, and I wonder if you've ever been able to find the individuals, or be able to interview them, because it would be very interesting to understand really what motivates that kind of action.
Yes.
But you have not been able to
Yeah.
find, I mean, presumably individuals at very, very local level, kind of resistance.
It's on a very local level, confined to these small places there. I tried to find people who could explain this. I did not find anybody who had really an explanation for this. My explanation is that the local population right there is not Slovenian speaking, but German speaking. So they would have liked to see their names on this place, not the Slovenian names. This is my explanation.
That sounds like a very good supposition, I think.
And an explanation for the monolingual town signs, which is really exceptional, could be the negative experience of Austrian Carinthia. In Austrian Carinthia, there was a down sign, a conflict in 1972, a very severe conflict, and it calmed down only after 2011. And this could have been a negative example for the nearby Valkanale. So this is another explanation from my side. I have no confirmation from local people. I always try to ask people what is really the reason for this exceptional situation, but I really could not find somebody who has a good explanation for that.
Very interesting,
Yes,
thank you.
yes.
A reason to go back to this very beautiful area.
Yeah, it's also beautiful, yes.
Indeed, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Other questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, Gerardo Tolentino, Goran Floridan, and Laura Zgubin, the importance of preserving the toponymic heritage in historical linguistics minorities in Friuli Venezia Giulia.
While we are preparing the desk, first of all, we would like, of course, to thank Professor Andrea Cantile for the invitation. Well, what are we going to see with our reports? We try to connect key aspects that are typical for the region Friuli Venezia Giulia. First of all, the legislation behind the toponyms. Second, the three minorities of the region and their dialects. And third, how these two facts are connected to the road signs. As we know, the autonomous region Friuli Venezia Giulia is one of the Italian regions having a special status. As a result, the regulatory framework governing the protection and the promotion of the minority languages is based on multiple legislative sources. Well, of course, first of all, we've got the Constitution with its fundamental principles. I mentioned just Article 3 and Article 6. Then on the same level, we've got the statute of the autonomous region Friuli Venezia Giulia, which was adopted with the constitutional law number 1 of 1963. And its Article 3 recognizes equal rights and treatment to all citizens, regardless of their language group. Well, I go back to the Article number 6 of the Constitution because it focuses on the commitment of the Italian Republic to the protection of language minorities through specific provisions. So this is the reason why the Italian state adopted, more or less 50 years later, the law 482 of 1999. Well, with this state law, the Italian Republic recognized historical languages, of course, minority languages. And for Friuli Venezia Giulia, we've got 3 of them: Slovene, Friulian, and German. But we got to give attention also to the fact that just for the Slovenian minority, we've got the state law number 38 of 2001, which is the main law that we apply for the Slovenian minority. And just if this law doesn't say anything specific on a matter, then we go to apply the law, the previous law 482 of 1999. Furthermore, it should be pointed out that the administrative functions related to the implementation of the law 482 were delegated by the Italian state to the autonomous region Friuli Venezia Giulia with the legislative decree number 223 of 2002. But before the state laws number 482 and 38, the autonomous region adopted his own specific provisions. For instance, the number 68 of 1981, the promotion for the promotion of the Friulian language and culture, as well as of other local languages and cultures, having Slovenian, German, and even Venetian region. The number 46 of 1991, the Slovenian for the Slovenian minority, the 15 of 1996 for Friulian language, and number 4, 1999 for the German-speaking communities. Well, so Friuli Venezia Giulia is characterized by a multilingualism and is called upon to protect and promote it primarily based on its special status. We should also consider that, first of all, the Slovenian and Friulian language community are specific and exclusive to Friuli Venezia Giulia, whereas German speaking communities can also be found in other alpine regions of Italy. Secondly, both Slovenian and German are spoken in neighboring countries other than Friulian, which is typical of the region. And what does this legislative framework say about the road signs? Well, the implementing regulation law of the state law 482 of 1999 says the provision of the Italian highway code are to be applied where town or village name signs shall have their equivalent in the language eligible for protection. The text in both languages shall have the same format. Nevertheless, as noted in the circular letter number 4 of the 10th February 1996 by the Italian Ministry from Home Affairs, well, the implementing regulation of the law 482 does not apply to languages not mentioned in the text of the law. This is really important in connection with the dialects. When it comes down to toponymy, the regulatory framework to be considered shall also include the Italian Highway Code and its implementing regulation. In particular, the Article 125 establishes that any road signs shall not display texts in more than 2 languages. Elsewhere, this passage could be considered as irrelevant, but in Friuli Venezia Giulia, we've got areas with 2 or even 3 recognized historical language minorities, so it can have a big impact. So now we are going to see more specifically each linguistic minority of Friuli Venezia Giulia. So I give the floor to the colleague Laura Sgubin, and she's going to report on Slovenian minority.
Thank you very much, Gerardo, and thank you to all of you for your attention. Yes, I will speak about the Slovenian minority in Italy, which has traditionally been inhabiting the area that borders with the Republic of Slovenia. But for historical and political reasons, we are not going to address them today. The linguistic community has long been split into two: the Slovenes of the area of Gorizia and Trieste, and those of the former province of Udine. This division has deeply influenced how each group perceives its own ethnic linguistic identity and has led to the development of local and dialectal variants at the expense of standard Slovenian, especially in some valleys in the former province of Udine. We have already heard something about that by Professor Jordan. These variants have also influenced toponymy, of course. Until 1999, the Slovenian minority enjoyed linguistic protection based on some clauses of international treaties co-signed by Italy, which mainly concerned the Slovenian community in the former province of Trieste, and although with more limited linguistic rights in the former province of Gorizia. The Slovenian-speaking communities in the former province of Udine were not granted any linguistic protection. The presence of a Slovenian minority in Friuli Venezia Giulia, including the province of Udine, was recognized for the first time by the law number 38 from year 2001 that Gerardo already mentioned, which contains comprehensive measures to protect the Slovenian minority. The law established a joint institutional committee for the problems affecting the Slovenian minority, whose task is to define the actual scope of the protection rules. And following the decision of this committee in year 2007, the President of the Italian Republic issued a decree containing a list of 32 municipalities in which the provisions of law number 38 apply. So 18 of those 38 municipalities fall within the former province of Udine. We must say that in the area of Slovenian settlement in Italy, road signs are currently not consistent due to the lack of a list of official Slovenian toponyms. This is, however, a field in which the Friuli Venezia Giulia region might play a crucial role. In fact, we have a law, a regional law number 26, which was adopted by the region to protect the Slovenian linguistic minority and was intended to complement and implement the existing provisions issued by the Italian state on the matter, does not address issues such as signposts and road signs, unlike the regional laws concerning the Friulian and German languages. And I'll give the floor now to my colleague Goran Floridan, who will speak briefly about the Friulian and German minority.
Thank you, Laura. So as we can see on the map, the Friulian is the most widely spread minority language in the region, in more or less 173 municipalities and in 7 municipalities in the region of Veneto. And it has this special status that it doesn't have a national state. So you can find it just in our region. The first law that comprehensively provisional recognition of Friulian as a language was the law number 15 from the year 1996. And apart from recognizing the language, it supports the study of regional toponyms and raised the issue of the official spelling to be used with road signs displaying geographical names, both in Italian and in the local language. In addition, the law established a monitoring center of Friulian language, which in the years evolved in a special agency, which is the ARLEF, the agency for the regional agency for the Friulian language. It's important at this point because ARLEF have the role that the law 29 from 2007 gave it to confirm the spelling of the Friulian toponyms and can review and introduce the official spelling, also of the variants of the Friulian. And these spellings were then recognized by special decree of the President of the region. Article 10 of the law states that science, post-science, and any other public indications in Italian shall provide with the Friulian equivalent in the same font and layout. These apply also to public transport, for example. Article 11 leaves to the region to determine the official geographical names of the Friulian municipalities, hamlets, and villages by considering also local variants. So, RF agree with the municipalities in a process, these official names and variants, and that were approved by the decree of the President of the region number 16 in 2014. Such provisions are complemented by Article 1, subparagraph 10 of Regional Law number 13 of 2000, which provides that road signs shall be compliant with applicable legislation on road traffic. Given the importance of using official spelling approved by the region, the spelling of Friulian toponyms is also subject to a preliminary binding decision by RF, which provides a free consultancy service to any public or private entity intending to installing road signs in Friulian. The next community we have is the German one. We already hear that we can find it in Valcanale, but we can find it also in a few communities and of a mountain territory. This is Sappada, Sarwis, and in the hamlet of Timau. So in Sappada, Sarwis, and Timau, this is present an archaic language similar to some spoken in other German-speaking territories of northern Italy. In Valcanale, we have the Carintian variety of German. The region took the first steps to protect these German variants, as well as Slovene and Friulian, with the regional law number 68 from 1981. Then, with the regional law number 4 from 1999. And finally, in 2009, with the approval of our first comprehensive legislative text, namely regional law number 20, the region recognized German-speaking minorities as contribute to their protection and promotion as part of historical, cultural, and linguistic heritage. Article 9 and 10 deals with toponyms. According to Article 9, regional laws, regulations, and acts must include, next to the Italian toponyms, the German names of municipalities and villages, in compliance with the municipal status and the diacritics of the German alphabet. Article 10 states the status and regulations of the German-speaking municipalities may provide for the adoption of toponyms in accordance with the local tradition and customs upon the deliberation of the municipal councils. Moreover, road signs showing location of German-speaking communities can be written in Italian and German in accordance with the principle of the Italian Highway Code. Finally, Article 10 provides for the approval of German toponyms by decree of the President of the region. Today, this decree has not been adopted, also in view of the fact that the regional law lists the 6 municipalities in which the protection of German-speaking minority applies, so that it was not really necessary to have it.
Just 30 seconds for the last conclusion. Well, the main issue that we went through this is regarding the highway code, because as we could see, it says that we have road signs with no more than 2 languages, but we've got some areas with 2 or even 3. But if we think about the Slovene, German, and Friulian have even their own dialect or local variants, we could possibly have road signs even with up to 7 toponyms. So we've got also the problem of the stakeholders, ANAS for state roads, the motorways, and the municipalities. So there are many problems with so many languages that has to be implemented. Grazie, gracias, pala, danke, thanks.
Thanks for your articulate and prefaria communication that deals a complex situation in many aspects from administrative to linguistics and so on. Thanks. Questions? Professor.
Yes, thank you very much for drawing this comprehensive picture of the situation in the whole region of Friuli, Venezia Giulia. But there's still one more minority, the Rhesians. In the Valle di Resia, there's a Slovenian-speaking group, and it's divided into two parts. They are all speaking the local Slovenian dialect, but one part conceives itself to be Rhesians, not Slovenes, but Rhesians, and to speak Rhesian. And they write their dialect in Italianized orthography, in a specific orthography, different from the Slovenian orthography. Just to mention that. Thank you.
Other questions? Thanks for your contact. Now, I hope to pronounce correctly. Matthias Gershich, Italian geographical names in Slovenia, from roots to standardization. Was correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the floor. Distinguished colleagues, good morning or good afternoon. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to Professor Andrea Cantile, firstly, for organizing this very interesting event, and secondly, for inviting me. And I was kindly asked to prepare a short presentation about the situation of geographical names in Slovenia. So we heard now two presentations about the situation on the other side of our border, but now we will move a little bit towards east. First of all, Italian geographical names, there is no doubt about it, are part of Slovene or of corpus of Slovenian geographical names. But I would like to divide Italian geographical names in Slovenia into at least, let's say, two groups. The first groups consist on official Italian names, especially where the Italian minority is official as an official minority in Slovenia. And there are also some Italian names in Slovenia produced as a result of the fascist regime after the First World War, and you will see then on the maps until the beginning of the Second World War, one part of Slovenia was part of the Italy. There are also some, let's say, classical Italian exonyms in Slovenia, for example, the capital, and so on. But let's start with this presentation. For better imagination of the situation, I will share with you some maps, because this area we are speaking about. Sorry. So this area here, I hope you see the shape of Slovenia. This area was, through the history, part of very different political entities. Of course, the first well-organized political entity in this area was Roman Empire. Then in 7th, 8th century, this area of the Eastern Alps was settled by a Slavic-speaking population. And this population became part of this area and was between, on one side, Langobards, Romanian, Bavarians, and the other side of Hungarian-speaking community. And then you already seen this map. This one is not so nice that was prepared by my colleagues. But this is also, how to say, reflects the real situation that there are a lot of different influences in this area, especially on toponomastic layers. So there are, as you heard, very different combination of Friulian, German Friulian, Slovene Friulian, and so on. So I will not repeat again. As I mentioned, this area was part of very different political entities. On your left side, you can see it was the Republic of Venice, one period of the history. And then afterward, it was part of the was so-called Illyrian provinces. It was part of the French Empire. Then this area was part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And you also, you can see different colors in this area. So of course, Italians were presented at that time. There is no doubt about it in this area. As I mentioned before, after the First World War, during the secret treaty, the western part of Slovenia became part of the Italy. You can see the line, the black line, so-called the Rapallo border. And at that time, especially at that time, a lot of geographical names in Slovenia, nowadays Slovenia, were transferred into Italian. In some cases, they were translated. In some cases, these names were just Italianized. So you will see some examples later on. When the Second World War started, the whole nowadays Slovenia territory was divided into 4 occupation areas. So Italians, German, Hungarians, and Croatian, and this effect had also influence on geographical names. How this situation reflects in in maps, in geographical or cartographical material. This map is from 1522. The author of this map was Pietro Coppo. And this is the first quite detailed map of Istria Peninsula. And I enlarge on the left side, you can maybe see 2 squares. And of course, the nowadays Koper Capodistria was written on Italian way. But very interesting thing is that Piran Pirano on that map is written on Slovenian name from nowadays. It's written Piran without O at the end. Then let's look some of, let's say, official maps. And I divided now this presentation into 2 parts. So on your left side, you will see the examples from nowadays official bilingual area. On your right side, you will see the situation on the area which was part of the Italy during between the end of the First World War and the beginning of the Second World War. So in case of the coastal area, when Italians are official minority, you can see in the Franciscan Cadaster, of course, also the Italian name, so Capodistria. You can see on your right-hand side the northern Socha Valley. The situation there at that time, of course, was German official language in this area. It's written just Flich. In Slovenian language is nowadays Bovec. So this is the end at the beginning of the 19th century. At the end of 19th century, you can see again that Capodistria is written just as in Italian name. And in case of northern Socha Valley, you can see Flich, the German name. Then you have in bracket Plec and Bovec, so say Italian or Friulian version, Plec, and then Bovec Slovene version. At the beginning of the First World War, from 1914, it's let's say the last official map when we were part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. You can see that below the Capodistria, so the Italian name, it's written in brackets also Kopar. This is the Serbo-Croatian version of the name. And in case of northern Socha Valley, you have Flich, and then they switch the order. So the Slovenian version is written on the firstly Bovec, and then Plec as Italian. During the fascist regime, of course, official maps were in Italian language. So you can see Capodistria, Isola di Istria, and Plezzo in the northern Socha Valley. This was part of that time, the Italy. Everything was in Italian. Then In 1950, the official map, you can see, first of all, it's written Koper on the firstly Koper, and then in brackets Capodistria. For Italian-speaking communities, maybe interesting that it's written with K, not with C, and then is instead of E, and so on. So yeah, it was written not written correctly. But in case of northern Socha Valley, it's just Slovene version, so Bovec, because this area was never settled by, of course, Italian speaking community. But not only official maps were, how to say, written on, the names were written in Italian language. Also, some thematic maps were done so. This is an example of map of mountain pastures. And why I'm showing this map is because several, let's say 2 or 3 months ago, we received an order from Italian colleagues, if it's possible, because they are preparing some new book. If our institute can prepare a new, of course, vector map of this area and with these names, Italian names, of course. And I said, unfortunately, we can prepare this map, but we will put Slovenian names in this map, because this area was, of course, officially 20-30 years part of the Italy, but Italy was never well-established language there. So I think that these Italian names are not the classical exonyms, so it's maybe better to put Slovenian names on this map. So this is the result of this new map, and you will see some examples. For example, number 31 is quite a good example. It's Cucinia. Thanks. And you can see 31 is Kuchynia. This is absolutely just translation for its kitchen. So this you can see on this map. So the official bilingual areas in Slovenia are 2. So with Italian and Hungarian minority. The Italian minority is official on the coastal area. There are 4 official bilingual municipalities, but not all official settlements in these municipalities are bilingual. Just few of them. I've listed here some legal frame about this topic. So the first legal act, very important for this question, is from 1954. This is a memorandum of understanding signed in London at the end of few years after the end of Second World War. And there are also some other legal acts from 1980s and so on. We will skip these legal acts, but you can see here the copy of these acts. And the last legal act which is connected with this topic was from 2014, and at that time we have, so the Italian minority in Slovenia prepared a version from scale 1 versus 25,000. So they checked all names from this scale, and our commission later on standardized this name. You can see the situation before on your left side and the situation after the standardization on your right side. You can see that on our left side there are some names, Italian names are written in brackets, some names are written with capital letters, in some cases are just Slovenian names and so on. On your right side everything is more or less clear, and everything sounds like fairy tale, I would say. And because we know that each fairy tale ends somehow and somewhere, also this one, because let's say a few weeks or a few months ago, and I will conclude with this situation, we had a quite big crash, let's say, big fight on the topic of bilingualism in Koper Capodistria. Why? Because the Italian minority suggested to prepare science about the old Italian names from 1880. So in 1880, of course, official language in Koper Capodistria was Italian, and they prepared at that time a gazetteer of the street and square names. And our community in Koper Capodistria, so they prepared this signs, and they put these signs on buildings. Approximately 30 signs were prepared, and unfortunately the inspectors for Slovene language decided that it is not allowed. It is not allowed because the names are only in Italian language. So they wanted to translate these names, but as you probably know, in some cases it's not possible. So for example, there are in Italian language piazza, piazzetta, piazzale, so different words for in Slovene language just square or trg. But it was said, no, it's not allowed, so you have to remove these signs. But the mayor decided we will not remove, we will just turn around. So you can see that this man here, they remove and they will turn around the table and put back on the building. You can see on the left side some example. Please don't take the right picture. It's not from this topic. But I would like to conclude with this caricature. So this, let's say, this fight comes so far that one, I would say, right-wing author prepared a caricature, and you can see here the name. Campo della Madoneta. It is translated into Slovene language. I would say absolutely no sense. It's catastrophic. On the middle person here is priest, is monk, Franciscan monk, who was the initiator. He was first man who asked our ministry if it's okay that only Italian names are on these signs. And then on your left side, this caricature is the mayor of Koper Capodistria. Unfortunately, I don't know who is the man with the candle on your right side, but the Sancta Maria is not the Sancta Maria, but the face of Sancta Maria is the face of our cultural ministry. And just before this presentation, I checked because the situation is every day something new. So I check our news, and she will come in next days to Koper Capodistria to meet the mayor, and we will see what will be the end of this crash or this fight. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this articulated historical, geographical, and historical linguistic panorama. Thanks. Question?
Thank you for your presentation. It was extremely interesting because I come from Veneto, so it's interesting to see the milieu. I would like to see again, if it's possible, the slide from the 16th century, the one in which yeah.
This one?
Because yes, yes, thank you. I was wondering if in the, I mean, since the work you've done is very interesting because it clearly shows the interactions. I was wondering if you already considered or you might consider in the future to do some sort of, I would say, further work, for instance, on the philological evolutions of terms, just because, for instance, what captured my attention is that you mentioned that Piran was in the Slovenian version. It might also be, in theory, the Venetian dialect form somehow. So it would be very interesting. I believe if it were able, if you deem it's possible to trace back these toponyms up to the point of trying to discriminate the components which interacted through time.
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I'm not a linguist, and especially, absolutely, I don't have any knowledge about Italian language or dialects. This is absolutely very interesting question, but let's say in some cases, these names are not just adopted or Italianized or Slovenianized. For example, in case of Koper, Capodistria, there is absolutely, etymology is totally different. Cap of the Istria and Capris in Slovenian version from Latin name for goat. So this is very interesting, but probably for some linguists, maybe for the linguists from Italy, I would say, more than from Slovenia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, one of the youngest contributors, Valentina Campesi, toponymy policies in Anglo-Oglot towns of Calabria case studies of Guardia Piemontese, San Demetrio Corona, Bova, and Bova Marina. Please.
Good morning. I'm honored to be here today to present you the result of this research I conducted in Calabria this spring. The primary objective of this study was to assess the current state of implementation of Law 482/99 in Calabria through toponymic policies, as they are one of the most visible indicators for to understand the local administrative behavior towards linguistic minorities. The focus was on 3 case studies, each representing one of the officially recognized linguistic minorities in the region. So we have Guardia Piemontese for the Occitans in red, San Demetrio Corone for the Erbrecht in blue, and the combined area of Bova and Bova Marina for the Greek speakers. The selection criteria was representativeness. In fact, the region chose these towns to host the foundation for the linguistic minorities of Calabria. The methodological approach involved semi-structured interviews to local stakeholders, along with a selection of photographic material. The findings were compared to regional toponymic policies based on survey data from all municipal administrations in Calabria. This approach provides us with a privileged perspective, enabling us to capture local dynamics within a broader context. Let's set the general context by examining these 2 mosaic maps. The one on the left represents the implementation of bilingual signage across Calabrian municipalities, while the one on the right shows the utilization of Law 482/99 funds for toponymic projects. We can make the following observations. There is a general inconsistency in the use of the right to bilingual toponymy. Out of the 27 municipalities that implemented it, 11 have not completed the project. The funds have mostly been used to translate existing place names, with only 2 cases involving the recovery of vernacular terms. Now let's dive into our case studies to explore how these phenomena unfold in local context. We are starting with the Guardia Piemontese, the only area in southern Italy where Occitan is still spoken. It is a small town located at the foot of the coastal mountain range in the province of Cosenza. The Occitan minority originated from Valdesians, migrants who began settling in the late 13th century. During the Counter-Reformation period, they were exterminated, and those who converted were imprisoned in the walled center of Guardia and forced to abandon the language. Only in the 1980s, a movement to rediscover Guardia's Valdesian root led to the renaming of streets and squares to honor Valdesian history, replacing Risorgimento era names. As you can see in the photos, Via 20 Settembre is now Via Zanino del Poggio, and Via Cavour is now Via San Sisto dei Valdesi. So even though the language managed to survive, historical conditions faced by this minority made it difficult to recover ancient toponyms of traditional use. Finally, with funds from the national law, bilingual signage was introduced in the years 2010 and 2011, using the classical graphematic system for Occitan. And here's where the troubles arise, a dilemma shared by all alloglot communities in Calabria. Since these minority languages have been primarily transmitted orally, choosing the appropriate graphematic system for official recognition has been crucial and challenging. The choice was between implementing classical norm or exclu du po. As you can see, the classical norm opens up to a broader community, but sacrifices the uniqueness of Guardiolo. On the other hand, exclu du po better preserves the features of this language. In fact, it is used in linguistic studies on Guardiolo, but it is less widely adopted. This issue is compounded by the ineffective operation of the three linguistic minority foundations in Calabria, which were supposed to serve as scientific hubs and coordinate community policies. Guardia Piemontese is the only town in Calabria to offer a minority language course. However, the course suffers from a lack of qualified teachers, and it's too short to have a meaningful impact. Okay, San Demetrio Corone is a municipality in the province of Cosenza with the Arbrecht origins, located at the right side of the Prati Valley. Albanian refugees began settling in Calabria from the 15th century. And as you can see from the map, many towns still host a community of speakers today. Another thing you can notice is that San Demetrio, the green one, seems to be the only town that implements skip, modern Albanian, in the signage. But while most respondents claim to use Albrecht, conversation with municipal staff revealed that they are not fully aware of whether they use skip or Albrecht in the signage. The nature of this confusion can be explained by analyzing the town's toponymy. It is common to mix the two languages in the signage. For example, you can see the welcome sign that uses the Albrecht, and in the same town, San Demetrio Corone, on the right, you can see Piazza Monumento that uses skip. So here's a brief evolution of San Demetrian toponymy. It shows a strong retention of vernacular toponyms. After the unification of Italy, new streets have honored Albrecht and Greek history. In 2003, with funding from the national law, a bilingual project introduced new toponyms, but these were never officially registered. And in the meanwhile, many signs deteriorated, as you can see in the photo. As we've seen, the main characteristics are project incompletion, reluctance to use municipal funds, signage deterioration, and linguistic mix in the signage, and as well as the previously mentioned issues of foundation dysfunction and the lack of local language instructions in school. Bova and Bova Marina, Bova and Bova Marina are two municipalities in the southern part of the province of Reggio. I choose both because Bova is the actual capital of Bovesia, the Greek-speaking area, but Bova Marina hosts the foundation for the minority. Focusing on Bova and Bova Marina will provide a clear view of the internal conflicts. In fact, as you can see from the map, Bovesia comprises only 5 municipalities, yet they differ in their approaches. A significant part of the debate centers on whether to use Greek-Hellenic or Modern Greek to represent Calabrian Greek minority, both in toponymy and education. So Greek-Hellenic is the actual minority language, but it's spoken by only a few elderly people. It lacks of abstract term. So native speakers fill this lexical gap by spontaneously incorporating the local Romance dialect, and they use Latin alphabet. On the other hand, supporters of modern Greek, primarily from Bova Marina's cultural elite, argue that Calabrian Greek should evolve to align with modern Greek standards to preserve Greekness of Calabria. So they use Greek alphabet, and they think that this will attract more tourists in the Bovesia. So as you have seen in the previous slide, Bova has a trilingual signage with the Italian, Modern Greek, and Greek-Hellenico, but Bova Marina has only Italian and Modern Greek. So, in conclusion, we can affirm that most municipalities received funds from the National Law 482/99 to officially represent linguistic minorities in toponymy, but nearly a third of the project remain unfinished, and the completed projects show significant variation in their approach. The toponymic policies reveal a precarious situation caused by the lack of leadership and a shared vision, even within the same minority community. This conflict was intended to be addressed by the foundations, which were meant to provide research support for minority languages. The absence of scientific support has led to policies driven by dominant local forces. In the end, all communities report insufficient funding for effective protection policies, and they are disillusioned with the role of the region, where linguistic minorities are managed by the Department of Agriculture. The Condofori Council President remarked, "What are we, trees?" Thank you.
Thank you for the perfect respect of the time. Thanks and compliments for this panorama in a territory well complex and with 3 and 4 linguistic varieties. I would signal the studies for the Greek-Hellenic of Gerard Rose.
Yeah, very important.
And now for the question. There are questions? In the name of Gerard Rose, very compliments. And
thank you so much. Thank you.
Last but not the least, to dear friends and colleagues, Silvio Siniscalchi, Pierluigi De Felice, and Enrico Emiro Hernan Rodriguez Vargas, toponymy and as a source of the recovery and enhancement of territorial identity, the case of Aragonese toponyms in the province of Salerno. Silvia.
Thank you. Good morning. We present a topic with my friends Pierluigi De Felice and Hernan Rodriguez Vargas that are here about a work in progress. Is a project, a national project about the symbol of power in the age of Aragon Kingdom. And in this project, we have studied the place names of two sub-areas of the province of Salerno, in particular, Cilento and Piana del Sele. So this is a schema, preliminary, to understand the sense of our research. Because we have actuated a geotoponymetric analysis. It's the measure of the territory through the place names. And the goals of this research, of this method, is the contextualization of a territory and the evidence of its values. And in this case, the two regions that we choose are particularly significant because they have an ancient process of territorialization. On the left, we can see the province of Salerno and the sub-areas of this province from an administrative point of view. And in this case, we don't have the name of Cilento, but only Piana del Sele, and is a space very little respect to the geographical territorially in the reality. In fact, on the right, we can see the Piana del Sele and the Cilento. In this case, we can see the name Cilento in articulation of Domenico Ruocco, that is a geographer and not come si dice, stakeholder. It's not a stakeholder, okay. And the Cilento and the Piana del Sele is more Greek. Oh, in this case, we have selected the municipalities and areas of our research, and the division of Cilento from a geographical point of view. So, and in the north, we have the Marzano and the Eremita Mounts. On the ovest Piana del Sele, on the east Vallo di Diano, and in the south Basilicata. This is the borders of Cilento and of Piana del Sele. In this presentation, I speak about only Cilento because the work is in progress. So the Cilento, in this case, we can see the extraordinary perfection of the source, the cartographic source. That is the Aragon map on the left, on the right, sorry. On the left, we can see the area, the same area, on a IGM map. And we have divided the presentation in three parts. The first is the analysis geotoponymetric. The second is the case study, the cartographic maps, Aragon's map. And in the first, the GeoAtlas of Aragon's toponyms. That is the new of this project. Because in effect, the geotoponymetric analysis is a is a variation of a method that was conceived by the professor Vincenzo Aversano. And is a method that produces a measure of the territory from a qualitative and quantitative point of view. So we have a macro division from nature and culture. That is the classical method of research of geography. And in the nature and the culture, we have many classes of study, that divide the two macro sectors. This is a hierarchical scheme, but really the analysis goes on a hierarchical but also system scheme, relation scheme, because we have a model that is based on a vision which is top-down, but also bottom-up. This is the items, the categories and the subcategories of the classification of our place names on the basis of the two macro repartition classification, ambient, nature, and anthropic geography, human geography, okay. And so we have placement, landform, morphology, climatology, hydrology, vegetation, etc. And on the right, the subcategories and the categories with the letter of alphabet. That is the transposition of the word. So we continue with the macro categories and subcategories. And this is the relation framework. At the center, we have a single place name, in this case, Castellabate. And in the other circle, we have the mean of this place name in relation at the element, the attribute that we have found in this mean. In this case, we have denotative mean, because Castellabate means castle and abbey. And so we have a historical, cultural, religious mean. An infrastructure, because the castle is an infrastructure, it is a structure, political structure, but also religious structure. We have a linguistic mean related at the age of this place name, that is Latin or medieval, medieval. And we have the collocation respect to the height is on the hill, Castello Abate. The case of study. This is the result of the analysis on the Cilento in the maps, Aragon's maps. And we have a prevalence of place name of historical, cultural kind, and second, infrastructure and transport, and so primary sector, hydrography, terrain shape, position, exposure, etc. Because, in effect, the results highlight the prevalence of an anthropic settlement of ancient age, because the anthropic, the territorialization is started in the ancient age in the century before Christ, very century before Christ. Okay, I have finished. And it's not a coincidence that the most numerous toponyms are of medieval origins. So we have the classification and the transposition on a graphic of the classification. It's more simple to understand, to see the values. Okay. This is a relationship between two different sources. The result of the classification in relation of to the population of Cilento the dates of the birth in Aragonese age. And so if we have only one bell tower or church, and this element is related to the number of families, this is interesting information, because we can have a corresponding or not corresponding on this base. The news of the project is the GeoAtlas, a GeoAtlas toponymic that for us is a mean to research the place names in the cartographic, in the maps of Aragon age, in a semantic web. We can see the result. For example, Acropoli. We can see Acropoli in other maps, in the Aragon maps, in relation to administrative geography, in relation to the semantic classification, and we have the legenda to explain the means of the items, in other sources, in this case of dictionaries of the Kingdom of Naples, for example, Lorenzo Giustiniani, and associated toponyms. Oh, sorry. In this case, another source is the dictionary, and these are the associated toponyms that we are in the cartographic maps. This is the dashboard. In this dashboard, we can see the graphic of our research and the result of the items respect to the prevalence. But we want to export this possibility at the public. At this moment, this project is not possible to see in a public vision, but only in a private vision, because it's a work in progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you, Pierluigi and Hernan, for this methodologically exemplary research, very interesting. A little bit note of linguist. Castellabate is Abbot Castle, not Abbey Castle.
Yeah, sorry, because I have the text, but I don't read because okay, it's my mistake.
Questions? No.
Meglio.
No, it's too late. The plan of the Congress now read a final act of closing remarks. I have no title to this. The title person is Andrea. Please.
Good morning. Thanks, Domenico. So, I need only, no, stay, please. I need only 1 hour. I think it's enough to, yeah, or two, yeah. No, dear colleague and friends, we are come to the end of these 3 days full of activities that I hope have offered each of you useful elements of reflection for your research and your future activities. This moment is for me duty to thanks once again the Italian Geographical Society and the Italian Geographical Military Institute, the chair of Ongegen and the honorary chair also. All the chairpersons who conducted the work of this symposium with a great professional and great attention. I would like to thank also all the speakers for their interesting item proposed in this symposium. And last but not least, I thank all of you for your active and interested presence. I hope that this occasion has also served to make new acquaintance between people and new bonds of future collaboration in field of toponymy, I believe. I'm very sorry for yesterday. I am very sorry for the difficulties caused last night by the storm that unfortunately forced some of us to give up the social dinner. We were not able to prevent the storm, but next time we will try to do better. And I was violent this one in this case. But finally, I thank a bench of this brief moment of farewell to kindly invite all the speakers to respect the utmost punctuality in their delivery of their papers, complete with image and captions, no later than December 2nd. Please, this is very important for me. I also remind you that the maximum number of characters that can be used for your tests is 30,000, included spaces. In any case, I will send you all an email to remind you of the timing and the methods of sending your papers. At this point, I would like to ask Pierre if he would like to address a personal greetings to those who are present today. Please, Pierre.
Thank you, Andrea. I will keep the thanks for the end to be sure to be applauded. But I will begin with maybe an idea that we shared with Peter during the coffee break, which shows the utility of coffee breaks. I hope. It is that we have more and more often reference to political issues in toponomastics. And then, sure, it is absolutely justified, but I think there is a lack of reflection why and how does the politics come in our matter. I have myself an hypothesis that I give to you maybe for a next symposium. It is that changing names is a symbolic action and maybe very often a compensation to the lack of capacity to have a real action on the reality. And I believe that strong powers are more often than democracies on that type of decisions Of course, I think it would be difficult, sensitive to try to have a comparative study between current powers in the world for our United Group, United Nations Group. But I think that some of us have had in our history some periods of strong powers, and it could be interesting to go in the history and not in geography, how this could be verified or not. And now I come to the thanks. Of course, in the beginning, as an opening, we have all of us have thanked in advance Andrea Cantile. Now we are all exhausted, but very full of new information, very interesting, with comparison between some different disciplinaries. We had many very interesting communications, and then we write. We really look forward the proceedings, and then I come in with Andrea to call you to respect the deadline that he has given. But I want to add that we of course thank Andrea, but we have all experienced during the 2 days that is not alone, that it is teams, academic team, organizational team, and I think that all of you, all of your teams have been very helpful for everybody, and I thank you very much. All.
I finish, and I embrace all of you, and I send you my warmest regards, and I wish you enjoy the lunch. Yes, after the lunch, sorry, on communication, service communication. After the lunch, is it possible to visit the exhibition in downstairs and to participate to the visit to the Museum of Forma Urbis Rome? It's a very important occasion for us, I think.